You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
The Columbia Workshop presents A Letter from Home, an original play for radio by Charles R. Jackson.
Claire! Good evening, sir.
Oh, hello, Harper. Mrs. Story, not home yet?
No, sir. She just phoned that she'll be home at 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. Oh, that'll be any minute now.
And Mrs. Story is bringing a guest, sir.
Who?
She didn't say, sir.
All right, bring me a drink, will you, Harper? Whiskey?
Right away, sir.
It seems I'm always the first one home, doesn't it, Harper?
I beg your pardon, sir.
Never mind. Oh, bring the decanter.
Yes.
Young, intelligent, talented, charming. I picture you in New York, a gay and glamorous life. Oh, Claire will love that. Talented and charming. No, my dear Bettina, decidedly no.
Did you say something, sir?
Only to myself, Harper. I'm just talking to myself.
You whispered, sir.
Thank you.
And I believe that's Mrs. Story who's just coming in, sir.
Oh, Claire, I'm in here.
Oh, darling, you beat me home.
Don't I always?
Look, I brought Felix.
Oh, it's Felix. Hello, Felix.
Hello, Freddie. How are you, boy?
Well, I'm fine, Felix, but I'm upset. That is, I'm excited, shaken, shall we say, by remembrance of things past.
Frederick, what are you prattling about?
So you just sit down, Felix, and be quiet. I'm glad to see you and all that, but I don't want anything to interfere with what I've got to tell Claire.
Now, look here, old chap. If you two would rather be alone,
Frederick, you know perfectly well that Felix is practically one of the family.
Yes, practically.
Don't mind him, Felix.
I won't, my dear. I only hope he doesn't mind me.
Now, what's the big item, Frederick?
Claire, I had a letter from home today.
Oh, is that all? Felix, get Harper to make us some drinks, will you? There's no reason why my husband should monopolize the whiskey situation, even if he did get a letter from home.
Right.
But you don't understand, Claire. This was a letter from Bettina. And to put it mildly, it gave me pause.
Who's Bettina?
Claire, who is Bettina?
Yes, I know, darling, but which one is she? You always expect me to remember them by name, and all I can remember is that one of them's the girl who made fun of your poems, and another is the one who...
Bettina, Claire.
Felix, hurry up! Oh, excuse me, darling.
Listen, Claire, I'm going on with this, whether you like it or not.
Oh.
This letter, well, it gave me something of a shock, and it was good for me, too. I want you to hear about it, and if you're amused by it, I'll kill you.
Bettina. Oh, I know. She's the girl you didn't marry.
Claire, you have a genius for making inept remarks that call forth nothing but my profoundest...
But isn't that Bettina? Wasn't she the one?
In a manner of speaking, yes.
Oh, yes. And you're always saying I have such a poor memory. That you couldn't remember which one was which of my old beaux.
Well, you never told me of them.
Ah, that's where I'm cleverer than you are, darling.
Here are the drinks. I brought them in myself.
Good. Oh, Felix, sit here beside me.
Right.
Frederick got a letter today from the girl he didn't marry, and he wants to read it to us.
I don't intend doing anything of the kind.
Well, what was the occasion of the letter, darling?
The occasion of the letter was that lousy movie of mine.
Which lousy movie?
Well, I said they were lousy, didn't I? But this particular movie was the one I wrote for Carol Thorne and Richard Watson. You remember the prison movie with the...
Yes, with the big flood scene and all the convicts trapped
yeah,
in
well,
the...
anyway, it came to the movie house back home, and Bettina saw it and wrote me about it.
She liked it?
Sad to say, yes.
Oh, why should that bother you? Everybody liked it.
She said a lot of other things in the letter, too.
Well, then read it to us and stop being so dramatic.
At this point, may I be so bold as to inquire who is this person? I'm afraid I don't follow.
I told you, Felix. Bettina's the girl Frederick didn't...
Shut up, Claire. Felix, it's a long story, and a familiar one, I suppose. There was a girl in our town.
And she was wondrous wise.
You're darn right. She was wise enough not to marry me.
Oh, no, I'm not so sure it was her fault.
You don't know anything about it. You haven't the faintest comprehension of even the kind of a person.
Can't we get back to the story or movie or whatever, for heaven's sake?
Yes, Felix. Now, this Bettina, she's the girl that I grew up with practically back home. We've known each other ever since we were a little kid. Like kids, we just naturally always expected to marry each other. I suppose every man has some such girl in his background that he, well, as Claire puts it in her female way, that he didn't marry. Mine was Bettina.
Yes, I know. I had one, too. Very much the same.
Why, Felix, you've been holding out on me.
Bettina was a marvelous girl, really. But I can honestly say that she had more influence on my life than any other person I've ever met.
Yes, we know. Whatever you are today, you owe to Bettina.
Yeah. No, I don't mean that. But she saw, even as a kid, the possibilities that I had.
Now look at you.
That is just what I'm driving at. That's the whole point.
Why didn't you marry her, Freddie?
Oh, well, I really can't say now. You know how you don't.
Yes. What my darling husband is trying to say, Felix, is that men never marry the ones they should. They marry the ones they shouldn't. Like me.
What I'm probably trying to say is that men, that is young men, never realize the value of what they've got till after they've lost it.
What happened, Freddie?
Well, Bettina was always trying to get me to leave home and go to New York. And I had ambitions of the sort, but they were mostly ideas, something to talk about. Well, her father owned a local paper, a country weekly, and the night I graduated from high school, he gave me a job. And Bettina was furious. I'll never forget that night. I'll hear that voice of hers as long as I live. The courage, the spirit, the love in it. I think it's the only voice I ever did really listen. I think for when my baby smiles at
Fred
me.
Story, if everyone who has your brain should be as blind to responsibilities, this world would be a pretty punk place. Why, even the principal at commencement said you were a very talented young man.
Yeah, now wasn't that nice of him?
He didn't know, of course, that you were going to stay home and pour your talents into the Arcadia Courier.
Well, I'm not.
You are. You
when
yourself
my
accepted the job this very evening, right under my nose.
Well, that doesn't mean anything.
I don't know why not. Certainly doesn't mean that you're going to New York as we planned.
At me. Well, Tina, this is only going to be for a little while. I'm not going to stay here forever. My gosh, I'm out of school and got to get a job, haven't I? And this is certainly as good as any.
As good as any is right. Before I'd accept a job that was as good as any,
Well, only for a few months. I'm going to leave in the fall. That'll be time enough.
I suppose that'll be time enough if you will go then, but... Oh, Fred, I know you so darn well.
Oh, you're a big help, you are.
I'd be a big help if you'd only let me. But no, you push me aside and listen to your mother and my father and everybody else who goes around patting you on the back, promising big things for you in the old hometown. Like Dad.
Look at Horace Greeley. He started on a country weekly. Look at Warren Harding.
Well, don't look, Fred, and you'll be much better off.
Oh, Bettina, you're making a lot out of nothing. I certainly can't see what earthly harm there is in staying home just for the summer. I can go in the fall.
The harm is that once you get settled, you're lost.
I won't be lost. You don't think the Arcadia Courier will satisfy me, do you? What teens you know better?
It's darned easy to be satisfied here in Arcadia. I know that. You get thinking like the other people and doing the things they do and taking your place in local affairs, and then all of a sudden you realize, what, after all, you're happy. Why not? And when that comes, there's no more hope for you.
Yeah, but if we're happy together...
We wouldn't be. You wouldn't like me long if we stayed here. I'd turn into one of those small-town matrons, playing bridge every other afternoon, joining the Tuesday Club and the Shakespeare Club. Fred, is there any person in this whole town who means a darn thing to you? Who contributes anything to you? Gives you anything? Is there, Fred?
Yeah?
Who, for Pete's sake?
You, for Pete's sake.
Oh, stop. I'm serious.
No, I'm serious, too, teens. I've never been more serious than I am at this moment. Never.
Oh, I hope so, Fred.
No, I sometimes forget what a big thrill you can give me. And I mustn't forget that. Somehow, just talking with you makes me feel that I could accomplish all of my wildest dreams.
No, Fred.
You know, I guess that's your secret, Bettina. that you make me not only believe in you, but in myself as well. Why, an hour ago I was glad to have that job, and now I don't feel any more like it than I feel like going to the moon.
I feel like going to the moon.
Oh, yeah, I do, too. If you'd come with me.
I'll go with you anywhere, but I want you to do it first for yourself, not for me. It would mean more. Then I'd join you after you got established, and maybe I'd do something, too.
I will go. Think of it, Teen. Living in New York. Wouldn't it be a circus?
Oh, isn't it thrilling? Think of being able to say, I don't know what I'll be doing a week from now. Even 24 hours from now.
God.
Here at home, we always know just exactly what we're going to do and just exactly what'll be happening. But next fall, you won't. Your next minute will be as uncertain as your next year.
Oh, my next meal, maybe.
I wouldn't care. I'd just as soon wonder where my dinner was coming from for a change. You appreciate the food more.
Well, sure, and there are more surprises. But seriously, though, isn't life interesting, really? It's so full and exciting and stimulating.
Isn't it? I can't understand these people who go around complaining about the emptiness of existence. It's either a pose or else life is too full for them.
That's it. They aren't up to it. They aren't big enough for it. Or maybe they just haven't got imagination enough to see its multicolored hues.
And its thousand possibilities. Think of all the things there are to do in this world. Just think of them, Fred. Why, life isn't half long enough.
Oh, there is something to live for, isn't there? It can't be all just existing. And, Tina, we will live. We won't be like these people around us.
No.
We'll go away to New York in the fall and have our lives together. I don't care what happens, if we're poor or in trouble or anything. It'll at least be interesting, won't it, teens? Phooey to the Arcadia Courier. We can't be bothered, can we? We got something more important to do. Oh, teens, what's the matter? Oh, Tina, tell me, what's the trouble?
Nothing. Don't bother.
Well, why are you crying, teens?
No, Fred. It's just you, I guess. That's all.
She was prophetic.
Very pathetic.
I said prophetic.
You mean her crying like that at that moment?
You're darn right. Unconsciously, deep down, she knew what was going to happen. How it was going to turn out. You can't fool women. Believe me, they know.
We do indeed. We also know that the surest way to lose a man is to efface yourself completely and think only of him and his future.
But Tina doesn't seem to have known that.
I bet she knows it now.
It seems to me that you're being unnecessarily callous and female about the whole thing.
I'm not. I'm being practical.
And female.
Oh, now, why is it, Felix, that husbands always use the word female accusingly? Lord knows they wouldn't like us if we weren't female.
It's sort of tragic, isn't it? How we start out when we're young, so sure, so certain that the world is going to offer us so much. No, I hadn't a doubt, not the faintest doubt that I was going to be the great man in modern literature.
I had a talent for painting when I was a lad.
That's all.
I knew it, Freddie, that I was going to be the second Leonardo. Yes, outstripping the first. Now, I'm a fashionable photographer.
You see? Yeah. And I, who was on my way to eclipse Tolstoy and Shakespeare. Now, I write movies. At 40,000 a throw.
Oh, so would Shakespeare if he were living now. Well, it's the age that molds us, not we the age. And let's be thankful that it does, too. Knocks a lot of silly notions out of our heads. For instance, I wanted to be a dancer. Now, thank heavens, I've got a good job as fashion editor.
I suppose Claire's right. After all, the talent we show in our youth isn't really to be depended on. Youth is always talented. The urge towards self-expression is part of its very nature. Like change of voice or rash of pimples. And like the pimples, it goes away.
Yeah, thank heaven.
And yet, Bettina, back home, thinks I'm still like that. Talented and fine in my talent. She doesn't realize the compromise I've made.
What makes you think so?
Well, the way she writes in her letter. She calls us young, intelligent, talented, charming.
Oh, well, maybe she just likes the sound of it.
I wish I could think so. But she expresses herself so forcefully. She does write well, Felix.
So?
Yeah, when she first considered marrying that lawyer back home, she wrote, "He is a rock which protects me now, but on which I may founder later on."
Mm-hmm. Yes, I remember that. You used it in one of your first books.
Well?
Well?
Tell me about the lawyer.
Well, I don't know much about him, except that they were married about 3 years after I left home.
Well, anyhow, Bettina did chase you to New York.
Mm-hmm. And I owe her something for that.
No, it took her another year to do it. And at the last minute, I almost stayed on, but Bettina talked me out.
You think you're important to that miserable little paper. I'm surprised at you.
Well, I belong here. I mean, I couldn't ask for a job more ideally suited to me, now could I?
Did my father tell you that?
Well, he did say that he wished he'd had an opportunity like I've got when he was my age.
That's because he hasn't imagination enough to see beyond his nose.
Why, I'm local editor of the Arcadia Courier, and I'm only 18.
Only 18. Are you going to be one of those only persons? Only, that word. There's the death knell for all bright promises.
Go on, be literary.
I'm not being literary. I'm being hurt. And it's because I love you. Oh, let's not quarrel like this on that last night, Fred. Do you think I'd care what you did if I didn't love you? You can't just be promising. And if you reach the top or as far as you can go here, then you've got to go on to someplace else where the field is larger, haven't you? This idea of fathers about being a big fish in a little pond is all nonsense. Fish don't grow big in a little pond.
Bettina, you're such a prop.
You mean a crutch, don't you?
Well, I won't even have a crutch anymore now that I'm going. Nobody to talk to share ideas with, to understand.
Good. Then you'll seek out those people who speak our own language. Oh, Fred, you can't have forgotten, can you? All our promises can't have meant as little as that. I love you, Fred, and someday I want you, but not here.
All right, Tina. Of course I'll go. It's just that it's so tough to leave you. I couldn't lose you, Tina. I'll hate it without you. You know, my going away is probably the best thing that could happen to us because, then we'll realize so much more clearly how we need each other.
You mean that, Fred?
Of course I do, Tina.
Last night, while you were down at the office packing things up, I wandered around outdoors in the rain for over an hour, trying to... Oh, I don't know what I was trying to do. Feel glad that you're going, I guess. But right now, I can't feel glad about it. Please don't ever forget me and write me every day.
Sure. And if we do that, then we can't grow entirely apart, even though circumstances may be against us.
I'm so terribly afraid of that old saying, out of sight, out of mind.
Oh, you needn't be.
It's so darned easy when you're young to adapt yourself to new circumstances and people. Of course, I'm thinking of myself now, and I've promised myself I wouldn't do that. Oh, Fred, if we love each other enough, we'll find some way to do away with this awful separation. And if we don't love each other enough, then separation is the best thing for us.
But, Tina...
Whatever happens, Fred, I'll always love you. If only I weren't so darn fatalistic.
No, Tina, you mustn't be so downhearted. Well, you can't mean that. You know I love you, don't you? Well, you know I do, don't you, Tina?
Let's believe in each other as long as we can. We couldn't love so if we didn't have faith in each other. Fred, I honestly and wholeheartedly believe that you're going to be something rather wonderful, even though I'm not sure of my place in the picture.
Why, Bettina...
It's true. I wish I didn't feel that way, but I can't help it.
Why, Bettina, is all I could say. Why, Bettina? As if I'd just been paid an elaborate compliment. In retrospect, I hear the whole speech now, just as I tell it to you, but at that time, I only heard the first half of it. I honestly believe that you're going to be something rather wonderful. God help me, but I probably said flatterer.
You know, if we all knew ourselves as well as you do, Frederick, this would be a very uncomfortable world.
Exactly. That is why I find living so difficult. Because I know myself.
Well, yes, I give you credit for that. But I know you, too, and then that makes for a conflict.
Look here, you two. Family quarrels always go right over my head. On purpose.
Claire, I don't know why you refuse to take it seriously. I was honestly upset by that letter. It made me think. And it made me a little sick, too. sick of our whole way of life.
Oh, well, then perhaps you hadn't better read it.
No, I want to. We should know these things.
You see, Felix.
Yeah, amused again, aren't you?
Oh,
but
darling,
listen to this, then.
Oh, that's it.
It's sad. It's tragic. What a wonderful moment when I saw your name on the screen at the beginning of the movie, Fred. It always brings me face to face with my real self. For a moment, I became an individual again instead of one unimportant unit of the all-important race.
She writes well.
Felix, do you hear that? I read something moving and personal like that, and all Claire says is, she writes well.
Well, I'm really repeating you, Frederick. That's what you said yourself.
Well, listen to the sense of it, can't you?
All right. Go on.
I do wish you and Claire all the happiness possible for any two humans. Someday I hope to meet and know her. But in the meantime, I don't feel she's entirely a stranger. I picture the two of you as leading a very gay and glamorous life. Both young, intelligent, talented, charming. What more could any human being ask for? I know you are as happy in your marriage as I have always hoped you would be. After nearly a baker's dozen years, I still think marriage is a great institution, if you pick the right person. And from all reports you did, at the very least, you find a deeply satisfying companionship. And at the most, well, what you find at the most is too intangible to put into words without sounding a little sticky. It's so much easier to be ribald about marriage than it is to eulogize it.
It's lovely, Frederick. It isn't true, but it's lovely just the same.
It positively hurts.
What hurts?
That young, intelligent, talented stuff.
Oh.
But Bettina couldn't have chosen deadlier language.
Well, what's the matter with it?
Well, just look at me and you'll see. Young, 35. Intelligent, perhaps. Talented, no. Charming, no.
Stop, Frederick. You're worse than one of your lousy movies.
Oh. So you can't face facts, is that it?
Somebody was saying to me only the other day, scratch an author and find an actor. I know now what they meant.
Well, it's the truth. Might as well be realistic about it.
All right, let's be realistic about it. Things didn't turn out the way you planned in your youth. It's all tragic, and you love it. Oh, gives you something to write about.
It does, indeed. And I'm going to write it, too.
I don't doubt it. And you'll probably do a very good job.
Oh, no. Not the kind that you're thinking. This isn't going to be a story. Nothing so false and cheap as that.
You mean you're actually going to forget your public for a change?
I mean I'm going to answer that letter of Bettina's right now.
That's a very good idea. I wish you were always so prompt in answering your letters.
For once, I'm going to write Bettina the truth. A gay and glamorous life, indeed.
You mean you're going to write her that you're a little on the senile side, but still pretty spry?
I'm going to tell her just how wonderful it is being a writer. Not being man enough to write the books I have in me, that Bettina knew I had in me from the start. I'm a success and a failure, and who cares? Only Bettina, who honestly believed I was going to be something rather wonderful.
You'll catch cold standing in that open door.
And furthermore, I'm going to tell her that I'm married to a woman I hate, but can't get along without.
Why, Frederick, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Claire. Aren't you a little hard on him?
Listen, Felix, don't you start. I know my way around this neck of the woods all right. This peculiar, over-brilliant landscape that is laughingly called the artist's world. Now, if I were awestruck by his talent and treated him as if he were a genius, he'd be bored to death. I take him for what he is, a writer. That is, neither fish nor fowl. And we get along splendidly.
I guess you and I don't see eye to eye on splendor, then.
Why, the splendor of egotism is the grandest sight in the world. Nothing is so fascinating as the spectacle of your own brilliance. That's why Frederick goes around talking like Hamlet and acting like Ophelia.
But, Claire, I think he was sincerely affected by Bettina's letter.
Of course he was, genuinely. And then his imagination gets to working on it and recreates the real situation into something entirely different. It's a wonderful armor, that imagination. He never gets hurt.
But the letter, will he really answer it in the way he said he would?
Felix, my husband, isn't too predictable. That's why it's fun living with him. Now, if he writes it tonight, he'll send it. If he waits till tomorrow, he won't. But in any case, you can be perfectly sure the letter will turn up in his next novel, large as life and twice as dramatic.
I wonder about Bettina, though. Aren't you sorry for her, Claire?
No, not really. She doesn't know how lucky she is.
Hmm?
I'm the one, Felix. I'm the one who'll never be able to get him out of my system. Yes, and considering the long winter evenings, heaven help me if I do.
Dinner is served, Mrs. Story.
Oh, good. Call Mr. Storia, will you, Harper? He's in his study. In his brown study.
Yes.
He may take your head off, but call him anyway.
Yes, who's there?
Dinner is served, sir.
All right, Harper. Claire, let's hurry and eat. I want to get back to work as soon as I can because I've got an idea for a whale of a story. The title came to me out of the blue. A Letter from Home.
That's splendid, Frederick. But you mustn't eat too fast, darling.
Why?
Well, I wouldn't want you to choke or anything.
Oh, no. Well, are we going to eat or aren't we?
We are going to eat.
You have been listening to the Columbia Workshop's production of A Letter from Home, an original play for radio by Charles R. Jackson. The part of Fred was played by Carl Swenson, Bettina by Ruth Ford, Claire by Selina Royal, Felix by Burford Hampton, and Harper by Dan Davies. The production was under the direction of Nyla Mack. Next Monday night at the same time, the Columbia Workshop will present another original play for radio entitled Pepito Inherits the Earth by William Merrick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Slungshot.
Why are all the people back there so quiet, Daddy? No one talks or nothing.
They have nothing to say. Things are past words.
Impossible to make time. I have to be back by dark. The road from Barcelona choked with people.
What's those goats in the road?
The roads are black with people. My mother's there somewhere. Couldn't find her or my father when I went back for them. They'd left, neighbor said. Strapped a mattress on the mule and left. She carrying the canary on her head. The old man is blind.
I've never seen so many people all at once, Daddy.
This is where we unload, soldier. Now, good luck. All out, everyone.
You'll have to get down, Pepito. I can't go on without a little rest. We'll stay here a few moments.
I'm tired, too, Daddy. When do we stop for good?
Not until the border, son. Another 3 days if we have to walk.
I wish you hadn't left our bundle yesterday, Daddy. It had my little pistol in it.
I'm afraid, Sonny, we'll have to stop for a while. Here. Lie down and take a little nap. I'll spread the coat over you.
Oh, but you'll be cold. Last night you only had your shirt, and I know you were cold.
Do what I say. Lie down here in the grass, and I'll spread the coat over you.
All right, Daddy.
You have a long way ahead.
Manuel! 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 Oh, where have you been, Manuel Mio? I've been looking all...
I don't know you, woman. I'm not your Manuel.
No. No, you're right. I'm not my Manuel.
This one you've lost, is he your son? Your husband?
I'm insane with fear. Faces, faces, faces. I've stared at a million faces, have not found him, have not seen him. Lost. More than lost. On this road for 2 days looking for him, running up and down, asking everyone.
Please, sit down. Don't let yourself go.
He was a fisherman. I loved him. Don't you see? We were going to be married.
Please, lady. My child sleeps.
A joke, a laugh.
Please.
Oh, it's terrible. All these roads, all these homeless people. What shall we do? What shall we do?
Stop it. Stop your screaming.
Screaming? Screaming? I'm sorry.
Pull yourself together, madam. Please. You will awaken my child.
Oh, thank God I have no child. No one to be hungry. I've had nothing to eat in 3 days.
I have a bit of cheese. I'll share some of it with you. The rest is with the child.
It's so difficult to be nothing. Something lost. Like a chip on a river.
If I could build a fire, we'd have heat at least. We must soon move on.
You look, even in this dark, as if you might have been a good man. Full of peace.
What is it, Daddy? Why are the guns firing?
Get on! Get on! They're only 5 miles away!
Oh, why? Why? If one could quietly cry oneself to death. Goodbye.
Where are you going? Not that way. Come back.
Animal! Animal, I'm looking for you.
Hurry, Pepito. Hurry, Pepito. We must get out of here. Stop a moment. Stop! Can you give us a lift? Give us a lift! Stop! Stop!
I'm getting scared, Daddy. I'm scared. Won't they stop?
Stop! Please stop! Please! Please! Can you tell me, officer, how far it is to the border?
Well, you're on the outskirts of Saroyan now. From here to Figueres and from Figueres to Lepetus. Town on the border is about 30 miles.
Is there any possible way of getting a ride?
Afraid not, soldier. All cars and trucks commandeered by the army. Only way is to walk.
Are they admitting them into France, do you know?
I haven't been there, but I hear that some are getting through. Always the mountain passes if you can stand the cold and snow.
I had my 5-year-old son here with me.
Your wife, she with you?
Gone a week ago. Bombed.
Well, why aren't you in the lines?
Lung shot. Must have died of Teruel.
Why, you're bleeding at the mouth.
Please, please. Not so loud, sir. The sight of it starts the kid crying.
I'd like to do something for you, soldier, but you see how it is. 70,000 of you in Corona alone. I've no authority.
I want nothing for myself. It's not for me, man, but the kid. Today's my last, and he's got to get through. I'd go back if it made any difference.
I'm sorry, honest I am.
Come, little Pepito. We're nearly there.
I'm so tired, Daddy. Will it be long?
No. Not long now, Sonny. Tomorrow, perhaps, or the next day.
Daddy, I'm so hungry.
Oh, there'll be plenty to eat soon. Plenty. Everything good. Boy, you'll eat so much you'll have to roll from the table. That'll be funny, won't it? Seeing little Pepito roll away from the table.
Oh, I would like a little piece of cheese, Daddy.
Ah, Pepito, you're killing me. It'll be funny, all right, seeing you roll away from the table.
I guess I can wait. I guess it'll be real good, won't it, Daddy?
No, you won't have to wait. I'll ask these people ahead if they'll lend us a small piece of cheese. You see? They're stopping. You stay here and I'll go up and ask them. You get a little rest, Pepito, while I'm gone. Here. I'll tell you what. Here's my wristwatch. See if you can tell the time while I'm gone.
Well, that'll be fun telling time, Daddy.
And look, I'll put my hat on you so you'll look like a real soldier. People passing by will say, look at that big soldier. Look at him, would you?
Oh, Daddy, that'll be wonderful. That'll be wonderful. The watch and the hat, too.
Now, don't go away until I come back. Only a moment. Remember, I'll come back here to this very spot. It's such a little thing to ask. He's only a child. He'll never get there alone. He'd be no trouble.
Mother, we've trouble. We're lost. I've lost my little girl. I've lost my little girl.
4 days, and we've had a handful of chickpeas. Everything lost. Everything. Everything, you understand? Every inch strange. No one will help.
Where's your courage, man?
Courage. You talk of courage. Courage when your heart's bled white. You think you can hold back this horror with your hands?
One can go down, yes. The best go down. They always go down. But to meet the end in the feet, shaking in fear, that kills me. That queers me. better be dead than consumed in fear.
We ask nothing from you.
I'm sorry. I meant no reproach. These are unnatural times. I've asked everyone to take my son, and no one will take him.
Why do you come bothering us? There are millions on this same road you might lecture to. Shift for yourself. Leave us alone.
It's only my child. My lungs are bleeding.
Oh, what's not lost isn't worth saving.
You're weak and crazy with fear.
I think we're so afraid. You should see the others. The men and the women staring and laughing and wailing. Go away from us. It's better dead than fear, you say? Better dead than alive. Better that your son be dead.
I have never been out of the province. We're lost. We don't know the language. What'll we say? It's fine for you.
Pepito, wake up, son.
What is it, Daddy? I've been sleeping.
You look like a big man sleeping there with your soldier's hat and watch.
Did you get a little piece of cheese, Daddy?
Oh, you look so brave and fine sleeping there, Pepito. Just like a soldier.
You know, Daddy, I got a hurt in my stomach.
Look, Angel, I want you to do a job for me. You think you're big enough to do it?
Sure, I'm big enough. Don't I dress myself? Don't I?
But I won't be with you when you do it.
I guess I can do anything, can't I? I'm big enough.
You'll be all alone.
Didn't I walk a long time when you couldn't carry me anymore? And I didn't cry, did I?
All right. All right. I'll tell you what to do later. Now, I want to talk to you later. I want to talk to you
I'm
later.
listening to you, Daddy. I'm not sleepy.
You won't understand much of what I'm going to say. Maybe. Maybe somewhere along the fibers of your life, we'll stick a few things. Look now. Try to remember me. I'll never die as long as you live. And everything I want. Remember? Always be brave.
I can hardly hear you, Daddy.
Brave. Come closer to me. Follow these people. Follow the crowd until you come to. Follow the crowd where they're going. And tell them when they ask you. You're going to France. See? France. Where are you going now, Angel? Where are you going?
I'm going to France.
How will you get there?
Follow the crowd and tell them France.
That's a good boy.
But what are you going to do, Daddy? Will you get me then?
I'll always be with you, Sonny. Remember, always, always.
But I want to be with you. Go with you.
I'll be watching you. On the other side of the mountain. At Bertus. Remember, think of the mountain. Follow the road and the people. To Bertus. And you'll see the prettiest mountain. 2 peaks with snow. That's Bertus. That's where you go. Come. That's where you... Come on. Forever. Forever.
I don't want to watch, Daddy. You can have it back.
You see, son, it's like a game. See if you're brave. A soldier.
But I don't want to leave you. I don't want to go.
When you get there, you'll be strong when I see you. And free. Like a man. Free.
But I don't want to go. I want to stay with you. I'm not hungry anymore. I won't say anything about being hungry anymore.
Stop that crying.
I'll walk, Daddy. You won't have to carry me anymore.
Stop it. Stop it, I say. I want you to obey me. Do you hear? Do you hear me?
Yes. I'm not crying anymore, Daddy.
Now listen. You go on. And on. This fight is not for nothing. It's for you. You come on. You always come on while the others go down. And you are the meaning and the hope. Oh, God. If you could only understand.
I'm afraid, Daddy.
You mustn't. You can't be. Come here, Pepito.
I'll do anything, Daddy, to stay. Anything.
Kiss me. for my life. And remember, I'll never die so long as you live. Now go. Catch up with those people ahead. And don't look back. You hear? Don't look back.
No, Daddy.
Do as I say. Go quickly. To France. Go! You hear me? Go!
No, Daddy, no.
Sergeant Lingua. Yes, sir. This border is closed from now on. Post another squad on the other side of the road to hold these people in check. Sergeant Bernal. Yes, sir. Take 10 men. Search the last group who've come through for arms. Yes, sir. Lieutenant DJ. Yes, sir. Inform the refugees that the border has been closed, and no more will be admitted until further orders from barracks. Very good, sir. Did you pardon me, sir? Colonel Bourdon wishes to speak to you. And he's coming now, sir. Colonel Bourdon. Attention!
You have things in hand, Captain.
5,000 have come through today, Colonel. And there must be another 100,000 on the road between here and Gerona. The countryside is choked with them. We have had great difficulty handling them. Many seem to have gone mad. There's not enough food.
I have informed Paris that we need more troops. Our regiment has just left Perpignan. Should be here in an hour. It's a lucky breakthrough that this valley town of Le Pertus has only one street. Never seen such a spectacle. Never. Thousands? Why, there must be millions.
A tragedy, sir, if you will permit my saying it, that when divided into individual cases, multiplies beyond the grasp of the mind the total effect. Take the child there, the one swimming in the soldier hat. He's alone.
Why, the little scoundrel is nothing more than an infant. Let us go over there a moment.
Stand back there, stand back.
What is your name, my child?
Pepito,
Well, whom are you with?
I'm alone. I was with my father, but now I'm alone.
And have you been here long?
Yes, long.
Well, whom did you walk with? Whom did you come with?
I came with these people here.
He's been following us for the last 2 days, sir.
Every time we stopped, he stopped.
And when we started, he started too.
He followed behind us all the time. He did everything we did.
Everyone laughed along the way because he looked so funny in his big soldier hat.
And the wristwatch that is bigger than his fist.
Yeah, we tried to talk to him, sir, but all he said was that he was going to France.
Do any of you people know this little man?
Oh, no.
All right. Have you no father or mother?
I'm alone.
Where do you want to go?
I want to go to France.
Do you have any reason for wanting to go to France?
I just want to go to France. That's all.
Call your men to attention, Captain.
Sound the bugle, Sergeant.
Turn! Shoulder arms, Captain.
Shoulder! Arms!
Present arms, Captain.
Where's that? Arms!
Pass through into France, little soldier. We are delighted.
You have been listening to the Columbia Workshop's presentation of Pepito Inherits the Earth by William Merrick. Tonight's production was directed by Earl Miguel. Next week, the Columbia Workshop will present Kit Carson by Elaine Ryan, an original radio drama of the pioneer days in the Far West. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Workshop presents Rendezvous with Kit Carson, Elaine Ryan. Around the campfires of the Old West, the stories most often on men's lips concern Kit Carson. How he could kill a buffalo from the back of a galloping horse at 300 yards. How Kit Carson wrestled with a grizzly bear. How Kit Carson killed a mountain lion with his hunting knife. Tales of the beaver he trapped, the trails he broke, and the men he befriended. But this tale begins in the later days of Kit Carson, when his years were on the wane, and he was ill and bedridden. Old Wild Loon is crying like he used to on the trail. It's raining to beat heck, too. It's going to be wet summer.
Talking to yourself, kid?
I reckon it's about all I got left to talk to, Doc.
Yeah, just a minute while I stir up the fire. That's a miserable night.
Yeah, it's been a miserable day. Hey, how much longer you reckon I got to lay here?
Now, don't start that again, kid. Here. Let me fix your clothes. There. Comfortable now? I have your dinner.
Well, what you brung me tonight?
It's a nice hot gruel, kid.
You didn't. Not again.
Now, kid.
Didn't I tell you that I wouldn't eat no more of that belly wash?
Come on now. No use bucking.
Doc, I warned you. No, I said no.
Oh. This makes the third time I've had to mop up today.
Well, you promised me real fixings.
Even if we could get you a buffalo steak, you couldn't eat it.
Well, you try me. You just get me a buffalo rump, and I'll show you. Anyway, this is a lot of dang nonsense. Well, I could get up right now. I'm a-going to.
Kid, stop that. Lie down now.
I'm going to. Holy cow.
There. You see?
Ain't that awful how your bones give out? Say, Doc, I'm not really bad off.
Well, you must take it easy.
Now, who could that be?
You lie quiet now. What is it, sir?
Where Kit Carson hangs out?
Jim Bridges. Why, you ornery, flea-bitten son of a gunshot coyote.
Still the same old loudmouth, gray-backed Apache he always was.
Doc, this is Jim Bridges.
Oh, how do you do?
He's the best scout whatever took a wagon train through engineers.
I reckon that was you, Kit.
First year I come out west, he learnt me everything I know.
Yeah, in second year, he was learning me.
Still the same old liar. Say, you sure look comical in your store clothes, Jim.
Well, Mrs. Bridgers was sot on him. I brung you a little present.
Why, you old... Jim. Buffalo. Doc, looky here. Buffalo. Yippee.
Now, see here, Kip.
I feel better already. Hey, get this steak on the fire, Doc. Now, don't argue. Jim, he's been feeding me on gruel.
No.
Sure as shooting. Gruel.
Why, it's enough to kill you.
You hear that, Doc?
All right. I know when I'm licked. Keep those covers on him, Mr. Bridges. I'll see about the steak.
And a cup of hot coffee. Good and strong.
Watch him now.
Watch you. You bet I will. You're a sight for sore eyes, Kit. And mine been real sore lately.
Well, Jim, it kind of looks like we're falling apart.
Folks up the mountain says you was ailing, Kit. You ain't really bad sick, are you?
Nah. Yeah, Jim, that doc's itching old granny. He puts me to bed for a pain in my craw.
Well, I sure am relieved. Pokey-nosed doc along the trail tells me I got to do something quick about my eyes.
I'm warning you, Jim. Don't let no doc get hold of you the way they done me.
Well, I figured to pick up some stored glasses.
Why, you could spot a black foot in the dark. What's the matter with your eyes?
Reckon I got to reading too much.
Reading?
Well, I can read easy now. Been at her some time.
Oh, you was always a whopping as big as liar.
Honest, kid. Traded a span of mules up to the Oregon for a volume of Shakespeare.
What's that? Liquor?
It's a book. Poetry.
And you can read her?
I hired a young fellow to learn me for $40 a month.
Now, listen, Jim, you don't expect me to believe you.
Well, I can't prove it. I ain't got the book with me, kid. But I can say some of it off pretty good.
You can? Well, far away.
Let me see. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow moves on with petty pace from day to day, and all our yesterdays but light the way of fools to dusty death. Out, brief candle, life's but a moving shadow. A moving shadow. Heck, Kit, that's all I know.
Life's just a moving shadow. Pretty good.
Hey, we'd have laughed, Jim, if in the old days we'd have thought we'd be sitting around like this, all crockety and old and ailing. Yeah, it's been like a dream to us, like them days is now.
Well, Kip, here's something you won't throw on the floor.
Say, now, that's a smell we're smelling.
Yes, sir. Guess anyone's lucky to get buffalo steak these days.
This'll put life into me. Say, now, if you boys had just moved me off on this bed onto them buffalo robes on the floor there, I'd feel natural once again.
Why, sure, kid. Always feel mighty uncomfortable in a bed myself.
Well, all right, if it's going to be a party. Come on, Bridges. Get over on the other side there.
Sure, Doc.
Hang on, Kip.
Yep.
Easy now.
Oh,
easy.
There you are.
Sorry, Jim, for bellowing like a winged calf.
There we are.
That's something like it.
Here's your plate, Kip.
Here, squat down, Jim.
And here's yours, Mr. Bridges.
Sure is a fine steak. Real grub. Jim, doesn't it remind you of Rendezvous?
What is this Rendezvous?
Doc, you mean to say you never heard of it?
I'm afraid not. Where was it?
Well, it's a place where us trappers used to meet up at every summer to sell our skins.
Yeah, like the old Green River.
Yeah, that got to be the real Rendezvous. The traders could get in easy to buy there, and the Injuns to trade their buffalo hides for guns and sugar.
Fine, friendly, raring-to-go sort of place, weren't it, kid?
Yeah, before the skunks got in and caused the beaver slump.
Yeah, you see, Doc, the
Shut
skunks
up,
came
Jim. Quit your lying. Doc, I was talking about human skunks. Greenhorns from the settlements. Yes, sir. They set us right on the rocks because they had to be stylish.
Stylish?
Dressed up, fashionable. Like Jim here in his store clothes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kip. You'll have to be a little plainer.
Well, I'll tell you the whole story. I guess I ate too fast. Anyway, back when Jim and me was up and coming, we trekked into Rendezvous at Green River with a friend of ours named Bent. We was feeling mighty high with all our trapping finished and nothing to do but to sit around lazy-like and wait to sell our pelts. Used to get our gullets full of bison and lay there listening to the lap of the river and the wind and the singing afar off up to other camp. Remember, Jim?
I remember.
Golly, if Doc here was only Bent, and at their fire, a campfire, cracking up high, I could almost think that we was back again. I could almost hear the river and the wind and the singing along the old trail.
Hey, kid. What's that the boys are singing up the river?
That's Colorado Trail, sure enough.
Eyes like the morning star, cheeks like a rose. My gal's a pretty gal, gosh almighty knows. Weep all ye little rains, wail, winds, wail. All along the Colorado Beaver's tails is in the pot, Beaver's price has rose. We'll be rich as crazes yet, gosh almighty knows.
Reckon we will be, Ben?
What, kid?
Rich as crazy.
If Beaver keeps on going the way she has been going. No, she'll keep on all right.
Anybody couldn't ask a better life than trapping with a beaver plumb falling into traps.
Yeah, setting out like this, gazing up at the stars.
You reckon there's folks on them stars, Jim?
Wouldn't put it past them.
It's the only life, this. I reckon I'd like about 100 years of it. Listen to that wild loon's crying. Makes my skin creep.
Mournful like, ain't it? Like somebody somewhere dying.
You hear that? There's wagons coming down the trail.
More beaver pelts are coming in, I guess. Wonder how much she'll fetch this year.
You reckon we'll have word in a few days?
Should. Hack train's due from St. Louis, according to Antoine. Rumors around the Blues will fetch $5 each. $5?
Oh, 4 maybe. 4 would be a darn good price.
Yeah, more like 4. I heard 5. Jim. Sounds as if them wagons was crossing over.
Hello there. Who's in Catford?
Sir William. Hi there! It's me, Ben.
Hey,
Sure is. Bring your wagons and come on over.
Directly, my dear fellow, directly.
Well, just what is that, Sir William Stewart? Plenty of fear to be out after dark with that voice?
I heard him today, talking clear down at the post.
Never knew the human voice could sound so silly.
If you think he sounds funny, Jim, wait till you clap your eyes on them check pants.
The Britishers always get themselves up scandalous, but they're real good shots.
This one pulled in with the darnest wagon train you ever seen. A whole outfit of silver and iron forts. Then he just can't be a good shot.
Now, boys, Sir William's all right.
You never make me believe it. You know, if he comes in here with them pants, I'll have to take to the woods or bust right out laughing in his face.
Now, listen to me. Rocky Mountain Fur Company needs backing. Why, we couldn't take him in, not with that, boys. Want the American company to get him? Now, here he is, boys. And remember, there's different ways of doing things outside. Be decent.
Whoa there, whoa. Big old chap. If this isn't fortunate, fancy my finding you.
Gosh, shut up, shut up. Come right into camp, Sir William, and sit.
Well, this is delightful. Ah, jolly good fun.
I want you to meet the boys. This is Jim Bridges, sir. Don't look like much, but he's a darn good guy.
Delighted. My dear chap, you're choking. Here.
Guess I swallowed my jaw. And this here's Kit Carson, best beaver trapper in the West.
Indeed, sir. I've heard your praises sung at the first.
He sure brings in the blues.
Blues?
Skins, beaver skins, pelts.
Oh, quite. About how many of these plues did you get this season?
A mite over 600.
Really? That's quite extraordinary, you know.
Yep. Been cleaning up, Sir William. I want you to really consider the Rocky Mountain Fur Company. You couldn't do better than come in with us now.
Think so, Bent?
I know so.
Oh.
Every year there's been more and more demand for beaver. Every year prices are shot up. Antoine's waiting right now for this summer's price. It'll be at least $4 or I'll eat my hat.
I don't know, Ben. I don't know. It's always wise to look out for a slump.
There can't be no slump as long as folks wear hats.
Beaver hats? No.
What else?
Beaver hats have been the mode, yes.
Mode?
Yes, a style, trend. What becomes fashionable.
Fashionable?
What everyone takes to wearing, sir.
Oh, what else can folks wear but hats?
Yes. I've just returned from abroad. And, my dear sirs, in the capitals of Europe, as in London and in your own New York, the trend of fashion is toward silk hats. High silk hats.
Silk hats? Yeah, what in tarnation are silk hats? Well, they ain't taking the bonnets like the gals make out of silk.
Kindly hand me down that box off the top of the wagon there.
This here one?
That's it.
That's sure a fancy pasteboard box.
Well, darn her, she ain't a round box. Well, what next?
This, gentlemen, is the high silk hat.
Say, they ain't wearing things like that.
Yes, not on the head.
Well, they couldn't. They just couldn't.
Try it on, Mr. Carson.
What, me?
No. It won't bite you, you know.
I'll give it a try. Here goes.
I'm afraid it isn't quite your style.
Kid, if you could see yourself, you look like a woodchuck with a muzzle. Scare the engines blue.
Well, here, let me see it on you.
Get away from me.
Come on, I'll cram it down your throat.
Look like a squaw.
Oh, no, so William. Them dudes do some mighty queer things, but they never take to them. Yeah, you almost had a scare for a minute.
Hey, listen. Somebody's sure to hurry.
He's coming this way, too. It's Antoine.
News must have come.
Antoine, this way.
Hey, this way, Antoine.
Hey, Antoine.
What's the word? What's the news?
Yeah, what word, Antoine?
Antoine, come on.
Bonsoir, monsieur. Bonsoir.
Antoine, tell us. What news?
There's a nice fire. Phew. The wind, she's up tonight.
Antoine, what's the price of beaver?
Yeah, how much, Antoine?
Well, the price, I'm afraid she be one shot.
You mean there's bad news? 8 beaver fetching 5 a blue?
No.
Well, it's 4 then?
That's right, ain't it? 4.
Man, no.
You don't mean she's back to 3?
No. Monsieur, you must not be mad with Antoine. I do not make the price.
Then it ain't what Sir William's been telling us. Them hats. No. Out with the mule before I rip you.
Come on, monsieur. Attendez. $6 a pew, monsieur. $6 a pew.
William, there's your old silk hat for you. Beaver skyrocket and I will be rich. We'll be rich.
Beaver sails is in the pond. Beaver's prices roll. We'll be rich and free this year. That's the mighty
Yeah, Doc. The camp sure busted wide open. Everybody was riding back and forth and drinking everybody else's grog and guns firing off and old Ned popping generally. Them were the days, Jim.
Them were the days.
I had a laugh at Sir William's face. Almost bowled out his eyes when he heard the price.
Did he go in with you boys?
Nope, he just went along hunting and fishing. I didn't see him again for 3-4 years. And that was at Rendezvous again. I drove up all the trapping for Bent and the boys. Drapped them mules. I hided them and I sung to them.
Well, I reckon they'd just as soon take the hiding as the way you were singing when I run into you there.
Get along, ye dratted mules, beavers' prices rose. We'll be rich as Croesus yet, gosh almighty knows.
Jim, you old coyote, where'd you come from?
Up Yellowstone. Where's Ben?
He's back to the fort. There's trouble with the engine setup. I brung all the clues. I drove them pesky mules myself.
Beaver still running good down that country?
About everyone stuck to trapping but the beavers themselves.
Same way up north.
What's the prices?
Ain't found out yet.
I'm driving the beast down to Antoine's. Right along.
Up to Hudson Bay, say price is dropping.
I reckon we'll only get about $4 a clue.
Reckon.
Oh, well, it's something anyways to be back at Green River.
Hey, strike you, Kit. Rendezvous changing.
Well, a lot of new faces, all right.
Hi there, Jim Bridges.
Who's that long-tailed, sick-looking buzzard?
It's a professor. Howdy, Professor.
Professor?
Aiming to start a line of the engines. How to read, he tells me.
Oh, ain't they having enough trouble with engines?
Hello over there. Carson, Bridges, my dear chap.
Sir William, you old fish-toting dude. Show him glad to see you.
Right along, Sir William. We're heading for the post.
Thank you, I will.
Say, why ain't you wearing your silk hat? You didn't get very far with them things, did you? Darn my hide if ain't two of them right across the road. Hey, stovepipes. Why you dudes think you're going?
Kit, government officials in here with Judge Crawford.
A judge at Rendezvous?
Yes, he's out from Washington on a surveying project.
That darn government will ruin his country yet. Well, there. Look there, will you, at that crowd around Antoine's.
Price on beaver must have come through from St. Louis.
Probably Crawford's making another speech.
Come on, let's tie up each of them mules and find out what to run.
Gentlemen, if I may have your attention.
Jim, he's wearing one of them silk hats.
Gentlemen, the United States government needs you in the survey of this territory. You and you alone are familiar with this territory. Familiar with its snowy, ice-clad peaks. Familiar with its densely wooded wilderness. Familiar with its birds and with its beasts.
Did you ever get familiar with the grizzly?
You may laugh, my friend. You may seek to minimize your efforts. But in the East, their importance is fully realized. We doff our hats to your courage. I doff my hat.
And what a hat!
In opening up the survey, we need guides and scouts for the expedition under Lieutenant Fremont. I ask you in the name of the United States to offer yourselves in these capacities. Come, who'll be the first? Kit Carson, your man.
Hold up. Quit your
Kit Carson, will you come forward and be an example to your fellow countrymen?
Judge, if I rightly understand, this here survey's aimed to map the country for a lot of greenhorns to come traipsing in. Well, I'm again that. What's more, I'm too busy trapping beaver to go trail breaking for a lot of soldiers.
Let me tell you, gentlemen, that the beaver is merely an incident in the progress of a nation's growth.
Maybe, but it's keeping us in fiddles and powder. Say, speaking of beaver, boys, it's a price on blues come in from St. Louis.
There are your words.
Where's Antoine?
Load out Speech Express. Gentlemen, if I may be allowed to continue. Civilization will bring you...
Hold up, Judge. Here, let him through.
Monsieur!
What's the price?
Oh, the world has just arrived.
Well, we got a heap of trapping here. How much, Antoine?
Oh, monsieur, she's terrible.
Prices is down?
How much, Antoine?
Monsieur, I have the authority of my company to pay for the beaver only $1 a proof. $1?
Listen, you crazy little kid.
Well, wait a minute, boys. Say that again, Antoine.
Mon Dieu, it is no joke. I tell you, the price is $1.
Come on, now. Beaver won't pay for trapping.
But she won't pay for selling, monsieur.
Well, Judge, you've been talking about what the East can do for us.
The beaver's been getting scarcer every year. How can the prices go down?
Well, my dear sir, this is a matter of commerce.
You mean to say that we gotta let them lazy greenhorns in St. Louis sit there and fix the prices that starve us to death? No. We've had enough of all of you that sits back east and grabs our profit. Now listen, men, listen. They figure, that we'll come crawling to them with our packs. Us who bit the engines and sweated to find a beaver and froze ourselves in a river getting them in. Are you going to stand there and kowtow to a lot of grayback dudes?
Gentlemen, as a representative of the government...
The government don't give a cotton.
I assure you, in the East, we have your interests at heart.
You have you? Well, then what are you doing wearing that hat? Hat? Decent beaver ain't good enough for you, huh? You gotta wear a silk hat. Boys, that's what's to blame for the beaver slump. That darn stovepipe there atop his punkin' head.
Sir?
Yes, sir. Boys, it took a dude, and an English dude at that, to warn me that them hats on the greenhorn would ruin us. I laughed at him then. But, I ain't laughing now. It's time that we got on to ourselves, and it's time that we done something about it.
My dear sir, there isn't a thing in the world you can do to stop silk hats from being worn.
You're wrong, and I'll show you just how dead wrong you are. I'm going to stop you from wearing that high silk hat right now.
Huh? Wait, Carson, have you gone mad? The man's raving. Let me out of here. Let me out, I say.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't crawl out of here before I tell you what I aim for you to tell them settlement dudes. If they bring one of them ornery hats into this territory, our guns will be cocked and waiting for them. And we won't even only just sit and wait, neither. We'll scout the trails for them. We'll hunt the rivers for them. We'll trek all the way east into that there New York and to Washington and clear the whole blooming land of the pesky critters. Say, we'll make it so tough for them that folks will be glad to crawl back into good old Beaver to save our hides. Boys, listen, from now on, silk hats is plug hats. Plug them. All you see from now on up to Judgment Day.
Beaver hats is gone to pot. I took hat to show. If I get to Judgment Day, Christ Almighty knows. We only it'll ring, we'll win, win. On the Colorado train. On the Colorado train.
What young fools we was, Jim.
Yeah, I reckon we were.
Much chance of plugging all the silk hats in the country as getting the Colorado to flow backwards. If they'd have told me at that time that in 2 years I'd be guiding Fremont clear through the Rockies for the government, well, there I was, and liking it. We never know nothing final, do we?
Well, at that, you plug more of them hats than you did engines.
Yeah, guess I did. Feel kind of shamed when I think about it.
I reckon, though, them silk hats really is what made you famous and a general in the army. Instead of you staying an old moss-back trapper.
Well, the East certainly made a hero of you at the time of the Indian Wars.
That fame stuff don't mean nothing, Doc.
Right.
All the time them crowds was cheering me through the East, I was just aching to get back to one more trap on Green River.
And you'll get back there yet.
Maybe so, Jim. Maybe so. Maybe the happy hunting grounds will turn out to be Rendezvous. That'd be just about it, with Bent and the boys all waiting. You reckon that they'd blaze a trail for me, Jim?
Might even send out a scout, Kit.
What was that? About a moving shadow. I can see your shadow on the wall, Jim. That fire makes her hop about. Tired. That steak was fine. No more silk hats on Green River. Only just beaver. Rising.
Hear that cry? The wild loon's winging over.
Plaintive, isn't it?
Mournful like, but peaceful. Like somebody somewhere's dying. There she goes, Kit. Kit? Doc, look at him. Has he gone to sleep?
We fall in
have been listening to the Columbia Workshop production of A Rendezvous with Kit Carson, an original play for radio by Elaine Ryan. Kit Carson was played by Dean Jagger, and Jim Bridges was played by Ray Collins. Others in the cast include Ken Daigneault, Wilfred Lytell, Dennis Hoey, Marcel Journet, Neil O'Malley, and Bradley Barker. The music was arranged and conducted by Leith Stevens, and the entire production was under the direction of Bruce DeMorgan. Next week at the same time, the Columbia Workshop will present by special request Norman Corwin's original radio play in verse. They fly through the air with the greatest of ease. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Workshop presents, by popular request, They Fly Through the Air with the Greatest of Ease, first heard as one of Columbia's Words Without Music broadcasts. The author dedicates this poem to all aviators who have bombed defenseless civilian population and machine-gunned helpless refugees.
Assume it is morning. You know what mornings are. You have seen thousands of them. They rise out of the east, huge as the universe, and stand in the sky till noon. Oh, you've seen all kinds of them. Their coming and their going is cosmic business, yet casual and common and taken all for granted, having to do with milk trains and cock crows and street lamps going out and alarm clocks. All right, so it is morning. It is morning on a level field, still wet with dew. A field once used for haying, flown over at one time by birds going north, or birds going south to build homes. A meadow mowed upon by men, buzzed in by bees, and lingered on by lovers in the moonlight. Here, where last year stood the windrows of the hay, is now an aviary of such birds as God had never dreamed of when he made the skies. Look close, and you will see one now. They are wheeling it out of the hangar, carefully. Oh, do be careful, gentlemen. It is so dumbly delicate. Its fabrics and its metals, its gears, its cylinders, its dials, the million dervishes ready to whirl in its motors, the guns fore and aft, the sights, the fins, the fuselage, the bomb racks, and the bombs. Do not jar them. Be gentle, gentlemen. This bomber is an instrument of much precision, a mathematic miracle, as cold and clean and noble as a theorem. See here, have you no eye for beauty? Mark how its nose, bechromed and tilting toward the heavens, reflects the morning sun and sniffs the loosened air. These voices? We were expecting them, for they it is who guide this big blind bat and who will take her soaring soon. They are flyers. They are officers. They are gentlemen. And they are yours to listen to.
Well, you couldn't ask for a better day. Not a ripple in the air. Ah, with this bright sun, there'll be no trouble picking up objectives.
Armorac's loaded, sir.
Have you turned up the engines?
Yes, sir. They're all warmed up. Both engines show 2100 RPM at full gun.
Did you tighten up that loose fare lead I reported yesterday?
Yes, sir. Everything's secured.
Top off the gas tanks, check the oil?
Yes, sir. You have capacity load.
Uh-huh. Check your bomb load. Our release is working okay?
Like a clock.
Well, gentlemen, let's get aboard.
All right. There we are.
Wind them up.
Switch off. Gas on.
Switch off, gas on. Contact. Pull the shot. I'll set back there. Okay, here.
So you are off the ground and in your element, oh fighting men. And are you comfortable now? You do not mind this rolling on the billows of the air? Are you as snug within your cockpit as your bomb load in the rack? Look below, boys. Behold the moving carpet rolled out over the edges of the world, the earth, your home. The earth in which you were 1,000,000 eons coming, your home for all the balance of eternity. This is a temporary thing, your being off the earth. You will come down, of course. Whatever leaves the earth is only lonely air, including birds and vapors and 10-ton machines. You're home again. The earth is venerable stuff, believe me, sirs. It's seen 10 million seasons crossing overhead, and all those mornings that we spoke about, and mists and clouds and lightnings, and galaxies slow wheeling in the boundless skies, and meteors, auroras, rainbows, nimbuses. All these the earth has seen, but never, until now, a bombing plane. How looks the morning to you, gentlemen? You there, gunner in the turning tip-up seat. Were you admiring the sunlight on that river to the north? And you, with earphones on, what thoughts think you between them? Of life, of death, of poker hands, of breasts, of thighs, of furbelows, spaghetti, of your leader, of the enemy? Oh, yes, the enemy. Why, one would think that on so fair a day as this, hostility should scatter like breath upon the air. Surely this sweet and fertile land can bear no hate. Yet you must have an enemy below, else why a belly full of bombs and gun belts stuffed with cartridges? Of course, the enemy. We wonder what your foeman's doing now where you will strike him down. What monstrous machinations, what menacings, what vicious villainies appoint you to their punishment and rouse the indignation of your bombs. Excuse us. We'll go on ahead to see. Allow us to precede you. We flash ahead as fast as thought anticipates the deed. And here we are, the city, blinking in the sun, with sleep still skulking in the shadows of its streets. This is the encampment of the enemy. These hostile roofs and threatening chimneys, these trees like bayonets upraised along the avenues, these churches sticking steeple swords into the sky. This is the enemy. What do they plot so early in the morning? Let us investigate downtown in that apartment building near the park. Pick you at random, shall we say, the base of war in tenement 3B? We take you through the wall while still it stands upright. See how the enemy is girt for war.
Well, just the same, you had no business telling him he could take the car.
Oh, he's old enough to be treated like an adult. For heaven's sake, think of the time when you were young.
That's right, Dad. Jack's old enough to...
Nobody asked your opinion, Ellie. Pass the toast, please.
I don't know what's wrong with this toaster. The toast isn't burnt enough after all this time.
Well, have some coffee anyway. There's some left in the percolator.
Isn't the fact that he's driving the car, it's the principle of the thing.
What principle of what thing?
Well, that Jack should ask you for the car instead of coming to me. What's the matter? Is he...
There is dissension in the foeman's ranks. This house that is divided cannot stand, and fall it will, with beams and timbers heaped upon the breakfast table, plaster in the coffee. Leave off this argument, conspirators, for Jack will sell the car to bury you. And let us quit these quarrelers and go to tenement 5A. Are these your drums and trumpets, enemy? Is this your war song coming from a baby grand? Is this your reveille, your charge, your anthem? What kind of soldier trains by practicing sonatas in the morning? Play on. The movement ends before it's meant to end. A great fortissimo will twist your hands inextricably in the strings. And here, cross-fading in, is tenement 8F.
I give up. You take her now.
I should think after crying all night she'd get tired and fall off to sleep.
Her teeth are bothering a poor lamb.
Well, I bet if I rub paregoric on her gum, she'd go to sleep.
No, dear, I tried that. Didn't work. Just walk her up and down. She'll fall off.
All right.
Be patient. The little enemy will enter soon her longest sleep, and you will enter with her. A matter but of minutes, for even now the Sandman hums his level tune within the city's limits. We are caught up with. The crew is taut and eager, silent and intent, like pointers in a hunt.
All right, this is bombing altitude. You can set your bomb sights. Okay, sir. I'm going to use that church steeple as a marker. Will you steer close to us and pass over it? Okay. All set with that bomb sight? Got the steeple traveling right down the groove. That's fine. You can count on the same wind when we reach the downtown area. Okay. Put your sights on that apartment building near the park. That's the first objective. A little more to the left. How's it now? We're right on, sir. Hold that heading. First demolition bomb's on. Nice work, fella. Right on the nose. Interesting pattern, the way that wreckage is flying outward.
But see how deep that crater is. Must have been soft earth under the house.
All right, Carlo. Put your sights on that red warehouse. We bomb the marketplace now.
You steer about 10 degrees to the right.
How is she now?
Just a touch more to the right.
Okay, we're on. Let's go 4 incendiaries this time.
Salvo release.
Beautiful. You're sure hot today, kid.
Thanks.
Plane number 6, calling headquarters, 9th Bombardment Group. We have bombed both objectives successfully. Proceeding with attack. No enemy planes in sight. Acknowledge, please.
Headquarters to plane number 6. Your message, number 1, acknowledged.
It is acknowledged that the baby sleeps. It is acknowledged that the toast is burnt. It is acknowledged that the piano's out of tune. Oh, winged victory. The Spartans would have coveted the courage of your combat. Just think, 10,000 savage rooftops, tarred and tiled against a single plane. There is a ratio to valor. Heroes are made by odds. The lad who slew the giant with a slingshot, he was one. Horatio outnumbered at the bridge. And you, 3 men and half a dozen bombs against the regiments of tenements arrayed between the banners of their wet wash. The bed sheets and the shirts and pillow slips snapping defiance in the fresh-sprung breeze. Not even these bold oriflammes can daunt your purpose and your cause. Your message number 1 has been acknowledged, gentlemen. Your heroism noted and approved and filed away. Next week to be submitted to the Ministry of War with other matters of routine. The state is pleased. Proceed with the attack, O bomber number 6. What new sense do you pick up in the traces of the air?
Say, there are an awful lot of people on that road, aren't there?
Yeah, looks like some more refugees.
Sure got him on the run this morning. Okay, set your sight. Pick the center of the mob. All right. Just keep her over the road. Hold that heading. Stand by. There she goes. Gee, that's fascinating. What a spread. Looks just like a budding rose unfolding.
Must have been 200-300 in that crowd.
Okay, man the guns. No point letting any of the rest get away. That's that. Yep. Let's call it a day, huh? Getting on toward lunchtime anyway.
Yeah, I'm getting kind of hungry.
Chicken tetrazzini today.
Yeah, come to think of it, that was a pretty thorough job of strafing. You know, that work always reminds me of mowing wheat. As though some invisible mower were cutting across the field.
Nice symmetrical pattern, isn't it?
It is. It is. A symmetry of unborn generations of cancelled seed. The dead below, spread fan-like in their blood, will bear no more. The pattern is symmetrical indeed, of ciphers, links, repeating down infinity. How can we justly celebrate the odysseys of demigods who finger destinies upon their trigger tips? With wreaths of laurel? Laurel withers fast. By sculpturing in bronze? Too cold, too passive. Also, in emergencies, it may be melted to make other things. Rechristen with your names a public square? That's vulgar. Furthermore, no single square is big enough. A poem, perhaps? Aha, that's it, a poem. A verse or two that will contract no rust. A bomb-proof ode whose strophes will stand stout against all flood and famine, epidemic war and pox and plague and general decay. Yes, poetry's the thing. It has served soldiers far beyond their shields. Where would Achilles be without a Homer? Hector? Agamemnon? Why, no more numbered in the lists of immortality than those immobile refugees whose bodies stiffen as we speak. We're right. We're right. An ode's the only vessel fit to bear so much of honor. But we must get away to think. The music of the motors is monotonous. Our meter will be influenced. So you continue home now, bombing plane. Give us a while to mince a metaphor. We'll overtake you later. Yes, this is better. It is silent here. The cogwheels of the brain turn quietly. Let's think this out. Let's see now, where shall we begin? It's harder than it seems to conjure up conceits. What words can compass glories such as we have seen today? Our language beats against its limitations. Some things defy description. This you know. Do you contend it? Well, has beauty ever been described by beautiful? Can phrases tailored to a patch of earth be stretched to fit the sky? Our rhythms jangle at the very start. Our similes concede defeat. For there is nothing that can be compared to that which lies beyond compare. You see, we are reduced already to tautologies. Its awe does that. The wonder of it all has set us stammering. Compare these men to whom? Olympians? No, that won't do. These Jupiters could blast the peak right off Olympus. To Icarus? Worse yet, these gentlemen know how to navigate. That settles it. We cannot undertake this ode. Let's drop this random dreaming and return to things we're sure about, to the familiarity of bomber number 6. Ah, here it is, as we expected we should find it, unswerving in its homeward course, its fuselage impeccable, its tail raised proud. The sun is higher now. It spills its benison upon the curving earth and down the edges of the hemispheres. But here the morning is mature. It smiles a slow, seraphic smile and spangles the propellers with its gold. Far to the south, some clouds are having traffic with a current of warm air. There is a tendency toward noon. Bear home, O conquerors. Fly by your spellbound compass to the midday meal. It's in the ovens now. A toast awaits you, pledged with rich red wine, to him who leads you. Then comes the soup, and then the meat, and after that the fruits and cheeses. Tonight there will be music in the quarters, books to read, perhaps a letter to the folks. All prospers well upon the farm, you'll want to know? No trouble with the bugs raiding the vines again this year? Our father's cows giving more butter to the hungry face? Has Mary seen her husband since he volunteered? And then to sleep, between clean sheets, the deep, untroubled sleep of tranquil consciences, the mind released, the eye unfocused, and the... What bothers you, oh gunner in the turning tip-up seat? Why do you peer behind? What is it you're about to say?
There's a fighting plane on the right side. Distance is about 1 mile. Heading this way.
Where?
We're right over there. Just over the wingtip now.
Maybe we're getting an escort.
We're not getting any escort. That's an enemy plane. Man the guns. We'll run for it.
No. There must be some mistake here. It is the victor who pursues. The vanquished breaks for safety. One moment, let us get this straight. Is this a sparrow rushing down upon a frightened hawk? Or is this some maneuver leading up to ambush? And yet the pilot said to run for it. Can we have heard correctly the command to flee this antique rooftop coming to avenge the marketplace? What frenzied wild delusion beats the wings of the pursuer? Has he not heard? Does he not know that you are armored with invincibility? That you are of a race of warriors above all others and imperishable? Does he not know you are equipped with slender guns and coiling cartridge belts, spitting 2,000 mortal venoms in a minute? Leave well enough alone, O lonely wasp, or you will lose your sting and all else with it. No, I see death sucks you down the skies. Its flame intoxicates a moth. Oh, well, there'll be a churning of the air when you engage.
He's gaining on us. Stand by to open fire.
Stand by? Your only adversary up to now has been the force invisible, anonymous of gravity. Now you must wreck with some upstarting fool of no especial lineage. A driver of a truck, perhaps, in lesser times. Stand by to open fire, gentlemen, for even now he closes range. And war is there such burning concentration. The warriors in bomber number 6 now lack the luxury of time to contemplate the patterns of the banking foe. They watch his loops, his climbing, and his dives with little eye to form. The free and flowing curves of his maneuvering are not felicitous. So far from this that prickles stand upon the pilot's nape. The tenement's avenger flies too close. He must be brushed away.
him! Get him! He's getting on it! Watch your faces, Otto!
This is humiliating, gentlemen, to reel so drunkenly in sight of all the sober earth. There's apoplexy in your motors now, and they will not recover. Sirs, I speak to you. Be calm. Compose yourselves. Keep down your sudden nausea. Unclutch your frantic hands. Be calm, for there is beauty all about you. The sun, the air, the earth, they're all the same. It's only you who have undergone a change. Be calm. Sit back. There still is time to see a final symmetry. The spiral of your spinning is a corkscrew in the sky. Be hopeful, gentlemen. Perhaps the government will help you now. The Ministry of War will buoy you up. Your press will warn the earth against this act. Perhaps your leader, thundering a threat, will terrify all gravity. Be hopeful, boys. Your people are supreme in war. That's all. That's all the fighting they will care to do. They have a treaty with the earth that never will be broken. They are unbeautiful in death. Their bodies scattered and bestrewn amid the shattered theorem. There is a little oil and blood slow draining to the ground. The metal still is hot, but it will cool. You need not bother picking up the part. The sun has reached Meridian. The day is warm. There's not a ripple in the air.
You have been listening to the Columbia Workshop's presentation of They Fly Through the Air with the Greatest of Ease, an original radio verse drama written and directed by Norman Corwin. The role of the narrator was enacted by House Jameson, and the sound effects were performed by Ray Kramer and John McCluskey. John Dietz was the studio engineer.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Has been the traditional sacred day on which Americans do honor to the brave men of the North and South who fell in the war between the states. Throughout the land, people gather to lay floral tributes on their resting places. Memorial Day has come to hold a deeper pathos for us because each passing year sees the ranks of the brave men of the blue and gray grow sadly thinner. Tonight, the Columbia Workshop commemorates this day with a broadcast presenting a dramatized character study of a man who fought in the Union Army, as well as a specially prepared program from Richmond, Virginia, which will include the story of the founding of the first Memorial Day and an interview with several honored veterans of the Confederate ranks. The Columbia Workshop presents Private Throgg, a short play written for tonight's program by Parker Fenley, who also plays the leading role. The hometown of Private Throgg is one of 100,000 crossroads settlements of its kind. The name of this one happens to be Cuddy Bend. It is Memorial Day, and Elias Throgg, only Civil War veteran of the village, sits on the piazza of his granddaughter, Minnie Tweedy's house, and watches the folks go by on their way to the exercises at the Grange Hall. It is hot. The road is dusty, but there is no sign of perspiration on Elias Throgg's face, although he wears his veteran's uniform, peaked cap and all. As the straggly groups pass along the road, Elias, chair, occasionally calls to one of his neighbors.
Hi, Amos. Well, I see you going over.
Yeah, coming along, ain't you, Elias?
Oh, I may, by and by. I got some business to attend to here first.
Yeah?
Yeah, social business. Say, Amos, that rubber collar you got on kind of blinds me when the sun strikes it. Hope it don't melt on you. Minnie! Minnie!
Yes, Grandpa?
Well, come out here, can't you?
What do you want?
Come here, can't you? What you want me to do, holler my head off and get Quincy again?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, what is it?
What time was that struck?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock what? Standard or daylight saving?
My lordy, you've asked me that 3 times a day ever since April. It's daylight saving.
That's a pretty way to talk to your old grandfather that's took care of you for 30 years now, ain't it?
Well, I can't help it, Grandpa. Might pay some attention and remember when I tell you about
Took
things.
care of you and went without myself for 30 years. Half that time took care of your worthless husband, your brat.
Now, you stop it, Grandpa. You know as well as I do you ain't taking care of Leroy now. He's working 8 hours every day.
Working? Yeah. Trying to break a shovel handle, leaning on it. Chasing a leaf all over the road.
Oh.
That's strenuous. Leroy. Never even liked his name. Sounds lazy.
Now, you've got to stop it, Grandpa. I ain't going to stand here and listen to you abuse my husband just because he's been unlucky about getting work sometimes. First thing you know, we'll pack up and leave.
Yeah, why don't you? Why don't you? Go ahead. Hi, Lucius.
Hey.
Going to exercises?
Yeah, I'm thinking of it. You going to get over?
Oh, I don't know. I may get there late. I ain't sure yet.
No, I'll get there late, all right, if I don't get started. You hollering at me every 5 minutes to find out what time it is. And baby in there, wide awake.
Hi, Miss Puff. Going to exercises?
Yeah, better come along.
Well, maybe. I don't know. Hitch up your petticoat. Slump.
Dear, there she is now, fretful as she can be, and the flies eating her up in there. I have to keep running out here to see what you want. I don't know why that station agent's girl ain't showed up to take care of her. I suppose if she don't get here, I'll have to stay home and miss everything.
Why didn't Leroy stay in Tender?
Leroy, now you know he's on 2 of the committees. He was up and dressed in his uniform before you was out of bed, yes, and he's been going it ever since, tight as he could go.
In his uniform? What uniform?
What uniform? You know just as well as I do. His Home Volunteers uniform he wore in 1918.
Leroy never smelt much smoke, did he?
Now, you stop it, Grandpa. Leroy was ready and willing to go when his call came. But the government wouldn't take him on account of his feet.
Probably thought he couldn't run fast enough.
Leroy was ready, and just because he joined the Home Volunteers to protect us, in case that family of foreigners up there on the hill started poisoning drinking water, you make fun of him.
Only time I ever see a costume like them Home Volunteers gets into was when a minstrel show come here one summer, had a street parade.
Yes, well, anyway, the Legion boys ain't ashamed to ask Leroy to sing America the Beautiful down there this afternoon.
Leroy?
Yes, Leroy. He's got a very lovely singing voice.
Hey, Godfrey, I'd as soon listen to the pump squeak.
Yes, well, that's because you ain't got no ear for music.
What? By Godfrey, if I didn't have to get up to do it, I'd hit you over the head with this cane.
Dear.
Well, go ahead, why don't you? Get started. You want to get there in time to hear Leroy Bella.
Go? How can I go when that Crandall girl comes to take care of Viney?
Oh,
dear.
Bring Viney out here on the piazza. I might as well listen to her squawk out here as in there.
Well,
fetch her out. Get her out here. That's what you plan to do anyway.
Well, all right, Grandpa. I will leave her, but I know you don't want to do it.
What difference does that make? I've been doing for other people all my life. Get her out here. Don't expect me to lug that clothes basket, do you?
All right, I'll go and get her. I would like to get there in time to hear Leroy.
Oh, Godfrey. Hi, Gideon. Going over at the hall?
Yeah, I hadn't ought to waste time, but my wife wanted me to.
Well, that settled it, I guess. Get out of here, hen. Get out. This piazza was swept off clean this morning.
There. Shh. Now. Don't cry. Don't cry, or your Grandpa won't want to take care of you.
Better not cry, or I'll throw you into the well.
Now, Grandpa, you stop that kind of talk. Shh. There. Now, I'll put this mosquito netting over you. Them old flies won't get the baby. There.
Where's the bottle?
Right here. And the other things.
Never mind no other things. I ain't looking for them. Go on, put on your dolman and get going.
Yeah. Well, that Crandall girl ought to be here any minute now. What time are you coming over at the hall?
Oh, I may not come at all.
Oh, of course you'll come. You always have. You just want to climb up on the platform late so as to make an impression.
Impression? Hey, Godfrey, I'm the only GAI man in Cuddy Bend, ain't I? And everybody knows it.
Well, all right then. You ought to be at the hall on time.
Well, I was on time when McCall come in 62. I was on time when I stopped a mini-ball in my thigh down there in Antietam. I was on time all right at the Battle of the Wilderness when the captain says, "The flag is down, boys. Pull on." Keep still.
There now.
Godfrey, if you're going to yell like that, I might as well go and listen to your father sing. Well, go ahead, Minnie. What you waiting for?
You think you'll be all right, Grandpa?
All right, go on.
Well, now you take good care of the baby, and if she starts to cry too hard...
I'll give her a whack.
No, you won't
Stephen, are you?
There. You're all right. You're all right. Now, stop it, Viney. You ain't going to cry. I don't hold nothing against you. It's your folks. That Leroy. Home volunteers. Godfrey. So wonder General Grant don't turn over in his tomb. Maybe he has. I don't know. Want me to sing to you? You do? Tent in tonight on the old campground. Give us a saw. You know, they think they're something. They're American Legion Jamboree. Godfrey Viney. Why, they don't know what real soldiering is. Got this old Colonel Dusenberry coming all the way from Bangor to make the address. Probably bringing him in a wheelchair. He's 2 years older than I be if he's a day. Yeah, 2 years. Oldest Civil War officer in Bangor. Godfrey mighty, I know him. I knew him back in 62. He wasn't much then, probably ain't no better 75 years afterwards. Now, I can tell you all this, Viney, because you won't repeat it, you know. I can trust you, yes, I can trust you. Only one in this family I can trust. Who's that? Oh, Hezzy Blaisdell. Hey, Hezzy! Say, no, drive over here a minute. Come on. I got to take care of this young one here.
Hey, you going to wait here, like you said, till the Colonel's train gets in?
That's right. Now, listen, when he gets off the cars, I want you to get a hold of him right away. Tell him there's a poor, feeble old GAR man up here that wants to see him just a minute for the last time before he hears the final reveille.
The final what?
Oh, you home volunteer fellows wouldn't know. Now, listen, I'll be in the setting room here. Once you get him landed, I'll take care of the rest.
All right, I'll do it, Uncle Elias. I'll drive him right up here in my own car. Glory, that's the bugle for him to fall in over there. They're going to march down as far as here to meet the Colonel and to welcome him. I'll get him in here, Uncle Elias.
Fall in the gutter. Viney, now listen. I was telling you about this old fellow Dusenberry. You see, him and me, we was privates together back in the beginning of the war. Rebellion. Dusenberry and Herb Liscombe and me. What? Oh, get away, Fly. Go on. Yeah, we was just young rascals together, you understand. I didn't find out a lot of things about this Dusenberry until later. Herb and Jim Dusenberry and me. Brave, you know. Brave as lions. Well, I was, anyway. But, Viney, one night, early in the war, we was out on a kind of a spree in a little town down south there. Got kind of sentimental, I suppose, and one of us made a proposition that we ought to get together 20 years afterwards and drink a quart of whiskey. Yeah. So we swore an oath that nothing would ever keep us from meeting up if we was all alive. But, Viney, next day there was a big engagement. We got separated. Yeah, I never see poor Herb Liscombe again. He got blowed all to pieces again. Get out, hen. I told you to keep off this piazza. Ain't you got no decency? No decency at all. Well, Viney, next time I heard about this Dusenberry, 5-6 months later, he was a sergeant. I was still a private. Well, finally he got transferred over to another company, and I lost all track of him for about, 2 years. Well, the war drug on. Long 65, I got pretty sick of soldiering. So another fellow and me, we made up our minds we'd take a little furlough without getting permission, you know? Yeah. So we skun out one dark night, but they catched us. And brought us up for court-martial as deserters. And, Viney, who do you suppose one of the officers was sitting in on that trial? That's right. You're just right. Jim Dusenberry. Yeah. Captain Dusenberry now, he was. I was still a private. First class, though. First class. But Viney, he never batted eye when he see me. Looked at me just as though I was a yellow dog. Yeah. They sentenced me to die for desertion. Well, Sir Viney, if it hadn't been for a stroke of luck, I'd been shot at sunrise the next morning just as sure as sin. Yeah, but so happened the Johnny Rebs, they picked that night to make another one of their surprise attacks. In the fracas, I got out of the guardhouse, scooted through a stretch of woods, you know, and next forenoon got over to another detachment of Union soldiers and never heard a word more about that court-martial. A couple of weeks later, Lee surrendered. Before long, I got mustered out. Well, I guess all the records of my desertion must have been burned or lost or something, because when the time come, they give me my honorable discharge. Private. First class. Yeah, private first class. So I come home here, the only soldier in Cuddy Bend to get back alive. And, Viney, I was a hero. That's Elias Throgg, they'd say. Private, first class. He's a fighter, you know. Shot 100 Rebs. Tell us the story of the war, Private Throgg, yeah? Well, Viney, at first I stuck pretty much to the facts. Well, I say at first I did. Then I started to add on here and there. But mind you, I never said a word about me deserting or about that court-martial. Well, every decoration day, you know, I used to set up on the rostrum and give the address to the school children. Tell them war stories. Yeah, then this World War skirmish, that come on, and they kind of begun to forget about me. Last 10 years, I didn't no more than sit on the platform and rock. And this time, the Legion boys, they said it'd be a good idea to get one of the old Civil War veterans to address them. Kind of a curiosity. I was ready, but they just disregarded me, Viney. Sent up to Bangor, mind you. For who? That's right, old Dusenberry. Colonel Dusenberry. Well, so when I heard about that, it just knocked me over almost, because, you see, I'd be sitting up there on the platform, Viney, and he'd sight me, and he'd hear my name held up maybe as the Civil War hero of Cuddy Bend. Yeah, and then that court-martial, that would come back to his mind. I'd be in the soup. Right in the chowder. Now, I tell you, Viney, I was in a muddle for a spell. And then, you know, it come to me how I'd handle him. He's coming in on the 2:20 train, you know. I told the boys I want to see him here at the house before he goes over to the Grange Hall. That I'm so feeble, I may not be able to go. Feeble? When he gets here, I'll be ready for him. I got a little flask of whiskey right here, you know. All ready. I'm going to ask him to share it with me. Remind him of that oath that we three took. I got the 2 tumblers all ready, too. Now, one of them's clean on the bottom. The other one's got a drop or 2 of rat killer in it. Yeah, rat killer. Nobody want to know that, just me, though. Just you and me, Viney. The rest is just in the hands of the Lord. He'll even things up. Amen. That old buzzard ain't never going to tell the folks here in the bend that I wasn't a hero. No. Yeah, choo-choo. There she is. Can't be long now. I'll sit right here, you know, after I've put them 2 tumblers out and poured out a couple of stiff drinks. Here'll be a stiff drink, all right. Colonel Dusenberry, I'll say, maybe you don't remember me and Herb Liscombe and that little agreement we made to meet up when the cruel war's over. He'll probably say he does. I'll say, well, drink up, Colonel, for old time's sake. And then, Viney, when he's gulped down his whiskey, I'll say, and maybe you don't remember that court-martial in an old blue barn down south there when they sentenced first-class Private Throgg to be shot down at sunrise. I'll tell him. And by that time, that old poison will be well down his belly, you know. And while I watch him squirm like an angleworm on a fishhook, I'll say, Colonel Dusenberry, I'm your old comrade Elias Throgg, private, first class, and I just fed you a dose of rat poison. How do you like that, sir, I'll say. Who's that? Oh, it's that Crandallbrat. Well, it's about time.
Mr. Throgg!
What is it? Where you been? Out of town? You're about an hour late here.
Mr. Throgg, Papa wanted me to run up here and tell you a telegram just come from Bangor. You know that old Civil War man that was going to talk over at the hall?
What about him? What about him? Get it out.
He dropped dead in Bangor, getting onto the train.
Well, that's too bad, ain't it? Fooled me again.
Well, Mr. Blaisdell was down there. He tried to call the Legion boys down at the hall, but the line's busy. I don't know what they're going to do. No speaker.
Oh. Well, in that case,
Oh, here comes Hezzy Blaisdell in his car now.
Hello, Hezzy.
Hi.
Well, poor old fella dropped dead on you.
Yeah. That's right, Uncle Elias. We're up against it, I guess. Say, suppose you would feel well enough to get into my car and go over to the hall and give us just a few remarks, same as you used to years ago?
Oh, no. Nobody'd want to hear me.
Oh, shucks. Sure they would. You could tell them about Lee's surrender and how you stood next to Ulysses S. Grant. And
Stood next to him. He was leaning on me. Had his hand on my shoulder.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that one about President Lincoln, about the Gettysburg speech.
What you mean, when I says, speak up, A.B.? They can't hear you good in the back there?
That's it. Well, will you do it, Uncle Elias?
Well...
You'll save the day for us, if you will. Colonel Dusenberry dying is just about knocked the blocks out from under us fellers.
Well, I tell you confidential, Hezzy.
Yeah?
Now, I never let on before, but maybe it's just as well it turned out the way it did.
Why, what do you mean?
Why, this Colonel Dusenberry, between you and me, he didn't have a very clean record back in 65.
Do tell.
Yeah. He come pretty near being court-martialed once.
Court-martialed?
Yeah. For deserting.
No.
Yep. Kind of disgraceful. I saved him, as a matter of fact.
Why, Lord Almighty. Well, come on, Uncle Elias. Let's get over to the hall and get going.
Oh, wait a minute. Della?
Yes?
You going to take care of the baby?
Yes, Mr. Throgg.
All right. Careful, don't drop it.
I won't.
Let me get this dagger hitched onto my belt here. I headed out here on the piazza today, polishing it up.
Dagger?
Yep.
Say, you never carried a dagger in the war, did you, Uncle Elias?
Carried it, hell. Took it away from John Wilkes Booth.
Lord Almighty, there comes the boys playing a march. They don't know yet about old Dusenberry.
Well, come on, Hezzy. Let's get going.
Right.
Attention. Right. Face. Forward. Right. Yes, sir, Hezzy. Lincoln says to me once, says, they say you're a drinking man, Private Throgg. Drink whiskey. I says, well, you might say so, but call me Elias, Abe. Elias, he says, I wish the other boys could find out the brand you drink. Here, put my shawl around you, he says.
You've been listening to the Columbia Workshop's production of Private Throgg, a play especially written for this program by Parker Fenley, who also played the title role. The production was under the direction of Earl McGill. Continuing our workshop program in honor of Memorial Day, we will hear the story of the founding of the first Memorial Day and an interview with several honored soldiers at the Confederate Veterans Home through station WRVA. We take you now to Richmond, Virginia.
73 years ago, shortly after the historic Memorial Day of Rome, Georgia, the wide, leafy avenues of Richmond furnished the setting for a stately, solemn procession in honor of Stonewall Jackson and the Confederate dead. It was Richmond's first Memorial Day, achieved through the efforts of a little group of women who formed the membership of the Ladies' Memorial Association for the Confederate Dead of Oakwood. The president of that staunch band was Mary S. Smith, and it is our privilege tonight to have with us one of Mrs. Smith's great-granddaughters, Miss Marion L. Gordon. Doubtless, Miss Gordon, you've heard many stories of your great-grandmother's activities in those times.
Yes, Mr. Avery, I have. It might be interesting to our friends in distant places to learn that these impressive exercises were first held in historic Old St. John's Church here in Richmond, where Patrick Henry delivered his immortal speech.
Tell me, Miss Gordon, why was May the 10th chosen?
Because it was the anniversary of General Jackson's death at Guinea Station, as well as the 73rd anniversary of the Richmond Light Infantry Blues, who marched in the procession.
And was General Lee on hand?
No, unfortunately, his duties at Washington and Lee University kept him from attending. May I read that part of his letter expressing his regret?
Yes, indeed.
General Lee wrote, "It would be most grateful to my feelings to unite in the celebration of a society formed for so pious an object. The graves of the Confederate dead will always be green in my memory, and their deeds will be hallowed in my recollection. With great respect, your obedient servant, R.E. Lee."
Thank you, Miss Gordon. By the way, isn't it true that the wife of the commander-in-chief of the GAR was in the South at that time?
Yes, Mrs. John Logan was touring southern battlefields and probably was in Richmond then.
Which reminds us that another of our guests tonight has a mighty interesting story about Mrs. Logan's visit. I'd like to introduce Miss Annie Mann of our neighbor city of Petersburg, Virginia. Miss Annie, won't you tell us something about yourself first?
Thank you, Mr. Avery. Well, for the past 20 years, I've been with the Petersburg Progress Index.
Wasn't it rather unusual for a woman to be working on a newspaper 20 years ago?
I reckon so, but you see, when the World War came, it was necessary for everyone to do his part. There were very few men left at the newspaper, and every one of them wanted to answer the call to duty.
So you volunteered your services to release one of those men?
Well, maybe so.
I see. Well, Miss Annie, isn't it true that after the war between the states, your mother became one of the original members of the Ladies' Memorial Association in Petersburg?
Yes, she was. And a friend of Mrs. William Joines, the president, who arranged the details of our first observance of Memorial Day, which took place in Blandford Cemetery on June the 9th, 1866. And it was the crowds, the activity, the flags, the flowers that attracted the notice of Mrs. Logan that afternoon when she visited the sacred spot.
Then Mrs. Logan was there.
My goodness, yes. And by the way, Mr. Avery, when Mrs. Logan drove through Old Blandford Cemetery that day, her hack driver was a famous old Negro named John Dixie.
John Dixie, eh? And you say he was famous?
John Dixie? Why, I knew him well. He always wore a tall silk hat. He owned and drove the finest hack in Petersburg. And the old man was heard to say many times, "Ain't nobody going to ride with John Dixie except quality folks."
And I imagine old John explained what was going on to Mrs. Logan.
He did. And added, "There's Miss Joines now." And you know, Miss Logan was so impressed that she said, "I'm going to speak to her," and started to get right out of her carriage. But a northern woman with her protested that it might not be wise because many southern people still felt a little hard towards northerners. Mrs. Logan's simple reply was, "A lady is a lady wherever you find her, and I'm going over to speak to her." she did was received with courtesy, and a lasting friendship resulted. And that, Mr. Avery, according to a letter written by Mrs. Logan 30 years later, is how she took the story of Confederate Memorial Day back to her husband. And you'll recall from your history that 2 years later, at her suggestion, General Logan himself was responsible for the declaration of May the 30th, 1868, as the first National Decoration Day.
And you happen to know why May the 30th was chosen?
Well, I have heard that May the 30th was the date of the discharge of the last Union volunteer. But another thing, there would be more spring flowers in the north on that day.
Well, that is interesting. But we have more ground to cover, so with thanks to Miss Marion Gordon of Richmond and Miss Annie Mann of Petersburg, we take you now from the WRVA studios to one of Virginia's most hallowed spots, the Confederate Veterans Home in Richmond, where Jeff Baker is waiting.
Surrounded as we are here among relics of battle, there still stands out the figure of Old Sorrel, the favorite mount of General Stonewall Jackson. This famous horse, with his nostrils seemingly still quivering from the scent of powder smoke, is carefully preserved to perpetuate the memory of his deeds on the battlefield. He greets you as you enter this modest building and proudly stands guard over the men who wore the gray. Before we call some of these veterans to our microphone here at Robert E. Lee Camp, let's ask a question or two of Dr. P.D. Lipscomb, who is in charge of the Confederate Veterans Home. Dr. Lipscomb, how long ago was this camp established?
The home was established in 1884, which makes it 55 years old.
And what was the greatest number of veterans to live here at any one time?
At one time, we had as many as 350 veterans living here.
Well, how many veterans live here now, Doctor?
There are only 7 veterans here now.
And time has taken its toll, even in these peaceful and sacred surroundings. We're going to hear from some of these men now as they chat with another of WRVA's representatives, Randolph Saunders.
Thank you, Jeff. And first, let's chat with John Shaw. Howdy, Mr. Shaw.
Howdy, John.
Mr. Shaw, how old are you, sir?
104.
104. And when were you born?
1835.
And I believe you said the month of February.
February the 6th.
That's splendid, and you certainly don't look your age. This climate certainly agrees with you, Mr. Shaw.
I feel it.
With whom did you serve during the war, Mr. Shaw?
What?
With whom did you serve during the war?
I served up Stewart.
The cavalry leader?
Yeah.
And what was your opinion of General Stewart?
Stewart was a fine man.
And you fought all through the war?
Yeah.
For 4 years?
4 years.
And were you ever wounded? Were you ever wounded?
No.
You were never wounded?
Never wounded.
And why do you suppose you were never wounded?
Well, they couldn't catch me.
Oh, they couldn't catch you?
No.
You don't mean to tell me you ran?
I had to run.
Oh, you had to run sometimes?
Oh.
You were a member of the cavalry, weren't you?
Yeah.
And you were a courier?
Yeah.
And do you think that the Yankee generals were fine people?
Well, some of them are.
Some of them were. And what was one of the gentlemen that you liked very, very much?
Well, one of them better than the rest.
And who was that?
I can't think of his name.
George B.
Yeah.
McClellan, wasn't it?
McClellan.
And why did you like George B. McClellan better?
Well, he was a better man, and he was really a man of my sentiments. But in order to save his property in the North, he had to go Republican.
So he was a Democrat who turned Republican, is that right?
He had to go
and you didn't
Republican.
think much of him for that, did you?
Right?
You didn't think much of him for that, did you?
Well, I didn't. Oh, there wasn't much wrong about it.
Mr. Shaw...
He had to go somewhere.
He had to go somewhere, so he went to the Republicans, is that so? And, Mr. Shaw, when you tell me this, when you talk of a third party, do you think we should have a third party?
No.
You don't?
No.
And why?
I don't know what they want with it, but because the two parties can't do anything.
That's very interesting, too. Well, how are you going to vote the next election?
I'm going to vote the Democratic ticket.
The straight Democratic ticket?
Yeah.
Splendid. And are you a conservative Democrat?
What?
Are you a conservative Democrat?
Yes, sir.
You are, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. And here's another grand old man of the Confederacy whose coat lapel bears the name Colonel Genevieve Blizzard. To us, he's just Jack Blizzard. Not Jack Frost, but Jack Blizzard. And, Mr. Blizzard, you certainly did have a lot of kidding about your name during the war, didn't you?
I certainly did.
Well, I don't think that you look like a Blizzard at all. You're too warm-hearted, sir.
I'm a warm number, and always have been.
Well, with whom did you serve during the war, Jack?
I served with Turner Ashby and Stonewall Jackson.
And then you can tell us something about Sorrel, can't you?
I've seen him many times.
You've seen him many a time.
I don't know much about his history.
And do you think that he looks very much like the horse that's stuffed here in the cage?
Yes, that favors him very much.
Favors him very much.
As much as a dead horse can look like a live one.
Well, we thank you very much, Mr. Blizzard. Now, here's Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, how old are you, sir?
92 years old. 92 years.
With whom did you serve during the war?
John Fitzhugh, 2nd Virginia Cavalry.
The famous cavalry leader.
Yes, sir.
And you were with him when he broke through Grant's lines where?
At Five Forks.
At Five Forks. I thought you told me that you broke through the lines with him at Five Forks. How old were you then?
I'm 18.
Just a youngster. And later you served with who?
With General R.E. Lee.
With General R.E. Lee at Appomattox.
At Appomattox.
And you were at Appomattox.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Thomas, very, very much. And we appreciate all of you gentlemen talking to us this evening. And good health and long life to you and to all your comrades.
Thank you, sir.
We return you now to our New York studios.
You've been listening to a special program presented by the Columbia Workshop in honor of Memorial Day. Next Monday night at the same time, the Workshop will present High Boy by Eustace Wyatt, adapted from the short story Too Far Gone by William Francis. John Tillman speaking. This is the 6th of the Columbia Workshop Festival broadcasts. Tonight, CBS is happy to present the first specially commissioned work for the series. It is called simply Radio Play and was written by the distinguished young American novelist and playwright William Saroyan, his first venture in the medium of radio. Brewster Morgan will direct the performance.
All right, quiet, please. Quiet, everybody. This is where the play begins. Let's see now, exactly 10 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Out in San Francisco, it's only 6 o'clock. Isn't that right, Bill? Uh-huh. What we want during the next 30 minutes is a play.
Oh, boy.
Quiet, Harry. Now, we've got no theater, no stage. There's no television yet, so naturally you can't see us, which is just fine. The play will have to be a radio play. We don't mean anything but radio. Not a movie over the radio or not a stage play over the radio. We mean a radio play over the radio. We've allowed a few of our relatives to come to the studio and laugh at us, but they're part of the play, too. So here goes. And now, as the saying is, the curtain rises.
All right. Let's get going.
Quiet, Harry, quiet. Now, don't let's get excited. The play is going to be very easy going because that's the way things are in this country. In Vermont, South Carolina, Montana, Texas, California, in any of the states. See, we've got reasons. The play is going to be easy going in case somebody in Oklahoma listening in has got a weak heart and might get excited if we were to shout a good deal, or in case a little boy in Wyoming or a little girl in Tennessee is listening in and might not sleep all night wrestling with some absurd fear planted in his imagination by us about war or storm or crime or famine.
What do you mean?
Harry, what I mean is we're not going to scare the children or anybody else.
Oh.
And another thing we're not going to do is we're not going to go to work and have a wonderful romance go haywire and break 3 million hearts. Our platform is, if you can't make people laugh, don't make them cry. Therefore, during the next half hour, we won't scare the people, worry them, or break their hearts. Let the other boys do that. We'll have a little innocent fun and see if it gets us anywhere.
Come on, let's get going.
I'll be the announcer. I haven't studied radio announcing. I didn't go to Harvard. I'm not even a Yale man. If I were to mention the school I went to, educated people would bust out laughing, most likely. All it was a little high school. I mean, you don't necessarily have to be overeducated to be able to talk, especially on the radio. See, anybody could be a radio announcer, if he cared to talk that way. I'll just go to work and announce, and ladies and gentlemen, the Columbia Broadcasting System takes pride in presenting... No, I guess that's no good. Too high tone, huh? I'll try again. Ladies and gentlemen, we're all feeling fine and don't hate anybody. So we're going to start out with a little song. None of us can sing, but we thought it would be real pleasant if we did our best. There are 2,000 million people in the world, and not more than 2 or 3 dozen of them can really sing, so why should we feel embarrassed? Or why should you, for that matter? I'm going to ask Hank to lead us in a little singing, and if you feel like singing with us, okay. Oh, little Sorreco, how do you do? Hello. Hello. I'm little Sorreco, I'm very blue.
Boys, stop. Start over. Please. Now, from the beginning. Oh, what's the use?
Hey, see, I told you we couldn't sing, but don't forget all them other people in the world that can't sing either. See, we've all got a right to try. It doesn't hurt anybody. Makes you feel good. Little Sorreco, how do you do? Hello. 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 See, I do a lot of singing that way. I don't suppose I'd last a month in the Metropolitan Opera. I just get a kick out of singing.
Talk. That's all you hear around here, it seems like.
Okay, here we go. Act 1. A fable. The Federal Bureau of Investigation doesn't know it yet, but I stole a watermelon once. I ate it, too. I felt bad about that for a week. Wasn't ripe, that's why. I had to eat it, though, because it was too big to carry in my pocket. Now, we're going to make a fable out of this episode, and I'll be the farmer. Harry.
Yeah?
You be me, a small barefoot boy of 10 with a stomach full of unripe watermelon. The scene is a watermelon patch in Georgia, Alabama, California, Florida, anywhere, all where watermelon grows.
All right, Al, I'll be you and you be the farmer.
Howdy, boy. Would you like a nice watermelon? The market's bad, and I hate to see the watermelons going to waste, rotting on the vines, barefoot boy with cheeks of tan.
What do I say?
Oh, say what you think you ought to say. Let's see if we can carry on a little conversation. Huh?
Okay.
Mr. Jenkins, I already ate one of your watermelons.
Well, son, I'm delighted.
Yeah, but
nothing. You're welcome to any watermelon of mine any time you feel in the mood.
Yeah, but it wasn't ripe, and I think I've got a stomach ache. A stomach ache, I think.
Stomach ache? That's awful. Don't you know how to pick out a ripe watermelon?
I didn't have time enough.
Didn't have time enough? Why not? It's early in the day.
Mr. Jenkins, I was scared.
Scared of what or whom?
You.
Me? What in the world were you scared of me for?
I was stealing one of your watermelons, Mr. Jenkins. That's why.
My boy, you just think you were stealing.
I was, too, stealing, Mr. Jenkins. I came up the road as if I was on my way to my grandma's. All of a sudden, I jumped over the fence, ran to the watermelon patch, stole the first one I came to, and ran back here and ate it. Now I think I've got a stomach ache, I think.
How's that, all right?
Yeah, it was fine, Harry. Yeah, it was a very nice little parable you made up, and I think it isn't going to do anybody in the world any harm. Oh, that parable has a very pleasant moral. Don't steal a watermelon. It may be green and give you a stomach ache. Farmers are human and markets are bad. Farmers will be glad to help you pick out a nice, ripe watermelon, and they'll be pleased to watch you eat it, because that's what watermelons are for.
Okay, where are we now?
Well, along about this time, I think we better hear a little music. Something new, just composed, never before heard by anybody. Raymond, you're a composer. Let's talk a little about that. Huh?
You want to talk to me?
Sure. There's real drama in how a young fellow like you goes to work and composes a song or a piece of music, something like that. How do you do it?
Well, let's see.
How do I do it? I don't know how I do it. I mean...
That's fine. That's all I want to know. Now, let's hear it without any more fuss. It's probably very good. What's the name of it?
Well, it's a love song. It's called, well, it's got a very appropriate title.
Uh-huh.
I call it, well, I'll tell you how the idea happened to come to me. I was sitting in the subway reading the funny paper when the fellow who was holding the paper turned the page and left my mind a total blank. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I began to think. And then I said to myself, Raymond, I says, I think there's a song in that idea somewhere or other, and sure enough.
Yes, sir, sure enough. And what was the name of it?
Well, you see, so many songs have been written about different places and things. And I always wanted to write a song about a thing that was far away from a place. So, and now little Beatrice K. is going to sing it.
That's nice. And the title?
Well, it's kind of romantic. I call it, In a Subway, Far from Ireland.
In a subway far from Ireland, I had the strangest ride. For across the aisle there was a lad with a nice lad by his side. I felt so good when he said the lad he was beside. For now I could and I certainly would become his future bride. I met him, he met me in a subway far from Ireland. Woo, what a ride, with a nice lad by my side. I told him, he told me, in a subway far from Ireland. Far, far away, far, far away. Rumble, tumble, fumble, humble, thimble went the wheels. Snicker, snacker went the crow. They know not how it feels. I kissed him, he kissed me in a subway far from Ireland. Far, far away. Far, far away. I mistook for a lonely nook, a subway far from Ireland. Oh, what a ride, with a nice lad by my side. I asked him, he asked me, does your mother come from Ireland? Far, far away, far, far away. Rumble, tumble, fumble, humble, thimble went the wheels. Whisper, 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 they knew how it feels. I kissed him, he kissed me in a subway far from Ireland. Far, far away. Far, far away.
Wasn't that sweet? And now comes the Department of Education, or no information, thank you. The idea is for me to ask 6 or 7 of the most intelligent people here.
Who's intelligent?
Sam. Yeah? Stay away from that cash register. Intelligent people, a few simple questions. You see, you answer them, and if you answer the question correctly, you win.
Oh, boy, here's my chance to put my high school education to work. What's the first question?
Just a minute, Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, 6 of the most intelligent personalities on this floor of the Columbia Broadcasting System building in New York have been brought here at tremendous expense and with the help of ropes, chains, pulleys, levers, and trapdoors for the purpose of answering miscellaneous questions sent in by a schoolgirl in Altoona, Pennsylvania. Now, these 6 experts are all named Harry, and they're regarded as above average.
Above average in what?
Height, weight, size of hat. What size hat do you wear?
Oh, what's the question?
Sam?
Yeah?
I told you to stay away from that cash register. What do you think you're doing?
I'm trying to get my hand out of it. How does this thing work?
What'd you do, get your hand caught in it?
Yeah.
Well, what'd you put your hand in there for in the first place, huh?
I never saw a cash register drawer come out and go back so quick. I just wanted to touch the money.
Here, excuse me a minute, folks. I never got a jam like this here. You better let me get you out of this here. You been to high school?
Yeah? Get my hand out of this, will you?
All right. I'll ring up no sale, and you draw your hand out real quick. It works faster than the eye. You ready?
Okay.
Well, I'll count to 3. 1,
Yeah?
2, 3. There you are, Sam.
Yeah. Now my tie's caught.
All right, again. 1, 2, 3. Okay now? Okay?
Okay, thanks. Gosh, was I scared.
You can't fool with these modern conveniences.
What's the question? I got a whole education going to waste over here.
Well, you'll have to come over here. I got to keep my eye on Sam. The question is, what is it that's white all around and has 4 windows and never moves?
Is that the question?
It isn't the answer.
Read it again.
Now, listen carefully.
Yes.
What is it that has a porch, 4 numbers by the door, and doesn't talk?
Was that the question you read the first time?
Oh, yes, of course. Answer it, will you? Now, there's a time limit, 5 minutes. Precious time's going by. Hurry.
Let's see now. No wheels, smoke doesn't come out, and never worries. The Sphinx?
No.
Am I warm?
Answer the question.
Old Man River?
No.
An airplane?
No.
Deck of cards?
No.
The Pacific Ocean?
No, you're guessing.
Well, what is it then?
I'm asking the questions. You're answering.
Well, I give up. What is it?
Well, let's see. It doesn't say.
What was the question again?
All right, once more, but that's all. Now listen carefully. What is it that stays in one place all the time and never does anything unless it catches on fire or is torn down, and where if you live there and write letters to people, letters come to you?
Sally Rand.
Oh, you're thinking of something else.
No, I'm not. Isn't it Sally Rand?
I don't think so. I'm not sure, though.
Sure it is. Sally Rand. That's the answer. Honest it is, Al.
Well, all right, but it doesn't seem exactly right.
It is. Honest it is.
Okay, ring the cash register, Sam. Did you get the money for Harry?
I'd like to see anybody get anything out of this cash register.
Oh, now, look, let's all work together. I'll ring no sale, and then when the drawer comes out, you and Harry grab it and hold it open, and I'll get the money.
I'll do my best.
Whoop, missed it that time. Try it again. Look, try harder, will you?
Come on now, you. Don't try to chip me. Give me my money.
All right, now, take it easy now, Harry. You answer the question, you're going to get your money. First, we've got to hold the drawer out.
And look out for your fingers.
I've got it. Oh, get my hand out of here.
I see.
Oh, boy. Say, Harry, I'll have to owe you the money.
Nothing doing. I answered the question, Sally Rand, and I want my money.
All right, get your own money out of the cash register.
All right, I will. Can't scare me.
No! Okay, Sam, get his hand out of there. Now, are you satisfied?
I want my money.
Second question.
I won't talk.
Oh, come on now, Harry. Don't be that way. What is it that has bad manners and is very fat?
How many eyes?
3. 2. 2, the same as all of us.
Can it move?
Yeah, sure, if it isn't dead.
A tiger.
Tigers aren't fat.
They got bad manners.
No, not necessarily. That isn't the answer.
What's the question again?
Who was it that made a mistake and came to America in 1492?
Bad manners and fat. Are you sure it was 1492?
What says here?
Who is this girl in Altoona, Pennsylvania, anyway?
Right.
Did I answer it?
You did. And now the scene changes about here, I believe. Yeah, and everybody gets serious, especially me. There's an old saying that a stitch in time saves 9, but a message of this sort we may very well suppose can be taken with a grain of salt. We're not saying that the present administration should discontinue spending. We are saying that a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. The ancient Arabs believed in thrift. Thrift was part and parcel of the scheme of the British Empire from 1787, I believe, to 1918 or so. War is an ugly thing. We don't want it. Peace is a wonderful thing. We do want it. Can we hope for any solution for everything if the money goes and goes and keeps going?
Al, what do you think you're doing?
Oh, gee, thanks, Harry. I got a little carried away there, I guess. What I mean is, don't you see, and so forth, and of course, that way, happiness for all.
Al, this is supposed to be a play even children can understand. How can anybody understand that kind of talk?
Well, why should anybody understand me talking that way when they haven't understood anybody else talking that way over the radio in the last 10 years? I just want them to know what that kind of talk amounts to. I mean, nothing. I want the children to know.
Yeah, well, let's imagine they found out and go ahead and sell something.
Well, we haven't got anything to sell.
Well, let's sell something anyway. Who wants to sell something? Yeah, Hank, get in there and sell something.
Oh, me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've got some extra money and feel like buying something or other, go ahead and buy it, and we hope you enjoy it. Buy anything. Buy anything you feel like buying. You know how much money you've got and how much you can spare and what you need most and what you like most, so we don't need to tell you what to get. Almost everything they're selling is very good. And if we had a little extra money ourselves, we'd go right out and buy us a little something or other.
Columbia Broadcasting may not like that kind of talk, Hank.
Why, they'll be crazy about it.
The advertisers may not like it.
The advertisers know they can't fool the people. What's more, they don't want to. We say, buy what you want to buy. The advertisers say the same thing.
I don't know. This doesn't sound like a play to me. It hasn't got any plot.
No plot?
No.
No plot. Why, Harry, this is all plot. I was born in 1908, and here I am still alive. You were born some year or other, and here you are. Every man in the world was born, and there they are. 2,000 million of them. Why, it's the only plot. We've got a great little drama here.
Yeah, but she doesn't tell him she loves him.
Now, wait a minute, boys. Now, let me take care of that. Here, Alice.
Yeah?
How are you, honey?
I'm fine, Al. How are you?
Alice, do you suppose you could tell Willie over there that you love him so that we could get a little love interest in here somewhere?
Willie?
That's fine. All right, Willie, come on over here and listen to Alice telling you.
Yeah, but I really am in love with Alice.
Well, so much the better. Then here's your chance to convey the message to her.
Convey it? I've been conveying it 2 or 3 months now. Do you think she cares?
Alice, don't you?
Well, I'm kind of in love with somebody else.
You see?
Now, Alice, don't be headstrong. Willie's a perfectly nice boy.
He isn't romantic.
Oh, I am too romantic. I've seen all the movies, and I know just how to behave in a romance.
Well, you're not romantic enough.
Oh, yeah? Well, who was it pointed out the moon to you the other night?
That moon was no bigger than a slice of watermelon.
Oh, what do you want me to do? Control the seasons? It was the only moon there was at the time, and I pointed it out to you, remember? Remember how I held your hand and said, "Look, Alice, the moon"?
Yeah, I remember. Remember how I said, let's go to a show or a nightclub or a movie or something? And you said how much money you got.
Well, I was broke. All I had was 27 cents. It wasn't my fault. The trouble with you, Alice...
All right, now, Alice, you go right ahead now and tell Willie you love him.
Okay, but it's an exaggeration.
Now, Alice, people are listening.
Okay. Willie, I love you.
Oh, no, that'll never do. You know very well that you can do better than that. Now, try again.
Willie, I love you.
Doesn't have the ring of truth. It sounds like a hollow mockery to me.
You see, Al...
Just a minute, Harry. I'll get this romance on its feet. Now, once again, Alice.
This is Maximum. Willie, I love you.
Alice.
Tell him some more, Alice.
Willie, I love you.
I love you too, Alice.
See, he takes advantage of the situation.
Well, that was all right. That was all right. Sure, it was enough to give everybody an idea. That's all we wanted to do. Just give them an idea.
Now, you see, Al, Willie's the kind of boy...
That's all, Alice. Now, you can go back to the orchestra leader now.
But, I mean, he hasn't got...
Yeah, she's selfish. Don't you see?
Willie. All we want to do is to give him an idea. Now, you go on back.
Who's selfish?
Now, Alice, you know I love you, but you know you are selfish.
Now, listen here,
you two, please stop this argument and argue somewhere else. All I wanted to do was to give the people an idea how wonderful love is. Now, let's do something super.
Super? What do you mean, super?
Well, all right then, ordinary. Gosh, can't a fella have a little fun, throw in a few big words around here once in a while? This isn't going to be super exactly, but what's the harm in saying it as everybody else does?
Yeah, but look, Al, we've only got 5 minutes to go.
So what? 5 minutes is a long time. We got nothing to do.
Yeah, but what'll people think?
What do you mean?
I mean, all we've got is 5 minutes to go, and so far, nothing's happened.
Does something have to happen?
Well, something usually does in a play.
Yeah, but what kind of a play? Some little unimportant saga of some kind.
People won't like a play like this when nothing happens.
Don't worry about people. Just leave them alone. Don't always be moving in on them with some old army game. Now, the program's going to get high toned now. We're going to have some opera.
Oh, boy.
I'm so lonesome. Blue, 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 blue. I'm so discontented. I'm so tired and spent. Blue, 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 blue.
What I call opera. Let's do it again. What do you say, Al? Swing right into it.
Wait a minute, boys. We haven't got time. Only a minute and a half left. I'll tell you what, let's do. We'll dedicate a minute of silence, a whole minute of dead air to music lovers everywhere.
Hello. Morgan speaking. Yeah. Well, it's a fine time to call up. We're having a 1 minute silence. I said we're having a 1 minute silence. Well, then lower your voice. Oh, the actors. Well, the announcer is Orth Bell, Harry's John Gibson, Sam is Joe Latham, Alice is Mitzi Gould, Willie's Everett Sloan. Raymond Scott composed the music and conducted it. No, he doesn't talk like that. He won't talk at all. That was an actor talking for him. Hank Ladd. I said Hank Ladd. See here, I can't tell you this. I can't tell you the story of the play now. I don't know the story. I'm only the director.
All right, our 1 minute of silence is up. Ladies and gentlemen, radio play written especially for the Columbia Workshop by William Saroyan is now over. Thank you for listening.
Brewster Morgan directed tonight's performance. We regret that Jerry Colonna, announced last week to take part in the broadcast tonight, was unable to do so because of an unexpected call to Hollywood. Next week at this time, Martin Gosh will direct a revival of Wilbur Daniel Steele's A Drink of Water, which was adapted from the story of the same name by Max Wiley. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The signal, the time will be 11:30.
The Columbia Workshop presents as the 8th program in its festival series,
Meridian 71212.
written and directed by Irving Reese.
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:30 and 1/4. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:30 and 1/2. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:30.
Why can't I get something on this? Oh, hello, Jim. I didn't know you were here.
Well, I wasn't. Just came back to pick up some things I left.
Anybody else out there?
No. You know you're the only greasy grind on the staff. What are you doing here so late?
I'm stuck for about 500 words to fill the comments page. My mind's going blank.
Anything I can do?
Mm-hmm. You can give me a cigarette. I finished the 3rd pack an hour ago.
Oh, sure. Here.
Thanks. Maybe this'll be the camel that broke the straw's back.
Oh, very bad. You need some sleep.
Sleep? I can't go home until this is finished, and I can't finish this because I need some sleep. What do you suggest, Mr. Worst of Experience?
Go home.
Oh, now, stop being an idiot. I gotta have the copy in the hands of the printers at 9 tomorrow morning.
Ah, that's tough.
What time is it, anyway? I've probably missed the last train connection.
I don't know. Left my watch home. You call up.
Call up what?
Meridian 71212.
What's that?
The telephone time service. Excuse me, I forgot you were a commuter.
Meridian what?
71212.
71212. Well, that's something new I've learned today.
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:32 and 1/4.
11:32. And I've been trying to get an idea since 8 this morning. I got it.
You got what?
My story. Boy, this is a natural.
Now, what are you talking...
Now, wait.
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11...
Hello, operator. This is the editorial department of the Manhattanite magazine. I'd like to ask you... Yeah, I know. 3/4. Listen, girlie, this is important. It'll only take a minute. I'd like... Now, wait. Oh, hello. Oh, she won't listen. Hey, Jim, help me out, will you?
Sure, if you'll tell me what it's all about.
I think there's a swell story here. Hop a cab and run down to time service office, will you? It must be right around here. Get all the dope you can. Who calls, why they call.
Hey, that's a swell idea.
Yeah, you know what I want. The old human interest hope.
Yeah, sure.
I'll stay here and work it up in skeleton form. As soon as you get the facts, phone me.
Well, all right.
Jim, you're a lifesaver. I'll do as much for you.
Oh, forget it. I'll be calling you.
Good luck. Meridian 71212.
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:33 and 3/4. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:34. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:34 and 1/4.
Okay, Dot, I'll relieve you now.
Thanks, Peggy. I'll be back soon.
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:30. What's the trouble, Miss Day?
I've got a pretty nasty headache. I'm sorry, Miss Waller.
Oh, that's all right. You want to go home? I'll arrange relief.
No, thank you very much. I'll be all right in a moment.
Well, you go down to the restroom and relax. I'll send Miss Cleary down with you. Miss Cleary? Miss Cleary?
Yes, Miss Waller.
Will you go down to the restroom with Miss Day? She isn't feeling well.
Certainly. Come on, Dot.
Thanks, Helen. Thank you, Miss Waller. I'll be back soon.
Oh, that's all right. Stay as long as you like.
What's the matter, kid?
Just a headache, Helen. I'll be all right.
Sure it's just a headache?
Of course. Why?
Oh, come on, silly kid. You haven't been yourself for a long time now. Is it a guy?
No. No, really, Helen.
Then you're homesick.
No. Honest, Helen, it's nothing.
All right, kid. Well, here we are. Now, you lie down on the couch. There. Now, I'll just tuck this around you.
I feel better already. I don't need the blankets, Helen.
Now, you just lie still while I fix you something.
Don't bother, Helen.
I wish you'd tell Aunt Helen what's worrying you. Maybe she can help.
I'll be all right.
Sure you will. Here. Now drink this down fast. That's it.
Must be good medicine. Tastes so bad.
That's the first time you've smiled in 4 weeks. Now out with it. I know something's wrong, kid. And honest, it helps just to talk about it sometimes.
I can't.
All right, dear, forget it. Where do you come from, Dot? I mean, your hometown.
Oswego.
That's in New York State, isn't it?
Yes.
Why don't you call up home? Put through a long-distance call. Maybe that'll help the spirits. Employees get a big discount.
No. I'm not homesick, Helen.
Oswego. That's an Indian name, isn't it?
Yes, I think so.
Queer sound to it. I mean, it sounds familiar. I've heard it recently. Oh, yeah, I know. It was on the radio last night. That kid Lambert that's going to be electrocuted at Sing Sing tonight for the bank. Oh, gee, kid. Gee, I sure put my foot in it. Oh, I'm sorry, kid. Please don't cry. You know him?
He's my brother.
Your brother?
Oh, Tommy. Tommy. They're going to kill him tonight at 12 o'clock. And I can't do anything. I can't do anything except sit here and call off the time every 15 seconds. The last in Tommy's life. And he didn't do it. He couldn't have. He wrote me that he was in the back when it happened. And somebody swore he handed a gun to the man that did the killing, but he had nothing to do with it.
Listen, kid. I'm going to see the supervisor. We'll both get the night off. You come home with me.
Oh, no, Helen. I'd die if anyone else knew. I'm so ashamed. I'm even sorry I told you.
But look, we don't have to tell him why we're going. I'll just say you're sick and I'm taking you home.
No. No, please. Nothing can help now. I'm better off working. I go mad just sitting around here thinking about it. I go mad. Please, let's go back now.
All right, kid.
Mr. Bradley?
Yes?
I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour. My name's Fawcett, Manhattanite Magazine.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Mr. Fawcett. I'm a Manhattanite fan. It's a swell magazine.
Well, thanks. That'll make things easier.
Well, what can I do for you?
Well, we thought there might be an interesting article on your telephone time service.
Good. We won't mind the publicity. Now, just what do you want to know about it?
Well, you know the comments page in our magazine. Interesting facts about all sorts of things.
Yes.
Well, we'd like to do one like that on the time service. How many calls you get, how many times an hour, why people call, and how you pick the girls. Well, you know what I mean.
Yes, of course. Well, suppose we go right to the operations room. You can actually watch the girl on duty work, and I'll explain it all as we go along.
Oh, fine. You know, lots of people think you use phonograph records.
Oh, no. This way, Mr. Fawcett. You see, we use the girls on the regular operating staff. They get a voice and diction test first. If they qualify, they do 1 hour of duty on the time circuit a day, then go back to their other work.
And they just sit there and wait for the calls to come in?
Oh, no. They have no way of knowing whether anyone is on the line or not.
Oh.
They call time every 15 seconds regardless. You hear them, but they can't hear you.
Yes, I know. We tried to question the girl, and she paid no attention.
But here we are.
You see the girl in the glass-enclosed office?
Yes?
She's the time service operator. It's all soundproof, so no noise gets through.
Oh, yes.
She's got 3 watches to check by, you'll notice. That little green light is a signal for her to start talking. The tone signal comes automatically.
And the girls are relieved right on the hour?
Yes, indeed. It would get pretty tedious if it lasted longer.
Yes, I should say. 4 times a minute, 240 times an hour. Oh, say, how about that girl that just went in? Is she going to relieve the girl at the board?
Yes, I guess so. But they usually change on the hour. Oh, Miss Tanner.
Yes, Mr. Bradley?
How is it you're getting relief now?
It's Miss Day's trick. She wasn't feeling well. I relieved her a few minutes ago. Now she's back to finish up.
I see. Thank you.
May we go right into the office? I'd like to listen for a while.
Certainly. But we'll have to whisper if you want to talk to me in there. It might be picked up on the mic.
Oh, of course.
The signal, the time will be 11:40.
Sit down, Mr. Foster.
Thanks. Mr. Bradley, is it possible for us to trace a few calls? I'd like to find out just why people use the service. Is it because their watches stop or what?
We don't know. All the calls come in on the dial system, and you can't trace dials.
Oh, that's too bad. It'd be interesting to know. Well, could you offer a guess from personal knowledge? We could quote you.
Well, your guess would be as good as mine. Time plays an important part in the lives of people in a big city. We get several hundred calls an hour.
11:41 and 1
trying
quarter.
to make a train connection. Somebody in bed who's too lazy to get up and look.
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:41 and 1/2. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:41 and 3 quarters. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:42.
11:42.
Hotel operator.
Will you get me Bell Harbor 44642 now, please?
Yes, sir. I'm getting Bell Harbor 44642.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, Grace.
John, where have you been? We've been worried to death.
I'm in town, darling.
Oh, John, why didn't you call and say you'd be late? Where are you?
I'm at a hotel, dear.
But what are you doing at a hotel?
I've got something very important to tell you, Grace.
Oh, well, please save it and come right home.
It can't wait.
But it's so late, dear, and we've been worried all day.
Well, I've been pretty busy.
I know.
Grace, my insurance policy expires at midnight.
That doesn't matter, John. You'll get another when things pick up.
There isn't a chance, dear. I'm all washed up.
Darling, I won't have you talk that way. Now, please, come right home. You can still get dinner. I've got a swell roast, and I've kept it warm. You feel better after you've eaten. We'll find some way out. We still have each other.
Oh, if it were only us, I wouldn't care, dear. It's the kids I'm thinking of. It isn't fair to them.
Priscilla got a medal at school today, John. She stayed up just to show it to you. Oh, please. Please, come right home.
My policy is for $50,000, Grace. It expires in about 18 minutes.
John, what are you thinking of? I won't listen. I won't listen.
I'm going to leave you, darling. Please take care of Priscilla and Jim.
John. Don't, John. Hotel operator.
Operator, get me Meridian 71212 and stay on the line.
Yes, sir. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:44 and 1 quarter.
Did you hear that, operator?
Yes, sir. She said it was 11:44 and a quarter.
That's right, operator. Remember that.
I beg your pardon, sir?
I said remember that. Stay on the line.
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:44 and 1/2. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:44 and 3 quarters. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:45. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:45 and 1 quarter.
Of course, this girl girl is only answering calls for the time from New York City, isn't she?
What do you mean, Mr. Fawcett?
Well, there wouldn't be any reason for anyone outside of New York City to call Meridian for the time, would there?
Oh, no. Each city has its own local time service because of the difference in time. Now, in Chicago, people call Cathedral 8000. And in Los Angeles, Ulrich 8900. Would be very silly for someone in Chicago or any place outside of New York to call here for the time, don't you think?
Well, of course. It was stupid of me to ask. It would be very silly for anyone outside of New York to call here.
I say, Percival, send us a drink.
Well, it's quite late, sir.
It's quite late, sir. See, come here, Percival, come here. Listen, it's never too late for another drink.
Gentlemen, don't you think you'd better go to your rooms? It's nearly 5 a.m.
Don't you think you'd better go to your room?
Please,
I should say now, we want another drink. And we ain't going to our room till we get it.
Attaboy, you tell him, old pal. Send us another drink.
Well, I'm very sorry, gentlemen. You're in London, you know. It's against the law to serve intoxicating spirits at this hour.
Look, we don't want intoxicating spirits. We want scotch.
I beg you.
That's a good one. That's a good one. We don't want intoxicating spirits. We want scotch.
Gentlemen, please. Gentlemen, you'll awaken all the guests. Now, please, gentlemen, I beg of you.
You betcha we'll wake up all the guests if you don't get us a drink.
You said it, little pal. You said it. A drink to the king.
Oh, no. We've been drinking to the king all day. Let's drink to the quail.
Right. This one is to the queen. To the queen. Hi, Queenie.
Gentlemen, I'm only the desk clerk. I have nothing to do with liquor, but
well, call up the queen and tell her Joe and his little pal stuff from little old New York on a drink.
Oh, that's right. Give me that phone there. I'll get Buckingham in the palace.
No, please, gentlemen. The queen's asleep now, gentlemen.
Then get us a drink.
Yeah, you heard what he said.
Gentlemen, it's 5 a.m. There are rules prohibiting...
Now, listen, Percival, listen. It ain't 5 o'clock in little old New York, is it?
I know, sir.
Well, look, we're from little old New York, and we abide by their rules, not these, you see. That's a fine way to treat us in another...
You tell him, pal, you tell him. Yeah. We go by the New York rules, not these. Why, it's only 11 o'clock in little old New York.
Oh, no. That's where you're wrong, Palsy. That's where you're wrong. It's 12 o'clock in New York. In the little old New York, it's 12 o'clock.
Oh, yeah? Well, how's about daylight saving time, eh? How's about that?
That ain't got nothing to do with it. Nothing.
Please, gentlemen, please don't shout.
Now, how's about it, Percival? What time is it in little old New York?
I believe there is a difference of 5 hours. That would make it 12 o'clock in New York.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's what you'll think. How's about the daylight saving time?
Please. There ain't any more daylight saving.
Oh, no? Well, $5 as there is.
It's a bet. Oh, boy, a sucker. I got it.
How you going to prove it?
Oh, it's a cinch. Here, give me the phone, Percival.
Yes, sir.
I'll get you the time, all right? You watch the old dog at it. Hello.
Are you there?
I never heard no complaints, dearie.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, that's all right. It didn't do nothing. Hey, give me Meridian 71212.
Sorry, sir, but there is no such exchange.
Oh, that's what you think. Oh, yes, there is. Look, you just get me New York.
Just a moment, sir. I'll get you overseas service.
Overseas? Oh, yeah.
Overseas service.
Give me Meridian 71212 in New York. Little old New York.
Just a moment, sir. Hello, New York. Hello, London. Number, please. Meridian 71212. You must be mistaken, London. That's New York time service.
No mistake at all, dearie. Just you get it. Go
Very
ahead.
well, sir. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:50 and 1/2.
Thank you, dearie.
Well, what does she say?
She says the time's 11:50 and there's something. I told him, didn't I, Percival? Mr. Wise Guy here. Didn't I tell him? I told him.
Yes, sir. You told him.
All right, now fork over the $5, Mr. Smarty. Come on, get it up.
Okay. Here you are.
Begging your pardon, sir.
What'd you do?
The transatlantic call will be £3.
Oh, how much is £3?
That is $15 in American money.
Oh, that's all right. That's okay. Mr. Wise Guy here. He'll play it. He'll play it.
Sure, I'll play. Oh, no. No. Calling in New York was your idea, not mine.
Oh, so you're going to get technical. Reneging, huh?
Gentlemen.
So you're going to welch, huh?
Yeah, well, what are you going to do about it?
This is what I'm going to do about it.
Oh, give him tough, huh?
Yeah, better.
Police!
Johnson, there's still a little time left. Why don't you tell the truth? We'll protect you. We'll use every penny we have to see that you're taken care of.
Listen, Mr. Lawyer, for the 50th time, I told everything I know on the witness stand. You better get these ropes off my wrist and let me out of here.
Johnson, you're a filthy liar, and you know it. Man, don't you realize that you're sending an innocent kid to the electric chair?
I'll bust right out crying in a minute.
All right. There isn't enough time left to try being decent with you. I've done everything I can. Now get this. I don't care what happens to me, but I'm not letting that kid burn. Sit here and think it over. If you change your mind, call me. I'll be right behind that door. And remember this. If Tommy Lambert dies, you're not going to leave this room alive.
Nah, you can't scare me.
All right. Just think it over.
How'd you make out, Ed?
Can't get a thing out of him. He's as tight-lipped as he was when I started 5 hours ago.
What are you going to do?
I told him I'd wait until he called me. I told him if he didn't, and Tommy Lambert died, he'd never leave that room.
But, Ed, you know that rat won't talk.
Well, what can I do?
What time is it?
11:45.
Well, don't you realize that kid is going to die in 15 minutes?
Realize? God, I haven't slept a minute since he was convicted. I know the kid's innocent. But I lost it for him. I couldn't help him.
Well, there's no time for that. I'll go in and have a talk with Mr. Johnson.
No, Neil. I won't let you. I've been a lawyer for 20 years now. When this gets out, I'm washed up, but I'll take Johnson with me. You're just starting out. I won't let you get mixed up in it.
I just want 3 minutes with him.
Neil.
All right, Johnson. The party's over.
Ah, the assistant mastermind. I didn't know you were here. Don't make me laugh.
Johnson, you swore on the witness stand that you saw Tommy Lambert hand a gun to Roy Peters in the Oswego National Bank.
So what?
Was that true, Johnson?
Yes, Mr. Lawyer. On my word of honor as a good boy... Come on! Cut that out. Stop. Don't.
How does that feel, Johnson?
I'll take care of you later, you... Don't. You're killing me.
Would you like to talk, rat?
Neil, what are you doing?
Giving Mr. Johnson a little taste of what he needs.
Stop him.
Neil, don't. He isn't worth it.
Yeah, this won't bother him any more than that shock of 2,000 volts through the Lambert kid's body.
You better stop him or he'll burn too.
Now, spill it, skunk.
Stop him. I'll tell you. Stop. I'll talk. I lied. I got paid to say I saw the gun. I needed the money.
All right, rat. There. Now, I'll be quiet for a minute.
My God, we've got it. We've got it.
Yeah, we'll have to move fast. What time is it?
11:45.
But you said it was 11:45 last time I asked.
Good Lord. My watch stopped. I'll get it. 10, 9, 7, 1, 2, 1, 2.
When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:59.
Oh, God. What's the matter? An innocent boy is going to die in 1 minute.
When you hear the signal, the time will be
11:59 and 1/4. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:59 and 1/2. When you hear the signal, the time will be 11:59 and 3/4. When you hear the signal, the time will be 12 o'clock. Tommy! Tommy!
have been listening to the CBS presentation of Meridian 71212, an original radio play by Irving Reese. It was produced and directed by the author through arrangement with Paramount Pictures and came to you from Hollywood as the 8th program in the current Columbia Workshop Festival series. Next Thursday at the same time, we take pleasure in announcing that Miss Dorothy Parker's original contribution to the festival series will be presented from New York. It is called Apartment to Let and will be directed by Brewster Morgan. May we remind you that the book Columbia Workshop Plays, which contains many of the dramas you are hearing on this festival series, is available now at your local bookstore. Whittlesey House is the publisher. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
9 o'clock, the correct time. WJSV, Washington. Does Hollywood have a heart? The answer to that question will be broadcast over the Columbia Broadcasting System every Sunday night at 7:30 o'clock on the Screen Guild Theater. This program returns to the air September 24th. The greatest of Hollywood stars broadcast, but they receive no pay for their work. Instead, the money, $10,000 each week, goes into the fund to build a home for the screen industry's needy. Be sure to tune in every Sunday night.
Tonight, the Columbia Workshop presents the 5th specially commissioned work for the current Workshop Festival. Now It's Summer, a comedy by the young American author and playwright Arthur Kober. Earl McGill is the director. The scene is a high school classroom in elementary physics. Charles Crow has taught physics for over 20 years, and what he says, he has said again and again.
Now, I want the class to observe that I've just made a parallel connection with these two bulbs. Now, watch closely. By unscrewing this one bulb, so, I put the light out. Now, does that affect the power of this other bulb? Yes, Corey, your hand was up first.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't what?
It doesn't affect the power of that there other bulb.
Exactly. It does not affect the power of the other bulb. Now, I want the class to notice the bulbs on the other base. These bulbs are connected in series. Now, observe, please, that when... Sweeney?
Yes, sir.
What are you doing, Sweeney?
Nothing.
Exactly. Quiet. Quiet, please. Sweeney, you're to give me your full and undivided attention. You understand? Do you understand, young man?
Yeah.
Yes, what?
Yes, sir.
That's better. Now, as I was saying, observe the effect as I turn this light out. The other light also goes out. Now, put that down in your books, please. How to tell whether devices are connected in series or in parallel. The test is to turn out one bulb. If all go out, they are connected in series. If one goes out, what's the answer, Sweeney?
The answer?
Very sorry to have to disturb your slumbers. Phillips, you give our sleepy friend the answer.
If one goes out, they're connected in parallel.
Exactly. Now, Sweeney, I want you to read what I've just asked you to put in your notebook.
Huh?
Huh is not what I asked you to write. Quiet. Quiet. Please, boys, quiet. Sweeney, I shall have to ask you to stay in after the rest of the class is dismissed. Minelli?
Yes, sir?
I want you to make tomorrow's homework on the board. Page 630, problems 3, 11, 12, and 14. I don't think that's at all funny, Sweeney.
Oh, gee whiz. Now a guy doesn't sneeze no more.
None of your impertinence. I won't tolerate it.
Oh, my
goodness. Stop. You will retain your seats, please. The signal is meant for me, not for you. You're all to read the pages on energy and be prepared to define the various types of energy. Now, have you all got that?
Yes, sir.
Well, we'll find out tomorrow whether you have or not. All right. Class dismissed. Sweeney, I want you to come forward, please.
Oh, gee whiz, I didn't do that.
You will do as I say. Yes, what is it, Corey?
Are we supposed to do that stuff about power?
Your homework covers that question.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Benedict?
You said I should ask you when I could use the Bunsen burner, Mr. Crow.
Will you stop that noise, please? I'm sorry, Benedict. Not today, some other time. Oh, Corey forgot his textbooks. Will you see that he gets them?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, Sweeney.
Gee whiz, Mr. Trow, I'm supposed to see Mr. Considine after school. He'll give me holy heck if I don't see him.
Here's a sheet of paper. Make out a note to Mr. Considine saying I detained you, and I'll sign it.
Gee whiz, what did I do anyways? I was just sitting there. I wasn't hurting nobody.
Hurting nobody?
No, sir, I wasn't hurting nobody.
Hurting nobody?
Hurting anybody.
Better.
Gee whiz, why are you always picking on me? What you got against me, anyhow?
Every time I'm in the midst of an experiment or the explanation of some rule, you're either whispering to your neighbor or you're off stargazing somewhere. Now, I can't have discipline in my class if you're going to set a bad example, can I?
But I wasn't whispering, Mr. Trow. Today I was doing nothing.
That's it, Sweeney. You were doing nothing when you were supposed to be listening.
I was listening.
Don't contradict me. You were daydreaming. You had your eyes closed.
That's the way I listen sometimes. No kidding,
Sweeney, this has happened too often to be an accident. I'm afraid I shall have to report you to Dr. Curtis. You wouldn't want me to do that, would you?
No, sir.
Well, what's your average mark, Sweeney?
About 70.
70? Do any of your other teachers find fault with you?
No, sir. Nobody else picks on me. You're the only
Why does Mr. Considine want to see you?
He's coaching the baseball team. I'm supposed to be in the park
Keep
right
your
now.
seat, please, please. I'm not letting you go until we get to the bottom of this. Now, what is it, Sweeney? Come on, out with it.
I don't know.
Well, there's no need to be embarrassed. This is just between you and me. Now, speak up.
I got nothing to speak up.
Are my problems too complex?
Huh?
I mean, are they too hard?
They're okay, I guess.
Well, now, perhaps I don't make myself clear. Perhaps if I expressed myself a little more, shall we say, more simply, you'd understand. Now, is that it?
Well, I don't know.
Sweeney, you must know what's bothering you.
I got nothing bothering me.
Last week, it was Turner I had to report. The week before, it was Hellman. Now, I don't want to go to Dr. Curtis again. Sweeney, there's an old adage. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Now, you've often heard of that, haven't you?
I don't know.
Of course you have. Everybody has. Now, there is something obviously wrong with you. I'd like to help you, but that requires your cooperation. In other words, let us say that I'm the doctor and you are the patient, so to speak. Now, in order to effect it... There you go again.
What did I do now?
Even when I try to help you, you won't listen. You were staring out of the window, wearing that sickish grin on your face. Sweeney, I don't know what to do.
I was listening, Mr. Trow. You said you was a doctor.
Your constant wool gathering is becoming a source of extreme irritation. You're really not a bad boy. If only you wouldn't allow your mind to wander off the way it does.
No, sir, no more. Gee, I hope Mr. Considine...
Now, one moment, please, please. I'm not quite through with you.
Oh, gee.
Now, stop your sulking. I assure you it's no fun for me to stay here after school. But I must do something about you, if only as an example to the other unruly pupils. You don't like physics, do you? Isn't that why you're so restless? Go on, you can tell me. I won't punish you.
Oh, who wants to be an electrician anyhow? What do I care about that electric light and power stuff?
Well, what would you rather do?
Play baseball with the rest of the guys. That's what I was thinking when I was looking out of the window. I was thinking, gee whiz, now it's summer. Look at me, cooped up here while the gang is in the park having fun. I was thinking, boy, it must be nice out there in the park. It's summer now.
But, Sweeney, we can't go about doing whatever we like. It would be a very strange world if we did. There are certain things which have to be done whether we like to do them or not. They make for routine and order. Now, if we were to neglect these duties, we'd have chaos and confusion. There are certain tasks that I have to perform whether I want to or not. I, too, would like to be out in the fresh air. There's also a park a few blocks from the boarding house in which I live. I haven't been there in, let me see now. Never mind. The fact is that I frequently hear some of my neighbors arranging to go there. There are times when I'm tempted to go along. But do I leave my work? Do I take time off? Do I neglect my duties? The answer, Sweeney, is emphatically no, I do not. Even though it is summer and there is a park nearby. Routine and order, Sweeney, are the great secret of life. Now, learn the simple art of self-discipline. For example, make a point of arriving at your classes promptly. Devote all your thought and energy to the subject in hand. Then, when your classes are over, you can relax. Play your baseball in the park. Have your good time. Happy in the knowledge that you've done your... Sweeney, I give up. You're incorrigible.
Well, what's the matter? What did I do now?
Come along. I'll take you to Dr. Curtis. Perhaps he can drill some sense into you.
Gee whiz, I'm always doing something wrong. Even when I sit nice and quiet, that's wrong.
Nothing I say seems to penetrate. Everything goes into one ear and out the very same ear.
Honest, Mr. Trow, I was paying attention.
You were busy scribbling away while I was talking. Sweeney, does anything ever stir in that cranium of yours?
Yes, sir.
Really? How surprising. What were you writing?
It's nothing.
Let me see it.
It's just a plain piece of paper, that's all.
Come on, let me have it. I'm curious to see what you think of, if you think at all while I'm talking. Well?
It's just some scribbling, Mr. Trow. It ain't got no sense to it.
No, I don't doubt that for a moment. I'm waiting, Sweeney.
Oh, gee.
Open your fist, please. Now, let me see What made you write this?
I don't know.
Old Donald Duck. Mr. Trow, Old Donald Duck. Old Donald Duck?
I didn't make it up, Mr. Trow. Honest, I didn't. The rest of the fellas, they all
You
got
mean that the other pupils also call me this? Do they, Sweeney? I want to know so I can be, prepared, so to speak. Do they?
It's kind of like a nickname. You know, like Red and Shorty and...
Old Donald Duck. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Why do they call me that? Please, tell me. I won't punish you. I promise you I won't.
Well, every time you talk, you always go like this. Now then, quack, 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 so to speak. Exactly. Quack, quack, quack,
That's enough.
quack, quack.
I don't want to hear any more.
Oh, I didn't want to tell you, Mr. Trout, but you asked me. You said you wouldn't...
Yes, I know. All right, Sweeney. I asked you and you told me.
That's what I was scribbling. I was thinking, gee whiz, now it's summer. There's the park, and I'm cooped up while old Donald Ducky keeps right on quacking. Quack, 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 quack.
I've had enough of that. Get out of here. Get out at once before I...
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Gee whiz, all I did was tell you what you asked me.
Stop! Old Donald Duck. Mr. Trow, you are old Donald Duck. Quack, 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 so to speak. Exactly. Quack, quack, quack.
Now it's summer. There's the park, and I'm cooped up while old Donald Ducky keeps right on quacking. Quack, 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 quack. Gee whiz. Now it's summer. The gang is in the park having fun. I was thinking, boy, it must be nice out there in the park. It's summer now.
And here's the park, only a few blocks from the boarding house where I live. Oh, I haven't been here in... Well, let me see now. Heavens, it must be years. I don't remember this part of the park at all. Why, that playground there must be new. And look at those children. Dear me, so many of them. Climbing up that ladder and sliding down and climbing up and... Well... Dear me, if only they'd apply themselves to their lessons that way. My, this is a large park. I'd forgotten how large it really is. Oh.
Heaven's sakes, mister, why don't you look where you're going?
I beg your pardon. I was so abstracted.
You almost knocked the baby carriage over.
I'm sorry.
Yes, you are right, my sweetie baby. Did a man hurt my pretty witty soldier boy? Oh, you witty rascal, you. My baby wants his toy. Where's that toy?
Oh, this must be it on the ground. Here, let me get it. Boy.
Thank you. Here you are, my sweetie baby. Here's your Donald Duck.
Well, I wonder where I am. This park is so big, I just can't find my way about. I must have walked a great deal. I think I'll sit down and rest a while. I really ought to be getting home, of course. There are classroom papers to do. Routine in order. Yeah. I'm tired, though. Oh, dear, all these benches are taken. Oh, there's a place near that girl over there. I beg your pardon?
Hey, I'm putting down my newspaper.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you reserving this place?
Reserving the... What do you think this park is, a theater or something?
Would you mind if I sat here?
Why should I mind? I don't own this joint.
At last I can sit down and rest. That feels nice. I wonder if this young lady on my right reading the newspaper, I wonder if she's resting too. What have we here on my left? Oh, the young man. Is he resting? Well, there seems to be someone sitting with him.
Say, Kitty, you sure you're comfy now?
Uh-huh. Only put down your arm just a little bit.
Okay, Cleopatra, Queen of the Nile. Your humble slave Stretchy obeys the noble queen. Say, you want to know something, Kitty?
What?
It's too bad you can't see your eyes right now. Boy, some set of peepers, wow.
What's the matter with them?
Nothing's the matter with them. They're 100% perfect, your eyes.
Gee, it's a wonder you can see them. The light here, it's so bad.
Go on, Kitty. Take them out so I can examine them.
Crazy. You know, Stretch, a friend of mine, Shirley's her name, she recommends I should use mascara. What do you think?
I think your friend Shirley ought to have her head examined. She must be touched. Mascara. What do you want to spoil such beautiful set of brown eyes for?
They're not brown, you see? You don't even know the color. They're hazel.
Who says?
Well, look up and down. See? Hazel.
Hazel, huh? You mean like a nut? Gee, you sweet thing.
Oh, Stretch.
Now it's summer. They're all in the park having fun. I was thinking, boy, it must be nice out there in the park. It's summer now.
Well,
what?
Well, I guess they're brown, all right.
I ought to be home, arranging my work. Dear me, I'm way behind now on my duties. My, there really will be chaos and confusion. The secret of life, Sweeney, is routine and order. Routine and order, yes. Well, look at these two, Kitty and Stretch. They seem to know the secret of life. They're not cooped in. They're out here in the park. They both know it's summer.
Looks like we've got an audience. The old guy's watching us.
Next time, maybe we'd better sell tickets.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just couldn't...
Give me my bag, Stretch.
Here, come on, Kitty, before his eyes start popping out.
No, please.
Hey, too bad you didn't bring your candid camera with you.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't... you know, I didn't mean to drive them away, really. I didn't.
Don't let it bother you, Pop.
You know, I couldn't help listening.
You get gray hair if you worry.
I thought they were both very sweet.
Yeah,
and then,
sweet.
Yes, and so young. I'm really sorry I frightened them away.
Look, Pop,
What?
I wouldn't worry none about those birds if I was you. You get used to things like that around here if you just hang around for an hour or so.
Oh, you seem to know this park.
Know it? I memorized it. Mention any leaf, I'll tell you where it is. What else I gotta do?
sit in my 2x4 and get a nice steam bath when I can sit out here in the open. Look at it, trees and flowers and lots of nice green grass. I like green for a color.
This is here and has been all these years.
What I'd be doing at home right now is sitting and staring at the walls and thinking, what good am I? Where do I come in anyways? Well, in the park, I don't know. People go past you, some happy, some sad. You start wondering about them. Maybe they got their troubles. Maybe they ain't even got a 2x4 with walls to stare at. Then I don't feel so bad. Now, why should somebody else's troubles pep me up? I don't know why. Still, it does.
Old Donald Duck, Mr. Trow. Quack, quack, quack.
Yeah? The man who invented parks ought to get a medal. Don't you think so?
Oh, I beg your pardon?
I was talking about the park.
Oh. Would you believe it? This is my first visit here in almost 20 years.
Oh, from out of town, huh?
No, I live only a short distance away. Matter of fact, I moved there so as to be near the park.
You mean you live on... Say, you saw at the place or what?
No, I've taken it for granted, I guess. You know, like the way you take your neighbors and people around you. No, when I first moved in, I was in this park almost every day. There was a funny little path. Yes, I remember now. It was back of the boathouse. I used to walk along it every day, dreaming and planning. There was so much to plan and to dream about as I walked through the park 20 years ago.
Funny, but I was running around the park in those days, too.
You? Why, you must have been a baby.
I was 4 years old. Now, why should I lie? I was 6 years old. Have you ever been in Hardin, Minnesota?
I've never been out of this state.
I come from Hardin, Minnesota. Every Sunday morning, my old lady, she had a romantic nature. She dragged me and the whole family to the Hardin Park to look at the scenery. Me, my brothers and sisters, all 7 of us.
7?
Yeah, 7.
Oh, what about your father?
Well, he was a janitor. He had to stay home and tend the house. But the rest of us, every Sunday we was marching through the park. The parade of the Poniatowskis. Yeah, Poniatowskis. It's a Polish name.
Poniatowski.
Yeah, I'd spell it for you, but what good would it do?
Oh, it's an odd name, isn't it?
Odd? You want to hear my full name? Get ready now. May Allison Poniatowski. How do you like a hand like that? May Allison.
It doesn't sound very Polish.
Just my old lady's romantic nature popping out again. You see, while Pop was cleaning up in the yard and tending to the garbage, the old lady was always off seeing movies. She was simply nuts about movies, especially about her idol, Harold Lockwood. Remember him?
I'm afraid I don't.
Well, the old lady was his fan. The family lived in a dive. This was before I was born. And it was full of 2 things, mice and Harold Lockwood's pictures. Both all over the place.
Oh, I don't think I'd like that.
Oh, they didn't mind. They was counting on me being a boy. Mom thought if she could see a lot of pictures, maybe I'd be born looking like Harold Lockwood. What do you call that thing? Pre-something?
Prenatal influence.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, having a girl must have been a great disappointment.
Yeah, not with the old lady's romantic nature. What the devil? She figured so long as I can't be like Harold Lockwood, I might as well be like the dame he played opposite. May Allison, her name.
Oh, I begin to see.
With a hand like that, she figured maybe someday I'd meet a fella like Lockwood. And I don't know. I've been around. I've met a lot of guys. And if any of them was like Mom's Lockwood, all I got to say is Harold Lockwood was no bargain.
Is your mother still fond of the movies?
Nah, to tell you the truth, I ain't seen her in years. The minute my older brother got a job, she up and runs away with her boarder, a fat little greaseball with a walrus mustache. With Mom's romantic nature, maybe he did look like Harold Lockwood at that. Say, must be kind of late, huh?
Oh, I wonder what time it is.
You've got a match?
Oh.
Well, the correct time is 13 minutes to 10, courtesy Century Easy Credit Plan.
Oh. Is it really that late? Dear me,
Well, thanks for sitting here and let me chew your ear off.
Oh, I enjoyed it very much.
I don't get a chance to do much gabbing around here. The dames, they don't seem to like my line of talk. And the fellas, they don't want to talk. They got one motto, action speaks louder than words. So, there you are.
Well, I'll say good night. I hope that we'll meet again.
Oh, sure. Anytime you're in the neighborhood, just drop in. Guess, I ought to be getting back, too. Yeah, go back to what?
Yes, and go back to what?
Well, look, I got nothing but a 2x4 dump to go to, but you?
Aye. What have I? A boarding house to go to. Mrs. Bell, the landlady's probably very worried about me. I've never been out this late before. But I'll be home soon. I'll be home, filling the air with chalk dust and classroom smells and my usual complaints, how some horrid little monster annoyed me and how I had to deal firmly with the rascal.
You're a school teacher, huh?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, gee. Oh, excuse me.
What for?
For talking so dopey, calling you Pop. Gee, I should have known right away from the way you talked, so refined like. Gee, ain't I the sap, though? If you'd only told me what you was...
Why? What difference does it make?
A school teacher? Why, you must be awful smart or awful brainy, what I mean. Think of it, hundreds and hundreds of kids, and you learning them things, telling... Or what do you teach?
Physics.
Physics? It's a new one on me, physics. Sounds kind of funny.
Oh, it isn't funny. On the contrary, it's quite serious.
Well, what is it? I mean, arithmetic, that's figures. Geography, that's about foreign countries.
Well, it's quite an involved subject. Physics is the study of... Well, you don't really want to know, do you?
Oh, sure I do. But if it's going to take time, then forget it.
Well, physics is the science which treats of energy and matter and their relation to each other.
Oh, I see.
Do you?
What?
Do you see?
Honestly, I don't. What's it all about?
Well, roughly, it's about mechanics. Heat, magnetism, light, electricity.
It's still Greek to me.
And to my pupils, too, I found out. The only thing that keeps them from falling asleep is the classroom bell.
Look, tell me something. With so much knowledge in the world to pick on, how come you grabbed such a broken-down thing like that physics?
Well, I felt that it had a fundamental relationship to life. Heat, light, mechanics. We couldn't exist without them. But perhaps there are more important things. Yes. Sweeney proved that to me some hours ago.
Sweeney?
Today's particular monster. No, it's summer, he said. Who wants to be cooped up in a room, he said, when you can be out there in the park having fun? Well, he was right. He was right. That Calliope sounds so gay and summery.
That's Pleasure Palace.
Pleasure Palace?
Yeah.
Oh. Hey, I wonder if you would... well, no, never mind.
What?
No, it's too silly.
I'll tell you if it's silly. What is it?
Well, you know, I'd like to go there. I'd like to go there now. Will you come with me?
Hey, well, wait a minute. Am I hearing right? You do mean Pleasure Palace, don't you? Hey, look, you're too big a boy to go running away from school.
Yes, I knew it was too silly.
Gee, he really means it. So you know what this is, don't you? A pickup. Well, not that I ain't been picked up before. Now, where's my bag?
Do go?
What have I got to lose?
Well, we won't stay very long.
Yeah, so I can get my beauty sleep
Yes.
and be fresh in the morning to go looking for jobs. Don't worry, those jobs still won't be there, whether I'm fresh like a daisy or not. You gonna shoot the works?
The works?
I mean, will we go on the merry-go-round?
Oh, on the Ferris wheel, too, if you like.
And can we try the whip?
And the barrel of fun.
Don't forget the tunnel of love.
And we'll eat popcorn and apple on the stick.
Yeah, how's about hot dogs and ice cream?
Why, of course, and we'll drink soda pop and lemonade.
Could you make mine a root beer?
You'll have that, too.
Come on, I'm getting indigestion just thinking about it.
Boy, must be nice out there in that park. Why, now it's summer.
have been listening to the CBS presentation of Now It's Summer, a comedy specially commissioned for the Columbia Workshop Festival by Arthur Culper. Earl McGill directed tonight's performance, and Bernard Herrmann conducted the musical score. The part of Charles Trow was played by Carl Swinson, May Allison Poniatowski by Ann Shepard, and Sweeney by Jimmy Donnelly. We call your special attention to next week's Columbia Workshop, which will be the final broadcast in the current festival series. It is a revival of the now famous Fall of the City by Archibald MacLeish. It will be produced in Hollywood under the direction of Irving Reese. Burgess Meredith will play the leading role. This program will originate from the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum with a cast of over 500 people to make it one of the most outstanding broadcasts of the year. The time, of course, is 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You may be interested to know that The Fall of the City is one of the dramas that is contained in the book Columbia Workshop Plays, published by Whittlesey House and now available at your local bookstore. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Workshop presents The Fall of the City by Archibald MacLeish. Ladies and gentlemen, this broadcast comes to you from the city. Listeners over the curving air have heard from furthest off frontiers of foreign hours, mountain time, ocean time, of the islands, of waters after the islands, some of them waking where noon here is the night there, some where noon is the first few stars they see, or the last one. For 3 days the world has watched this city, not for the common occasions of brutal crime, or the usual violence of one sort or another, or coronations of kings or popular festivals. No, for stranger and disturbing reasons, the resurrection from death and the tomb of a dead woman. Each day, for 3 days, there has come to the door of her tomb at noon a woman buried. The terror that stands at the shoulder of our time touches the cheek with this. The flesh winces. There have been other omens in other cities, but never of this sort, and never so credible. In a time like ours, seemings and portents signify. Ours is a generation when dogs howl and the skin crawls on the skull with its beast's foreboding. All men now alive with us have feared. We have smelled the wind in the street that changes weather. We have seen the familiar room grow unfamiliar, the order of numbers alter, the expectation cheat the expectant eye. The appearance defaults with us. Here in this city, the wall of the time cracks. We take you now to the great square of this city.
We are here on the Central Plaza. We are well off to the eastward edge. There is a kind of terrace over the crowd here. It is precisely 4 minutes to 12. The crowd is enormous. There might be 10,000, there might be more. The whole square is faces. Opposite over the roofs are the mountains. It is quite clear there are birds circling. We think they are kites by the look. They are very high. The tomb is off to the right somewhere. We can't see for the great crowd. Close to us here are the cabinet ministers. They stand on a raised platform with awnings. The farmers' wives are squatting on the stones. Their children have fallen asleep on their shoulders. The heat is harsh. The light dazzles like metal. It dazes the air as the clang of a gong does. News travels in this nation. There are people here from away off, horse raisers out of the country with brooks in it, herders of cattle from up where the snow stays, the kind that cook for themselves mostly. They look at the girls with their eyes hard and a hard grin and their teeth showing. It is 1 minute to 12 now. There is still no sign. They are still waiting. No one doubts that she will come. No one doubts that she will speak too. 3 times she has not spoken. Now it is 12. Now they are rising. Now the whole plaza is rising. Fathers are lifting their small children. The plume fans on the platform are motionless. There is no sound but the shuffle of shoe leather. Now even the shoes are still. We can hear the hawks. It is quiet as that now. It is strange to see such throngs so silent. Nothing yet. Nothing has happened. Wait. There's a stir here to the right of us. They're turning their heads. The crowd turns. The cabinet ministers lean from their balcony. There's no sound, only the turning.
There, the waters rose with no wind.
Isn't that she speaking?
Then the stones of the temple kindled without flame or tinder of maize leaves.
They see her beyond us. The crowd sees her.
Then there were cries in the night haze, words in a once heard tongue, the air rustling above us as at dawn with herons. Now it is I who must bring fear, I who am 4 days dead, the tears still unshed for me, all of them. I for whom a child still calls at nightfall. Death is young in me to fear. My dress is kept still in the press in my bedchamber. No one has broken the dish of the dead woman. Nevertheless, I must speak painfully. I am to stand here in the sun and speak. City of masterless men, we'll take a master. There will be shouting then, blood after. Do not ask what it means. I do not know. Only sorrow and no hope for it.
She's gone. We know because the crowd is closing. All we can see is the crowd closing. We hear the releasing of held breath, the weight shifting, the lifting of shoe leather. The stillness is broken as surface of water is broken, the sound circling from in outward. Small wonder they feel fear. Before the murders of the famous kings, before imperial cities burned and fell, the dead were said to show themselves and speak. When dead men came, disasters came. Presentiments that left the living on their beds sleep on woke dead men out of death and gave them voices. All ancient men in every nation hear this. Like cattle that smell death. The whole square is whirling and turning and shouting. One of the ministers raises his arms on the platform. No one is listening. Now they are sounding drums, trying to quiet them likely. No. Something is happening. They're in the far corner. A runner, a messenger, staggering. People are helping him. People are calling. He comes through the crowd. They are quieter. Only those on the far edge are still shouting. Listen, he's here by the ministers now. He's speaking.
There has come the conqueror. I am to tell you. I have raced over sea land. I have run over cane land. I have climbed over cone land. It was laid on my shoulders by shining by day and staying by night were not for my lot till I came to the sight of you. Now I have come. Be warned of this conqueror. This one is dangerous. Word is outlawed him. East over sea cross has all taken every country. No men are free there. Ears overhear them. Their words are their murderers. Judged before judgment, tried after trial, they die as do animals. offer their throats as the goat to her slaughterer. Terror has taught them this. I tell you, beware of him. All doors are dangers. The warders of wealth will admit him by stealth. The lovers of men will invite him as friend. The drinkers of blood will drum him in suddenly. Hope will unlatch to him. Hopelessness open. I say and say truly to all men in honesty, such as this conqueror. Shame is his people. Liquors of spittle. Their lives are unspeakable. They're dying indecent. Watch. I have said to you.
Give him me. They're leading him out. His legs give. Now he has gone in the crowd. They are silent. No one has spoken since his speaking. They stand still, circling the ministers. No one has spoken or called out. There is no stir at all, no movement. Even the farthest have stood patiently. They wait, trusting the old men. They wait faithfully, trusting an answer. Now the huddle on the platform opens. A minister turns to them, raising his two arms.
Free men of this nation, the persuasion of your wills against your wisdom is not dreamed of. We offer themes for your consideration. What is the surest defender of liberty? Is it not liberty? A free people resists by freedom, not locks, not blockhouses. The future is a mirror where the past marches to meet itself. Go armed toward arms, peaceful toward peace, free and with music toward freedom. Face tomorrow with knives, and tomorrow's a knife blade. Murder your foe, and your foe will be murder. Even your friends suspected of false speaking. Hands on the door at night, and the floorboards squeaking. Those who win by the spear are the spear-toters. And what do they win? Spears. What else is there? If their hands let go, they have nothing to hold by. They are no more free than a paralytic propped against a tree is. With the armored man, the arm is upheld by the weapon. The man is worn by the knife.
I wish you could see all this as we do. The whole plaza full of these people, their colorful garments, the harsh sunlight, the water sellers swinging enormous gourds, the orator there on the stone platform, the temple behind him, the high pyramid, the hawks overhead in the sky, teetering slow to the windward, swift to the downwind, the houses blind with a blank sun on them.
Once depend on iron for your freedom, and your freedom's iron. Once overcome your resistors with force, and your force will resist you. You will never be free of force. Never of arms unarmed. Will the father return home? The lover to her love? The mature man to his fruit orchard? Walking at peace in that beauty? The years of his trees to assure him. Force is a greater enemy than this conqueror. A treacherous weapon. Nevertheless, my friends, there is a weapon. Weakness conquers. Against chainlessness, who breaks? Against walllessness, who vaults? Against forcelessness, who forces? Against the feather of the thistle is blunted sharpest metal. No edge cuts seed plot. This conqueror, unresisted, will conquer no longer. A posturer beating his blows upon burdocks, shifting his guard against shadows. Snickers will sound among road menders, titters be stifled by laundresses, coarse guffaws among chambermaids. Reddened with rage, he will roar. He will sweat in his uniform foolishly. He will disappear. No one hear of him. There is a weapon, my friends. Reason and truth are that weapon. Let this conqueror come. Show him no hindrance. Suffer his flag and his drum. Words win.
There's the shout now. He's done. He's climbing down. A great speech. They're all smiling and pressing around him. The women are squatting in full sunlight. They're opening packages. Bread, we'd say by the look. Yes, bread. Bread wrapped between corn leaves. They're squatting to eat. They're quite contented and happy. The women are calling their men from the sunny stones. There are flutes sounding. Way off. We can't see for the shifting and moving. Yes, there are flutes in the cool shadow. Children are dancing in intricate figures. Even a few old men are dancing. You'd say they never feared to see them dancing. A great speech, really great. Men forget these truths in passion. They oppose the oppressors with blind blows. They make of their towns tombs, of their roots burials. They build memorial ruins to liberty, but liberty is not built from ruins. Only in peace is the work excellent. That's odd. The music has stopped. There's something. It's a man. There on the far side, he's pointing. He seems to be pointing back to the farthest street. The people are twisting and rising, bread in their fists. We can't see what it is. Wait, it's a messenger. It must be a messenger. Yes, it's a message, another. Here he is at the turn of the street, trotting. His neck's back at the nape. He looks tired. He winds through the crowd with his mouth open, laboring. People are offering water. He pushes away from them. Now he has come to the stone steps to the ministers. Stand by, we're edging in. Listen.
Then it's come.
He's leaning on the stone. He's speaking.
I am to tell you. I have run over cornland. I have climbed over cornland. I have crossed over mountains. It was laid on my shoulders by sham and by chance that standing by day and staying by night were not for my lot, till I came to the sight of you. Now I have come. I bear word. Beware of this conqueror. Fame is his sword. No man opposing him still grows his glory. He needs neither foeman nor thick set of blows to gather his victories, nor a foe's match to earn in his battles. He brings his own enemy. He baggages with him his closet antagonist, his private opposer. He's setting him up at every road corner, a figure of horror, with blood for his color, fist for his hand, reek where he stands, hate for his heat, sneers for his mouth, clouts for his clothes, oaths if he speak. And he's knocking him down in every town square till hair's on his blade, and blood's all about like dust in a drought. And the people are shouting, flowers him flinging, music him singing, and bringing him gold and holding his heels and feeling his thighs till their eyes start and their hearts swell. And they're telling his praises like lays of the heroes and chiefs of antiquity. Such are his victories. So does he come. So he approaches. No man to conquer. Yet as a conqueror marches he forward. Stands in your mountains. Soon to descend on you.
That touched them. That frightened them. Some of them point to the east hills. Some of them mock at the ministers. Freedom, freedom for what? To die in a rat trap? They're frantic with anger and plain fear. They're sold out, they say. You can hear them. Down with the government, down with the orators, down with the liberal learned minds, down with the mouths and the loose tongues in them, down with the lazy lot. They've sold us, we're sold out. Talking is done for us. Oh, they're boiling around us like muck that smells sharp. We can't move for the mob. They're crazy with terror.
Things of your God! Earth masters! Haste to disaster! Men, remember!
There's a voice over the crowd somewhere. They hear it. They're quieting down. It's the priests. We see them now. It's the priests on the pyramid. There might be 10 of them, black, with their hair tangled. The smoke of their fire is flat in the quick wind. They stand in the thick of the smoke by the stone of the victims. Their knives catch in the deep sun. They are shouting.
Turn to your God. Remember.
Listen.
Let the world be saved by surrendering the world. Not otherwise shall it be saved.
Turn to your God, rememberers.
Let evil be overcome by the coming over of evil. Your heart shall be elsewhere.
Turn to your God, rememberers.
The conqueror cannot take you.
Turn to your God.
The narrow dark will keep you.
Turn to your God.
In God's house is no breaking.
Turn to your God.
In God's silence his sleep is.
Lay up your will with the gods.
Stones cannot kill you.
Lay up your mind with the gods.
Blade cannot blind you.
Lay up your heart with the gods.
Danger departs from you.
It's a wonderful thing to see this crowd responding. Even the simplest citizens feel the emotion. There's hardly a sound now in the square. It's wonderful. Really impressive. The priests there on the pyramid, the smoke blowing, the bright sun, the faces. Listen.
All is illusion. In the day of the tyrants of tongues, when the truth is for hire. In the day of deceit, when ends meet.
Turn to your God.
In the day of division of nations, when hope is derision. In the day of the supping of hate, when the soul is corrupted. In the day of despair, when the heart bare.
Turn to your God.
A kind of dance is beginning. A serpent of people. A current of people coiling and curling through people. A circling of people through people like water through water.
Out of the stir of the sun. Out of the shout of the thunder. Out of the hush of the star. Withdraw the heart.
Very young girl is leading.
You see smoke on those mountains? The smoke is the smoke of towns. And who makes it? The conqueror. And where will he march now? Onward! The heel of the future descends on you.
He has them now. Even the priests have seen it. They're all looking away here to the east. There's smoke, too, filling the valleys like thunderhead.
You are foolish, old men. You ought to be flogged for your foolishness. Your grandfathers died to be free, and you juggle with freedom. Do you think you're free by a law like the falling of apples in autumn? You thought you were safe with your liberties. You thought you could always quibble. You can't. You take my word for it. Freedom's the rarest bird. You risk your neck to snare it. It's gone while your eyeballs stare. Those who lodge with a tyrant thinking to feed at his fire and leave him again when they're fed are plain fools or were bred to it. Brood of the servile races, born with a hangdog face.
They're all pointing and pushing together. The women are shouldering baskets, grandchildren. They smell smoke in the air. They smell terror.
You juggle with freedom. There's nothing in this world worse, empty belly or purse, or the pitiful hunger of children, than doing the strong man's will. The free will fight for their freedom. They're free men first. They feed, meager or fat, as free men. Everything else comes after. Food, roof, craft, even the sky and the light of it.
The sun is yellow with smoke. The town's burning, the walls at the broken bridge.
Free. Will you fight? There are still inches for fighting. There is still a niche in the street. You can stand on the stairs and meet him. You can hold in the dark of the hall. You can die, or your children will crawl for it.
They won't listen. They're shouting and screaming and circling. The square is full of deserters with more coming. Every street from the bridge is full of deserters. They're rolling in with the smoke blowing behind them. The plaza's choked with the smoke and the struggling of stragglers. They're climbing the platform, driving the minister, shouting. One speaks and another.
The city is doomed. There's no holding it. Let the conqueror have it again. The age is his. It's his century. He's one man. We are but thousands. Who can defend us from one man? Bury your arms. Break your standards. Give him the town while the town stands.
They're throwing their arms away. Their bowls are in bonfires. The plaza is littered with torn plumes, spear handles.
Take a master! Order the master! Freedom for fools! Force is a certainty! Freedom has eaten our strength and corrupted our virtues! Men must be ruled! Fools must be masters! Rigor and class will restore us our dignity! Change will be liberty!
The last defenders are coming. They whirl from the streets like wild leaves on a wind. The square scatters them. Now they are fewer. 10 together of 5. They come with their heads turned, their eyes back. Now there are none. The street's empty in shadow. The crowd is retreating, watching the empty street. The shouts die. The voices are silent. They're watching. They stand in the slant of the sunlight, silent and watching. The silence after the drums echoes the drum beat. Now there's a sound. They see him. They must see him. They're shading their eyes from the sun. There's a rustle of whispering. We can't see for the glare of it. Yes, he's there. In the end of the street, in the shadow, we see him. He looks huge, a head taller than anyone, broad as a brass jaw, a hard hero. Heavy of heel and brick, clanking with metal, the helm closed on his head, the eye holes hollow. He's coming. He's clear of the shadow. The sun takes him. They cover their faces with fingers. They cower before him. They fall. They sprawl on the stone. He's alone where he's walking. He marches with a rattle of metal. He tramples his shadow. He mounts by the pyramid, stamps on the stairway, turns. His arm rises. His visor is opening. There's no one. There's no one at all. No one. The helmet is hollow. The metal is empty. The armor is empty. I tell you, there's no one at all there. There's only the metal. The barrel of metal, the bundle of armor. It's empty. They don't see. They lie on the paving. They lie in the burnt spears, the ashes of arrows. They lie there. They don't see or they won't see. They are silent. The people invent their oppressors. They wish to believe in them. They wish to be free of their freedom, released from their liberty. The long labor of liberty ended. They lie there. Look, it's his arm. It is rising, his arm's rising. They're watching his arm as it rises. They stir. They cry out, they're shouting. They're shouting with happiness. Listen, they're shouting like troops in a victory. Listen, the city of masterless men had found a master. You'd say it was they were the conquerors, they that had conquered. The city has fallen.
The Columbia Workshop has presented as the final program in its summer festival series Archibald MacLeish's famous radio verse drama, The Fall of the City. Burgess Meredith, who was just completing Of Mice and Men for Hal Roach Productions, performance, and was supported by Myron McCormick, Fred Mackay, Ted Osborne, True Boardman, Earl Ross, and Dorothy Burgess in the principal roles. Over 500 college students were used in the crowd scenes through the courtesy and cooperation of the faculty and student body of the University of Southern California. The broadcast was staged outdoors in the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. William N. Robeson, Sterling Tracy, and Harry Spears
assisted in the production of special effects. The entire program was produced and directed by Irving Reese through arrangement with Paramount Pictures. The Fall of the City is included in the anthology Columbia Workshop Plays, published by Whittlesey House and now available at your local bookstore. The Columbia Workshop will be heard again 2 weeks from tonight. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations present the Columbia Workshop with the world premiere of Blennerhasset, a radio opera by Vittorio Giannini, the libretto by Philip Ansel Roll and Norman Corwin. Tonight's production is another in the growing list of experimental works by American composers resulting from the Columbia Composers Commission. Its composer, Vittorio Giannini, was the winner of the Prix de Rome in 1932, and other important honors which have come to him for his symphonies and works in various forms have included the Juilliard Publication Prize and the award of the Society for the Publication of American Music. Although still in his early 30s, Mr. Giannini has also to his credit 2 successful stage operas, Eusebia and The Scarlet Letter, as well as his earlier radio opera, Beauty and the Beast, which was also written for the Columbia Workshop last November. During the past few years, Mr. Giannini has devoted much of his time to teaching, and he was recently appointed to the faculty of the Juilliard Graduate School in New York as professor of harmony and counterpoint. The present opera, Blennerhasset, is a romantic melodrama based on a famous incident in American history, the conspiracy of Aaron Burr. All of the action takes place in a West Virginia cabin near the Ohio River, the home of Stephen, a frontiersman who joins Burr's revolt against the United States. Stephen's dream of glory holds no appeal for his fiancée, Madeline, and she tries, through her own strong love of country, to save him from treason. The third principal character is General Wilkinson, an officer in the American Army, who, while pretending to join Burr and his followers, has actually been bribed by a foreign government to betray them. Working on Madeline's love for Stephen, Wilkinson tricks her into revealing to him the hiding place of Burr's men on Blennerhasset Island. In the battle which follows at the island, Burr's followers are defeated, and Stephen returns to his cabin wounded, to die in Madeline's arms. Blennerhasset itself, the island which stands as a mute symbol of Aaron Burr's ill-fated conspiracy, has a colorful story. Probably the best known of all the islands in the Ohio River, it is located a few miles below Parkersburg, West Virginia. It takes its name from Harmon Blennerhasset, a wealthy Englishman who bought it in 1805, and there built a pretentious home as a retreat from the old world. He was fleeing from social ostracism in England due to his marriage to the young niece of his best friend, whom he was supposed to be chaperoning on her return from France. There on the island, Blennerhasset chanced to meet Aaron Burr, who, after his duel with Alexander Hamilton, was also seeking a retreat in the Western country. Together, they planned their mysterious adventures, and the following year, Blennerhasset Island was the scene of their downfall, the end of the ill-fated conspiracy upon which tonight's opera is based. In the cast this evening, the role of Stephen is taken by Frank Hornaday, tenor, that of Madeline by Margaret Daum, soprano. The part of the messenger and fellow conspirator is sung by Claude Reese, tenor. Anne and Mrs. Field, neighbors of Stephen, are respectively Ruth Carhart, mezzo-soprano, and Rebecca Crawford, contralto. Hubert Hendry, baritone, sings the role of General Wilkinson. The orchestra is the Columbia Broadcasting Symphony, and the entire production is under the direction of Howard Barlow. The Columbia Workshop presents for the first time on the air Vittorio Giannini's original radio opera, Blennerhasset.
should be here by now. The men are restless. This is no time for bungling or delay. What can be keeping him? Stephen! At last! I have seen the word. This message. He said its meaning would be clear to you. One word, and that, Blennerhasset. Blennerhasset. So that is where the men and guns are hid. The guns, by guns and men and swift supplies, the zippers of hill and all in all. What are the plans? My orders are to come from you. Go now to Wilkinson, advise him that we leave our stronghold. Blennerhasset, you are but gone to join our leader, Lieutenant Barr. And this I'm all for, yes, and make it fast. For seconds, total more than minutes, they can make a nation. I'm on my way. Goodbye. Take care. Here is the fruit of my ambition, ripe and ready to be done. I am no longer little in the schemes of men, but big enough to take a hand in history. These inherit nothing of his own, but their own weakness. How shall all I fix my battle, but I saw America, and I shall share its victory. Who is there? Nothing. See, with a kiss I reassure your trembling lips. My dear, you have been frightened by the valley of the level to such as they. Ambition is love is a grievance. For what are you, ambition? Traitor! My darling, what is there to betray? Your country! Not my country. Mine and yours, which One moment. Why have you returned so soon? I have bad news. I beg your pardon. I did not see your visitor. What is the news? I must see you alone. Madeline, will you leave us for a while? I'll wait outside. Now, what has happened? We have been betrayed by Wilkinson. Seems to pack the world with Wilson. No, when I saw him here, the governor, at last, enough. Word must be sent to her. I will get to him Tonight, tell her that I shall take the men and join him without question. And we meet in Nashville. Meanwhile, I will go to Blennerhasset, and I write where God be
Why do you look so downcast? What has happened?
I've been betrayed.
Better that than to betray yourself.
Holy sir, you do not understand. I follow God, not for myself alone, but for you. I set out on a prize tonight to make you I must leave you now to go to Blennerhasset.
No! Hear me! There is an omen in my heart.
Now let me go. Take your arms away and let me go. Then I must tear myself from you. can reach for Stephen, I could save his life.
You knew that Stephen was in league with her.
For some time I have known.
Then can you truly save him if you get him word?
I promise you. Where is he?
Blennerhasset. Please make haste to reach him there.
He's reached as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkinson.
Concern yourself no more. I hope Blennerhasset now to send him back to you.
Thank you. You are very kind.
Why, not at all. come from? The island. Blennerhasset. The island is aflame. Our men have been attacked. Oh, we're going to die. Oh, God! Save us! They will be killed. It will not pain me wrong. Hush. It is too late, my love. No. I will not let you down. That scoundrel Wilkinson betrayed us. Not Wilkinson, but I told him where to find you. Madeline. Too well you prophesied. I am already betrothed to the earth. My empire turns out to be the grave. Stephen, forgive me, for I was Madeline, a mist comes down between us. I am here beside you, and will always be. Sleep will bring you strength. I am afraid to sleep. I want so much to live. You will. Nothing can part us. Madeline. Forgive me. Forgive.
Tonight, the Columbia Workshop has presented the world premiere of Blennerhasset, a radio opera by Vittorio Giannini, with libretto by Philip Ansel Roll and Norman Corwin. Another in the growing list of experimental works by American composers resulting from the Columbia Composers Commission. In the cast this evening, the role of Stephen was taken by Frank Hornaday, tenor, and that of Madeline by Margaret Downs, soprano. The part of the messenger and fellow conspirator was sung by Claude Reese, tenor. The roles of Anne and Mrs. Field, neighbors of Stephen, were created by Ruth Carhart, mezzo-soprano, and Rebecca Crawford, contralto. Hubert Henry, baritone, sang the part of General Wilkinson. The orchestra was the Columbia Broadcasting Symphony. Blennerhasset was conducted by Howard Barlow and produced by George Zachary. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Columbia Workshop. This evening we present an original half-hour radio play in the form of a modern fable. The piece is called A Letter from Above and is the work of Florence and Ben Vine. Mr. and Mrs. Vine are a young couple who live in Trenton, New Jersey. The Vines have been writing radio material for 2 years, but tonight's broadcast is the first to be given a production. Mr. Vine's situation is not unlike that of many other writers who regularly submit material to the Columbia Workshop. He works in a business entirely separate from radio and does his writing in his spare time. Employed in the shirt factory in Trenton, where he is in charge of stockroom inventories, he and his wife set aside a few hours in the evening to write. And now, one of their efforts. A gently human and freshly imaginative comedy comes to the air. We present by Florence and Ben Vine. It is the twilight of a summer evening. Sitting on their front porch, Luther and Jenny are continuing an argument that's been going on for weeks and weeks and weeks.
All right, Luther. But what you going to do about it? You can't walk up to a whole country of people and say, look here, there ain't going to be no war. You can't do that.
No, I ain't saying I can, but still, that's the time to stop it before it gets started.
Oh, sure, it's easy enough to say that, but how are you going to do it?
One thing certain, going to the people ain't going to do it. They got nothing to do with it. That whole continent of Europe ain't run by the people. It's the leaders. You'd have to go up to them and say your little piece about ain't going to be no war.
Well, who's going to do your talking for you?
Well, I didn't say me. I said somebody who has... Well, somebody who's familiar enough with them fellas.
Somebody with influence, you mean?
That's it. Influence. That's what you'd need.
Shh. What's the matter with you, Luther? You want that Mr. Winch to hear you?
What's the difference? Why, is he out on the porch, Jenny?
He is, and he don't need but the least bit of encouragement before he's over here again telling you how dumb you are.
Oh, Jenny.
Well, it's true.
I can't help it. He can talk louder than I can, and besides, how could he hear what we was talking about? I didn't hardly do no more than a whisper. Anyhow, it is influence that you'd need.
What's that you said, Luther?
Uh-oh.
Influence? Well, now.
Hello, Mr. Winch.
Evening, Luther. Evening, Jenny.
Jenny.
Guess I must have been eavesdropping, folks. Inadvertently, though. Absolutely inadvertently. Luther, what for do you need influence?
Huh? Me? Influence?
Yeah. Oh, don't be bashful now. I heard that word influence all right. Heard it 2 or 3 times. Come on now, Luther. You don't have to hide anything from a next-door neighbor. You know, I swing a little drag around these parts.
You do?
Oh, sure. You know that. Now, what is it you need?
Well, I was just wondering...
Luther?
Yeah. Well, I was just wondering how a man would go about getting one of them now political jobs. A good one, you know.
Oh, you bet I do. I see what you mean now. Sure, you need influence. You got to get a letter, Luther. That's all. A letter from above.
From above, eh? Well, I guess that lets me out.
No, sirree. Now, you come with me over to my house.
What for?
Come on. I can get you started.
Oh, no, I didn't really mean it. I was just wondering...
There's no time like the present, you know. You got something on your mind? Do it right away, I always say.
Yeah, but I got a good job. A pretty good one.
No, Luther, you ain't got no gumption. You come on over and let me fix it up for you. Come on now.
Shall I, Jenny?
You might just as well. Now, don't be late, Luther.
I won't, Jenny. Just be a few minutes.
Don't mind the door closed, do you, Luther? Mrs. Winch sometimes think I do too many favors for people. Now, sit down. This is easy, Luther. You as good as got your job right now.
Well, now, listen, Mr.
Oh, it's no trouble to me. Now, let's see. Good old Grigsby's the man to see, I imagine. He's a good fella. I'll give you a letter to him, Luther. Don't be scared by that sour look on his face. That's his liver, poor fella. Now, where's my letterheads? Oh. You'll have to bear with me, Luther. I'm no expert typewriter. Use the good old hunt and peck method. Now, let's see. Dear Grigsby, I want you to know that the bearer of this letter is an esteemed friend of long standing.
A very personal friend of mine, a splendid chap and a capable man. A favor for Luther is a favor for me. Truly yours, Josiah Winch. Your name's Luther, eh?
Yes, Mr. Grigsby.
Well, Luther, we're going to do everything in our power. Now, I'm not promising you no job.
Oh, sure, Mr. Grigsby.
All right. Now, let's see. Barkers. Yeah, Barkers. He's the man to see. I'll give you a letter to him.
Golly, Mr. Grigsby.
Well, any friend of Winch's is a friend of mine. Now, dear Mr. Barkers, I want you to know our friend Luther. He has all the qualities that you need in your...
I don't want to bother you, Mr. Parkus, but Mr. Grigsby...
Well, Grigsby, eh? Sit down. Any friend of old Grigsby is a friend of mine. Oh, you have a letter from good old Grigsby, eh? Excellent. Let me see now. This one's to introduce Mr. And he has excellent qualifications. I will consider anything you can do for Luther as a personal favor to me, Grigsby. Well, you come highly recommended, Luther. Highly recommended. Miss Crane, you have your pad. Take a letter to Francis X. Carey. Dear Carey, I want you to know that this will
An excellent fellow and a dear friend of mine. Anything you can do, and so on, so on, so on. Well, Luther, that's fine. Mighty fine. I'll give you a letter at once to Mr. Somerville. He's Director of Personnel for the Procurement Division.
Well, golly, thanks, Mr. Carey. I never expected...
Not a word. We'll do everything in our power. Wait till I get this dictaphone going. There. Dear Somerville, I want you to know a personal friend of mine. He's a gentleman whose friendship I've enjoyed for many a year.
I am sure you will find he has all the necessary qualifications. Anything you do for him will be done for me. Signed,
Carey. All right, then, Luther. You report in room 1217 Monday morning. Salary, $3,600 a year.
36? Why, Mr. Somerville, that's $300 a month. That's $150. 75 a week. Jenny! Jenny!
Yes?
I got it, Jenny. There's nothing to it.
A job, Luther. A job.
Sure. Now listen, Jenny. I'm nobody. Absolutely nobody. But I got a job for $75 a week.
75?
Yeah, $75 a week. Through influence. Influence. Through a letter of introduction. Don't you see it, Jenny?
See what?
That's the way to stop the war.
What are you talking about, Luther?
Now, look, Jenny. All of these big shots will read a letter from somebody just below them and do what it says. That's how you get a letter to the big boss. And when you get a letter from the big boss, you got a letter from above. And you can do anything, even stop a war.
Well, I don't know, Luther. Maybe you're right, but after all, you just got this lovely new job.
No, sir, Jenny. This is the one thing I really want to do. And by golly, I'm going to do it. I'm going back to Grigsby and get a letter to our congressman. Then watch me. I'll be in all the capitals of Europe before the month's out. Can I come in, Your Majesty?
Huh? What? Oh, come in, come in. What are you selling?
I ain't selling nothing.
No?
No, I'm here on important business.
Well, look here. Simply move that chair a little closer, will you, old fellow? That's it. We want it for our left leg. There we are. Now, you really mean it, don't you?
About important business? I sure do.
My dear fellow, we assure you, you have our undivided attention.
Your Majesty, I got a letter to you.
You have? Oh, yes. Some chamberlain or lord-in-waiting or other mentioned it. You know, we've so many of these chaps around. Is it a letter to us?
Well, now, Your Majesty, just who is this us?
Oh, come. You must know a king always designates himself as plural. No one could possibly be so naive. Oh, but we were forgetting. You're an American.
See, I like you. They told me you was called Charlie the... Well,
we know, yeah. Charlie the Unaccomplished. Frightful thing, isn't it? But they're wrong. Oh, they're so wrong. Do you know that we are the kingdom's #1 salesman? Only buy an article to have it immediately become a bestseller? Is that being unaccomplished? We don't think so. But the letter, man, the letter.
Yeah, here, Your Majesty. Open it up.
Oh, the ambassador. Well, this is the first time any ambassador's written to us since our accession. Well. Good. Now, The letter does not state what your business with us may be. What may it be?
Well, it's like this, Your Majesty. I'm trying to stop a war before it starts.
Goodness, you are an astounding chap. What war?
Everybody knows we're heading for a war. And if it starts, your gang and the boys of this here Gorgas over there is sure to be in it.
Oh, Gorgas. That man's name enters every conversation. Tell us, what is your name? Luther. Tell us, Luther, is this really as much as he's made out to be?
Well, he must be quite a boy. He tells them what to do over there, and they do it.
Well, that is really being quite a boy. Well, we can see you're in the wrong chamber. Our ministers manage all of our political affairs.
Oh, this ain't political, Your Majesty. It's a lot bigger than that.
Now, look here. Nothing can be bigger than political affairs.
Oh, but this is. It takes in all of humanity. Golly, once this war starts, well, golly, that's all.
As you say, golly. No. We fear you are in the wrong chamber. One moment. There was a time when wars, if they had to be begun at all, were begun by kings, wasn't it? Yes. But you've never heard of a king's preventing a war, have you?
No, but...
Hold on. No, of course you haven't. That would really be an achievement. Yes, dear me, we should enjoy that. They'd have to cease calling us Charlie the Unaccomplished. Good. Oh, dear, but how does one go about it?
Well, easy, Your Majesty. Give me a letter to Gorgas asking him to do me a favor, that's all. You have to know how to do these things.
Indeed, one does. And that is all?
That's all, Your Majesty.
Dear. How could anything be simpler? And the war will never be started?
I guarantee it.
Charlie the Accomplished. Luther, you astounding chap, it shall be done.
This is the strangest thing I've ever heard of.
What is, Mr. Gorgas? Your Excellency?
This document, this letter, is from Silly Charlie.
You mean Charlie the Unaccomplished?
Oh, that was all right in days gone by, but Charlie isn't even as unaccomplished as he once was. He's just silly now. And that's what makes me wonder why he sent this to me. Doesn't really say anything, of course.
Oh, but Mr. Gorgas, Your Excellency, don't it ask that you do me a favor? Because if it don't...
Oh, 1 second. Ah, yes. Then you must be this Luther.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And it is a diplomatic mission?
Yeah, I guess that's what you'd call it.
Then I do not understand. You come here with a letter. You do not make the usual overtures. Now, wait. I have it. You are American.
Oh, sure.
Uh-huh. Now, what is it that America wants from me?
Oh, it ain't America. At least not yet. It's just me and King Charlie. Say it's a hobby with me.
What is?
Stopping wars.
Wars? What wars?
Oh, before they started. See, everybody knows there's a war brewing between your country and Charlie.
Oh, everybody knows, eh? Then why do I not know?
Oh, but you must...
One moment, is this or is this not official?
Well, now you're actually...
Is it?
Well, I don't guess it rightly is.
Uh-huh, as I thought. You are here to create war scare.
Oh, no. Now, look, you got to listen to me.
No one dare speak to Gorgas in that manner.
Oh, I know, but nobody ever come to you with the right kind of a letter, I guess. I only come here to ask you for peace.
Peace? You come to me for peace. How can there be peace as long as men live and breathe and know the blood that runs through them is red? Peace is the dream of fools. Only combat. Combat is the self-expression of man. When all of the peoples of the world are one, and the work of all the world is ordered by one, then will it be time enough to dream of peace. Then you may come to me.
I can't get it straight, Jenny. Why did it fail? I know the plan is perfect. What did I do that was wrong? It must have been me.
Why don't you go over it from the beginning?
Oh, I've been over everything I've done 100 times.
Well, let's do it backwards then, and maybe we'll have better luck. Now, the last thing, you talked to this here Gorgas. Before that, You give him the letter from above. Now, wait a minute, Luther. Who was that letter from?
Why, I told you, Jenny. From the king.
And the king is the ruler of a country, ain't he?
So he says.
And Gorgas is too, ain't he?
You mean... Why, Jenny.
You see, Luther? I told you.
The letter. The letter didn't come from above, Jenny. It was from one equal to another. Why, that means we can... No, wait a minute. Who in the world could be higher than the ruler of a country?
Nobody, Luther. Nobody. Oh, it just can't be done.
Wait. Jenny! We got to get a letter from God.
Luther, don't blaspheme.
I'm not. We got to get a letter from God. We got it, Jenny.
But you can.
I can. I know it. Is there anything God wants more than peace? Is there? Of course not. He'll do it. I know he will. He's just got to do it. He can save the world from destruction. Jenny, I got to get a letter to him first.
Are you determined?
Of course I am, of course.
Well, then, go see Preacher.
Preacher, right.
Of course it is, Luther. It's a very worthy cause, but I don't know. If only I could be sure we would not be presuming.
Please, Preacher, let the bishop decide about that.
The bishop, yes, he could decide. He's a very wise man, Luther, a very wise man.
You bet he is. I mean, of course he is.
All right, Luther. You shall have a letter to the bishop.
Bishop, you won't say what you think of my plan. It's worth a try, ain't it?
No cause could possibly be greater, Luther. That's true. And yet there's always that question of whether or not it would be presumptuous on our part. This is very serious, Luther. But I must say that every instinct advises me to help you. And on the other hand, reason counsels me against it.
Bishop, I can't tell you what's right and what ain't. That's not in my province. I'm just a simple man. I know that. Ain't nothing holy or even different about me. If I was beginning to think that I'd become somebody, I'm no different now. I'm just another man. But I'm one of God's children, the same as everybody else. I believe he'll listen to me. Maybe it'd be wrong for you to give me a letter. Maybe that's where we'd be presuming. Give me your blessing, Bishop. Just give me your blessing. I believe in this thing enough to go on alone after that. I couldn't be wrong.
I don't believe you're wrong, Luther. I can't tell you what to do, but you have my blessing. We never know who among us can speak with God.
Luther.
Huh? Oh, Jenny.
Why, Luther, what's come over you?
Why?
You look different somehow. You look so strange.
I didn't get a letter from the bishop.
Oh.
No, you don't understand. He decided it wasn't necessary.
No?
But he gave me his blessing. He said we never know who among us can speak with God.
Speak with God?
That's what I said.
Luther, I believe you could. I know you can. When you walked in that door, I knew there was something about you. Let's go.
Where to?
You want to go to a holy place.
I'm already there, Jenny. If a man's home can be his castle, it can be his temple, too. I'm going to stand before God just as I am, Jenny. Just as I am. A plain man with a great longing in his soul. He'll answer me.
Do you want to be alone?
I do. You're a good woman, Jenny, and a noble wife.
All right, dear, I understand. I'll be waiting.
Dear God, I got a request to make of you. In the name of all people in this world of yours.
I hear you, Luther.
Oh, God, I need your help. We all need it. There's a war brewing over there, a terrible one. I know it can't be of your making. I don't know whose fault it's going to be, God, but I know there's some people who could stop it if they was to want to stop it.
I know, Luther.
I ain't deserving to be the one to ask you, but I don't guess anybody else is having to think of it.
There's no question of that, Luther. What you want is a letter, isn't it?
That's it, a letter.
You want me to give you a letter to Gorgas, don't you? Well, I think you ought to have that letter.
And you will give it to me?
I'll send it to you, Luther. It'll be in the morning mail.
Praise be to God.
It will be just what you need.
And how's that there Gorgas going to know it's the genuine? He's got a suspicious nature, that fella. He might say it's just a forgery.
He'll know, Luther. He'll know it's a letter from me.
Oh, but one other thing. I'd like to be able to tell him about it right away to make sure I get him in time. Can I tell him that I as good as got the letter?
Luther, you may tell him you have the letter. Your possession of it is a fact. For the will and the faith are all that any man needs.
Thank you, dear God. I thank you for all your children. Jenny, I got to do something about it right away. I got to talk to that Gorgas fella.
You mean call him on the phone?
Well, we can't wait for no letters. We got a few $100s in the bank. Ain't this a rainy enough day? I'm going to call him up at my own expense. Hello, Central. Look, Central, I want to call Europe. Yeah, Europe. That's right. Now, I don't rightly know the number I want, but do you think there's somebody around your office can talk a foreign language? Huh? What language? Well, I don't rightly know about that neither. I want to talk to that Gorgas fella. Yeah, Gorgas. No, I ain't fooling. You just tell him it's Luther calling from America. He knows me. That's right. Luther. Yeah, sure. I'll wait. She says she'll ring when she makes the connection.
Oh, I'm all shaken and goosepimply. But you, Luther, you look calm as a summer night.
Yeah, I ain't, though.
Oh, if only that... Oh.
Yeah? Yeah, all right, I'm ready.
Hello? Hello?
This is Luther, Your Excellency. You know.
Luther? That crazy fellow with the peace plan? The one with the letter?
Yeah, that's me.
Well, now, look here, Luther.
I got him, Jenny.
I don't want to get the reputation for being a hard man to deal with. Really, I'm not.
Tell him what you want.
There are some folks who misunderstand me.
Let him talk a while.
But really, I'm not a bad fellow. However, I think that you're carrying this thing too far.
Oh, but Your Excellency, I got another letter for you.
Letters, all the time letters. There is too much literacy in America. It is not good.
But this time the letter's from God.
What's that?
Ain't this connection any good? I say, I got a letter to you from God.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do, Luther?
Just promise there won't be no war.
Well, I must see the letter, Luther.
Sure, I'll send it to you.
I'm afraid that won't do. Not an hour ago, I sent an ultimatum to Charlie's ministers. It expires in 72 hours, and after it expires, of course, there's nothing I could possibly do. War is inevitable.
72 hours? That's only 3 days, ain't it?
Make him listen, Luther. Make him listen.
Quiet, Jenny. Look, Your Excellency, I can send it airmail and special delivery.
Yes?
You ought to get it in 48 hours.
Yes?
You promise to call it off?
Well, of course, if I get it in time, I must. There would be no way out.
You'll get it in time.
Very well, Luther.
And Your Excellency.
Yes?
Would you mind very much if I just sent you a copy? I don't know. I'd sort of like to hold on to this letter. It's very precious. You can understand that.
I see. Well, if you have the copy signed and sealed by a notary public.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Very well, then send it along and address it to me personally. That's the only way to get anything done around here. Gorgas, this must do everything if it is to be done.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Well, anyone else do anything around here? Will anyone else?
Your Excellency,
No.
this is costing me...
Even the slightest detail must be left to me. The state has a great future, yes, but that future rests in Gorgon.
Hang up, Luther.
No one else is of any use.
Oh, I couldn't.
No one. I speak for the state. I think for the state. I act for the state. I'm the very essence of the state. The very essence.
Hey, Your Excellency.
What? What's that?
This is costing me a fortune.
Oh, all right, Luther, all right. Frankly, I can't tell you how glad I am that you called.
No kidding.
I mean it. You see, a man's tongue sometimes runs away with him.
You're telling me.
Yeah. Huh? Well, this war was just coming along of its own inertia. I started something, and the only logical end was a war. But now, well, you've taken care of everything, Luther. I didn't think there was a possible way out, but you found one. Now I can relax. Actually relax. Why, Luther, I can even work with my stamp collection again. Say, maybe you can help me. Luther, could you send me stamps from America?
Well, I guess I could, Your Excellency.
Good. I'll start with that letter you're sending me.
The copy, you mean?
Yes, the copy. It's all right, Luther. You can relax now.
Look, Your Excellency.
Everyone can relax. You don't know what a relief this is to me.
Go on, Luther. Hang up.
There. Some people just don't understand economy. Where would we ever be if we wasted money like that? Where'd we be? Where are we? Now that this is all settled, we got to go back to everyday things. I got to earn a living. And here I left one job to get another, and I never even took.
Yes, I know, Luther. I guess you'll just have to go and get yourself another letter.
The Columbia Workshop has just presented A Letter from Above by Florence and Ben Vine. This evening's play was their first radio production. The part of Luther was played by Orth Bell. Jenny was played by Edith Spencer. Original music was written and conducted by Alexander Sembler, and the entire performance was under the direction of Earl McGill. 1 week from tonight, the Workshop will bring you a story by W. Jacobs titled A Circular Tour, adapted for radio by Eustace Wyatt. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Tonight, the Columbia Workshop brings you an adaptation of a story by W. Jacobs called The Circular Tour. This story depends for much of its comic excellence upon the dialect in which it is originally written. The piece has been adapted for radio by Eustace Wyatt. Mr. Wyatt has appeared in many hundreds of radio broadcasts and is known to thousands of listeners as one of the most versatile actors in the profession. That he is also a writer is not so well known to the public. 2 years ago, the Columbia Workshop presented his engaging fantasy, Public Domain, and more recently, High Boy. In tonight's production, Mr. Wyatt will be heard in the part of the cabbie. We present A Circular Tour. A Circular Tour is one of the many reminiscences of the Night Watchman concerning three of his hardy seagoing pals, Ginger Dick, Old Sam Small, and Peter Russet. The Night Watchman has propped himself comfortably against the niggerhead on the wharf in the little fishing village of Huxtable, taking a long pull at his blackened clay pipe
He's pondering a question put to him by his companion, the vacationing artist. The visitor is speaking.
But I suppose sailormen don't often get sick when they're ashore, do they?
Oh, yes, Governor. More oftener than you'd think. I remember the time old Sam Small got sick. Thought he was a-dying. Him and Ginger Dick and Peter Russell were sharing a room at the time. They all came home about 10 o'clock one night. I remember the time because I was just after the pubs closed. None of them was feeling very well. Something they ate, I suppose. But old Sam said he felt so horrible, he went to bed in the fireplace with his head right under the chimbley. Long about 11:30, he started an horrible groaning.
Oh, Ginger! Won't nobody come and help me? I'm dying. Wake up and help me. Ginger! Ginger!
Oh, is that you, Sam? Well, what you making them horrible noises for? What's the matter?
Oh, I'm really sick, Ginger. I believe I'm dying. Goodbye, Ginger.
Goodbye, Sam. And be as quiet as you can about it. I wants to get some more sleep. And I wouldn't wake up Peter if I was you. Fair terror he is when he's woke up. Well, goodbye.
But that's a nice way to treat a pal, ain't it? Peter! Peter! Wake up, Peter. I'm dying.
Oh, what a thing to do in the middle of the night. Why can't you wait till morning?
What's the matter, Peter? Ain't Sam dead yet?
Not yet, Ginger. Bad half dead, I should think. And he's been using terrible language.
Poor old Sam. It's sitting on him hard, ain't it? You feel any pain, Sam?
Pain? Why, me and this is like a boiler factory.
Peter, I think you're wrong. He looks more than half dead to me. About 3/4, I should say.
Oh.
Well, never mind, Sam. It won't be long now. Well, don't you think we'd better undress him, Peter? It ain't decent to die with your clothes on.
I think I'd better have a doctor.
No use, Sam. You're past doctors.
You better have your last moments in peace, Sam, and keep your money for the funeral.
You go and get me a doctor, you murderers. Go on, or I'll come back and haunt you with my ghost, you lopsided swab.
Oh, I suppose you might as well humour him, Peter. You'll all go and get a doctor, and you stay here and comfort him. It might be too late by the time I gets back. Goodbye, Sam, if I don't see you again.
Nice pair of pals, aren't you? Watching of me die without even raising a finger to help me.
We was only doing it for your own good, Sam. And what's the use of spending your bit of money on doctors when the end's so near and certain? Sinful waste, I calls it.
Well, it's my money, ain't it? And if I'm going to die, I shan't want it anyway, shall I?
No, Sam, you won't want it. But there's others, Sam. There's others.
Well, of all the arse...
There he is, Governor. Here you are. I brought the doctor, Sam.
Good evening, my man. Not feeling very well, are you?
Tain't me what's ill. It's him.
What, you a doctor? You looks more like a undertaker to me.
No, his brother's an undertaker. Very convenient, too, in a case like this, if you ask me.
Well, why don't he get on with his doctor?
Open your shirt, please. That's right. Now, take a long, deep breath. Say, ah.
Oh.
I thought so. Does it hurt you very badly?
It hurts something horrible. Is it serious, Doctor?
I'm afraid it is. Very serious.
Am I dying?
Well, you're not very robust, you know.
Do you think he lost the day, Doctor?
Yes, he might last the day. We might keep him alive several days if he does just what I tell him and takes the medicine I send him. Go and ask the landlady for a mustard plaster, will you? A good, strong one.
All right, not too strong, Governor. I can't stand much more pain.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, Sam, trying to teach the doctor his job.
Well, someone's got to teach him, haven't they? Don't look as if he knows much about it to me.
Come, my man. You've got to feel worse before you can feel better.
I couldn't feel no worse, and I don't believe as how you could never make me feel no better.
Oh, in that case, I'll leave you. My fee is ½ a crown. If you want this prescription made up, the chemist will charge you a shilling. By the way, what's your name, you there?
Oh, they calls me Ginger.
What's the patient's name?
They calls him Sam.
Sam? Sam what?
Sam Small.
Sam Small. Thank you. Got to have the full name for the certificate, you know. But you might find another doctor before then. Well, good night.
What certificate was he talking about, Ginger?
No, never you mind about that, Sam. You won't have to worry.
What do you mean, Ginger? Do you mean that... Oh, Lord help me.
Here's the mustard plaster for you, Sam. Boiling hot and full of wick.
I ain't going to have it, I'll tell you. I ain't no use arguing with him, Peter. If he won't take it peaceful, we've got to force him. Yeah, come on, I'll sit on his head while you strap the plaster.
That's right,
Come on,
that's right. Get him down now. That's right. Now, wait a minute. Off
Poor
a
old
minute
Sam.
now.
I told you how he was sick.
So he is, Mrs. Huggins, horrible sick. And now he's getting violent, fighting. Oh, the beautiful mustard plaster as you was kind enough to make for him.
Oh, I ain't so sick as all that, Mrs. Huggins. I don't want no mustard plaster. It'll ruin my constitution.
Oh, it will it? Not half as bad as what I'll ruin if you don't have it. Come on now, stop that hollering and open your shirt.
I don't want it, I tell you.
Shut your head, will you? All right, Peter, give me the plaster.
No.
Oh, there now, it ain't so bad, is it? I'll take it off for it burns bad.
I wouldn't take it off too soon, Huggins.
You mind your own business, you weasel-faced old toad. Or I'll give you something as you won't take off in hurry.
Now, look here, Huggins.
And you too, you old humbug. Nice pair you are to be looking after a man what's dying. Be off with you, both of you. I'll go. Go on, not another word now. Get out.
Oh, all right. I did ruin yourself.
Now then, Sam, you poor old dear. How do you feel?
The plaster's beginning to burn something horrible.
Let me have a look. Oh, yes. 'Tis getting a bit raw-like, but we'd better leave it on a few minutes longer.
No, take it off now. I'm feeling better, much better.
Oh, you poor dear soul.
What's the matter with you, Huggins?
That's a bad sign, horrible bad. They always feels better just for the end.
You're talking through your hat, you old harpy.
No, I ain't, Sam Small. Help me. It's gospel truth, I'm telling you, and well I knows. I can remember me poor dear first husband just before he died. Happy as a Greek he was.
So should I if I'd been him.
What's that?
I mean, it must be horrible to wake up after you're dead and find you ain't dead after all.
Yes, horrible.
Well, what's to prevent it?
There's ways. After the doctor says you're dead good and proper, I'll have him cut your head off.
But supposing I ain't dead and wakes up in the middle of it?
Well, we'd be doing our best, wouldn't we? Help me, there ain't nothing no pleasing some people. I'm going to leave you now. You better write a note for Peter and Ginger. Tell them where you'd like to be buried.
If I ever gets my hands on that there Huggins, she won't have to worry about burying her second husband. Why, she worsey.
Blimey, Peter. If he hasn't gone and took all his clothes off.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look at his chest, like a piece of raw beef.
What do you mean, going out and leaving me to burn to death with a mustard plaster?
Now, we come back a couple of hours ago, Sam, but you were sleeping so peaceful like. We crept out and went and had an half pint at the Horse and Plough, just to keep our hearts from breaking.
Oh?
Yes.
Yes. And while we was there, we got an inspiration.
Yes?
Yes. How would you like to go to an hospital, Sam?
An hospital? Me?
Yes, wonderful victuals. Jelly and ham and herrings and tripe and onions and beautiful nurses to feel your pulse and wait on your hand and foot.
And you won't keep your best friends awake at night to break into their hearts with your horrible groans.
And who's going to pay for it? All the money I've got is the 22 quid in my trousers pocket.
Oh, that's the beauty of it, Sam. The parish pays for it. You can keep what you've got to give to your loving friends, which always taking such good care of you.
Yes. Well, how does I get to the hospital?
Well, we'd have to take a cab. I've just told Peter to go out and get one.
And who pays for it?
Oh, well, you'll have to pay for that, Sam.
Well, why don't the Perrys do it?
Well, parishes is funny things, Sam. They'll help a bloke to die, but they won't help him to live.
But I ain't dying now, Ginger.
You will be when you gets to the hospital.
I got a cab for you, Sam. Oh, you like the driver. Quite a card he is.
What kind of a cab is it? Hansom or four-wheeler?
Four-wheeler, of course. Couldn't take a sick bloke like you in an hansom.
All right. Here, give me a hand to put my clothes on.
Well, better not bother about clothes, Sam. They'll only burn them at the hospital. No, wrap yourself up in a blanket in the counterpane, and me and Peter will carry you downstairs.
But what about me money? There ain't no pockets in the blanket and the counterpane.
Oh, I'll look after your money for you. Pay the cabman and everything. You open the door, Peter. That's right. Now, off we go. All right, driver. You give us a hand to get him in, will you?
Right, Joe, Gibney. Let me get an hold on him.
Here, leave go of that there blanket, will you? You think I want to catch me death of cold?
Who you were talking to, eh? Better keep a civil tongue in your head, you had.
You was pulling the blanket off me.
Oh, was I? Well, I wasn't trying to. Swelp me, you ain't no blooming weenus. What hospital you going to take him to, Gibney?
Well, we was thinking of the London.
London Hospital it is. It'll be 3 and 6pence, and I'll have me money now.
You'll have it when we gets there.
And suppose you dies on the way, what then? Now, I'll have it now, or you can get out and walk.
Oh, I wonder if your mother ever had an husband. All right, Ginger. Give him 3 and 6.
Thank you, Gibney. Get on, Horace.
Won't take us long to get there. How do you feel now, Sam?
Pretty dicky, Peter. Pretty dicky.
Never mind, Sam. Think how much worse it'd be if you didn't have me and Ginger looking after you.
Would it?
Nah. What do you think of that, Ginger? Strike me, some blokes don't know when they're well off.
Well, it's hard to tell sometimes.
Now, look here, Sam. Hey, here, what are we stopping for, eh?
Beg pardon, Gibney. Have you got any particular fancy for the London Hospital?
No. Why?
Well, I suppose it don't make no difference if you're dying like your mate says you are.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Only I suppose I've drove nearly 500 blokes to that there hospital one time and another, and only one on 'em ever come out alive. And he was smuggled out in a bread basket by a bloke as had lent him 5 quid. Now, if I was you, I'd try the Charing Cross. It's a good hospital. They only loses 4 out of 5 over there.
All right, drive me there.
Well, it's a longish way and cost you another half a crown. I'd try the London if I was you.
You do as I say and drive me to Charing Cross. Give him $50, Ginger.
Waste of money, I called it, with you so near the end. All right, if you say so. Well, here you are, driver.
Thank you, Gibney. And if you give me another 4 bob, I'll take you along to Guy's Hospital. Maybe you can find a bed for him there.
4 bob? Well, that'll make an half a thick un with what we give you already.
It's right, Gibney.
Well, it's a outrage.
Never mind. Give it to him, Ginger. I don't want to die in the street.
You'd save us a lot of money if you was to. Half a thick un. Oh, blimey. All right, here you are, driver. You wait a minute. Oh, I'm going to cross to that pub. See? To get something to pull myself together. You coming, Peter?
I don't think as how an half a pint would do me any harm.
Me neither. I'll come with you.
And what about me? I want one too. Don't leave me alone.
All right, Sam. We'll send one out for you.
Good evening, gentlemen. What can I have the pleasure?
Can't get a forkney, please, miss.
Yes,
That's about right for me, too, miss.
All right, sir.
Well, if you ain't a pair of mind readers, that's exactly what I'm a-going to have.
Oh, is it? And who's you going to pay for it?
Gabner, you surely don't expect me to pay for my own drop of beer after all the trouble I've had to get in of you here?
Where's my half pint?
Yeah, I'll get your pal outside what's dying. You won't even give him a drink. Nice pair of blokes you are, I must say.
All right. Here, miss. Send one out to the gentleman in the cab, will you?
Ah, this ain't a cafe in Paris. Why don't he come in and get it?
He can't. He's dying.
Dying? Whatever of?
These two blokes here's got all his money. They're starving of him to death.
Oh. Here, Eric, take this out to the gentleman in the cab.
And we'd better be getting out ourselves. What do you think, Ginger?
What say as we has just one more, eh?
Oh, don't suppose it'd do us any harm. But you fill 'em up, miss, will you?
3 half-pint it is, sir.
Hey, hurry up, can't you? Do you want to keep me waiting out here all night?
Yeah, there's your pal hollering for you.
Poor old Sam. Well, Peter, I suppose as how we'd better be getting of him to the hospital.
Might as well. We can stop and have another one on the way back.
That's right.
Come on, driver.
It's a nice way for a couple of pals to treat a bloke, I don't think.
Now then, Sam, don't get peevish. We got to have a drop of lotion driving all over London on a night like this.
I should think we had. And we could have been in bed hours ago if it hadn't been for you and your sickness.
Now, shut your head and get in and take me to the hospital.
All right.
Half a mo, Gabney. There's a little matter of fare first.
What? Well, we paid you your fare.
Yes, for taking of you to the hospital. But there's 5 bob extra for waiting.
What? 5 bob?
That's what I said. 2 hours at $half an hour. That makes 5 bob, don't it?
Well, of all the slit-eyed buzzards as ever I see...
Now, that's enough of that. You're going to pay me, or ain't you?
No, we ain't.
All right. Get him out of my cab and I'll go on home.
Oh, pay him, Ginger. It's my money.
You mind your own business and speak when you're spoke to. Go on, get inside, Peter. I'll attend to this.
All right, Ginger.
Here. You're not inside the pub, inside the cab. Well, strike me ugly. Here, Peter, come back here.
Well, what's the matter
Well,
now?
look.
Where?
Well, there.
Well, I don't see nothing.
Well, of course you don't. Where's the cab? Gone.
Truth almighty. And where's Sam?
Well, he's gone, too. Kidnapped.
Poor old Sam. At his age, and half dead, too. What are we going to do, Ginger?
Yeah, let's go in and have half a pint and talk it over. I've got his money in my pocket. More than 20 quid. You can buy a lot of beer with 20 quid.
Hello. Is this the hospital?
Hey, what's this? I thought as how I'd put you out of this here cab.
Well, if you'll have another look, you'll find as how you didn't. Is this the hospital?
No, it ain't.
Then what are we stopping for?
Because this is as far as we're going.
Where are we?
We're home. At least me and Horace is. This is Horace's stable. And a very nice stable it is, too. Ain't it, Horace? Come on.
You hitch that there animal up again and take me to the hospital.
Oh, yes?
Yes. And if you don't do it immediate, I'll go for the police.
Well, go for him. And mind you don't catch cold on the way. Come on, Horace.
Here. If you don't come back, I'll give you in charge for kidnapping me.
Kidnapping? It's a good one. Who do you think wants to kidnap you? You can go as quick as you wants to. The quicker the better, because I'm going to bed as soon as I give Horace his oats.
Well, how can I go anywhere like this?
Walk.
Do you expect me to walk all over London in nothing but a blanket?
I don't expect nothing no more. I've had so many horrible disappointments in my life.
Ain't you got any sense? I can't stay here all night.
You can if you want to. You can sleep with Horace.
What would you do if you was me?
Well, if I was you, the first thing I'd do would be to keep a civil tongue in me head. I wouldn't go about accusing hard-working men of kidnapping.
But that was only a joke. I'm very fond of my little joke.
So am I. But I've always found as jokes comes very expensive. I ain't a kidnapping of you, am I?
No, certainly not.
Of course I ain't. Then the next thing I'd do, if I was you, I'd be to ask the bloke what owns this nice warm stable, that's me, to let me have a night's lodging in it for an £0.50.
An £0.50?
That's right. Then in the morning, if I was you, I should ask the bloke to take a letter to me mates asking them to send me a suit of clothes and 11 and sixpence.
11 and 6?
Yes. 5 bob for 2 hours waiting, 4 bob for driving of your year, and an £0.50 for sleeping in the stable. That's fair, ain't it?
I suppose it's got to be.
It's all right, then. Come over here and I'll get you some straw to lie on. Here we are. Get over, Horace. There. You'll be happy as a snuggie. Mind you don't knock the lantern over and burn yourself to death. Good night.
Oh, strike me if this ain't an how-to-do. How can a bloke get any sleep with that there animal fidgeting about like that? Oh, wait till I gets hold of Peter and Ginger. Wait till I gets an hold of them. What a pair of pals. What a pair of pals.
Again. How are you, Gibney? Have a good night?
Might have been better.
Well, what do you expect for an £0.50? Strike me, there ain't no satisfying some people.
So I've noticed.
What's that?
Nothing. What you got in that basket?
It's me breakfast.
Oh.
Tea and fresh bread and butter and bloaters. Nothing like a bloater for breakfast, I says.
Do you think you could get me some?
Sorry, Governor. We ain't got never one in the house.
Oh, blimey.
Still, I hates to see a bloke go hungry. I'll let you have this if you'll make that letter for £1 instead of 11 and sixpence.
£1? It's highway robbery.
Take it or leave it. I'll just as soon eat it myself.
Oh, all right. I'll take it. Give it here.
Half a mo, Governor. How about writing that there letter?
I'll write the letter as soon as I finish my breakfast.
Oh, no. You'll finish the letter afore you get your breakfast. Here's paper and pencil. Do you want it?
Oh, all right.
What's your mate's name? The one what's got the money?
Ginger.
All right. Now write what I tells you. Ready? Dear Ginger.
Why should I call him that? We ain't married.
Shut your head. Dear Ginger.
Dear Ginger.
What is the bearer of this year?
What is the bearer of this year?
Has given me a comfortable night's lodging.
Has given me a comfortable night's lodging.
And a nice hot breakfast.
Well, I haven't had it yet.
You won't never have it unless you hold your jaw and writes what I tell you. Come on. And a nice hot breakfast.
And a nice hot breakfast.
And I would like you to give him...
And I would like you to give him...
a suit of clothes for me.
A suit of clothes for me.
And a pan for himself.
And a pan for himself.
For valuable service rendered.
For valuable service rendered. And God forgive me.
Here, don't put that in.
All right.
Yours respectable, Sam Small.
Yours respectable, Sam Small. Is that all?
It's all. Give it to me. Righto, and here's your breakfast. I'm going to take this letter now, and I'll be back at 4 o'clock.
Well, that's 9 hours. I can't wait here all that time.
I've got to earn me living, haven't I?
Look here. You take me home in a cab, and I'll give you the money when we get snared.
I couldn't trust you. You'd run into the house and slam the door in me face.
No, I wouldn't. You could leave me in the cab a couple of streets away while you went and got the money from Ginger. Oh, I couldn't get out in this blanket.
All right. Make this here letter for 30 bob instead of a quid, and I'll go you.
30 bob?
30 bob it is.
Very well. Give it to you. There you are, 30 bob.
That's right. Get in the cab and we'll have you home in no time. Well, this is a nice thing. The landlady says they haven't been home all night, neither on them.
I suppose they've been looking for me.
I wonder. Well, what are we going to do?
Let me go into the house and wait for them, and I'll send you the money when they comes home.
I'll let you go in, but you needn't send the money. I'll call for it.
All right. You give me an hand. What time will you be back for the money?
In about 3 hours. And mind you got it. Hey, wait a minute. Suppose they've been out in the loose and have spent all your money. What then?
Oh, that's all right. That won't make no difference.
Won't make no difference?
No difference at all. Not to you, I mean. Goodbye.
God, blimey.
Good old Sam. He wasn't quite such a fool as he seemed, eh?
Lord love you, no, sir. Sam wasn't no fool. Stupid like, but he wasn't no fool.
Did they ever hear from the cabman again?
Nary a word, sir.
What happened when Peter and Ginger returned?
Well, they'd had a bit of a fracas like for a while, and they all made it up and was friends again.
Had Peter and Ginger spent all Sam's money?
Lord love you, no, sir. They wasn't that kind to do the likes of that. Sammy got to feeling better right away. So they all went out that very same day and had a right proper time together.
And when the money was all gone, I suppose they found another ship.
Yes, sir. The three of them together. Ginger said as how if there was to be any dying to be done, they might as well do it afloat. Because then they'd be slipped over the side and it wouldn't cost them nothing for a funeral. Yes, sir. Sailors are queer critters, they are.
They certainly are. Thank you, Watchman. Perhaps you could use this on your way home.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. I do pass right by the Crown and Anchor, I do. This wharf gets mighty cold afore morning, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Good night. Good night, sir.
The Columbia Workshop has brought you A Circular Tour by W. Jacobs, adapted for radio by Eustace Wyatt. Original music was written and directed by Alexander Semler. The entire production was under the direction of Earl McGill. Next week at the same time, the Columbia Workshop will bring you an original comedy by Frank Gould titled The Wonderful Day. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Happiness will star Franchard Tone, Jane Froman, Maxine Sullivan, Louis Armstrong, and Sterling Holloway as guests Sunday afternoon. Burgess Meredith is master of ceremonies and will appear with Franchard Tone in the famous story, The Man Without a Country. Gilbert Seldes will present excerpts from the new play, Swinging the Dream, and Carl Carmer will be heard as the American reporter from Niagara Falls. Immediately after the Philharmonic broadcast on Sunday, join us in the pursuit of happiness. The Columbia Workshop. Tonight, we bring you an original comedy by Frank Gould. The piece is called The Wonderful Day, and it dramatizes the wishful thinking of an American schoolboy confronted with the typical problems of any normal 12-year-old child. Mr. Gould is better known to the radio audience for his work as an actor than for his work as a writer. He's been heard frequently on The March of Time and The Goldbergs, and has also been seen in such stage productions as Having Wonderful Time and Escape This Night.
His career as a writer duplicates that of many others whose work has been presented by the workshop. He was a reporter on New York and Brooklyn newspapers. He has written 2 or 3 unproduced plays, and one play that was published recently by Samuel French. This is the first piece of his that the workshop has presented. And we present now The Wonderful Day by Frank Gould. Bridge the years. Let me live again the wonders of that night in my boy world. For that day was wonderful, and all time is but a day, a dream of myriad moments out of memory's treasures. The Wonderful Day.
Perhaps you know more about discipline than I do, Margaret, but it seems to me that sending a boy to bed without his supper is an old-fashioned way of punishing him.
If it was up to you, Larry Hinkle, you'd spoil that boy of ours till there'd be no living with him.
All the same, I think depriving him of the circus on Saturday would have been punishment enough.
Oh, Larry, please. You must think I enjoy punishing Johnny.
No, but...
But nothing. The boy must learn to be considerate. He must be disciplined. He's driving me into a nervous breakdown.
I think we ought to be glad that he's healthy and active.
And mischievous and destructive. His whole month's allowance won't pay for Mr. Borden's window. And all those children's clothes tied up in knots in the schoolroom closet. Think of the ironing and the mending and all the mothers. Oh, well.
I'm sure he doesn't mean any real harm.
Oh, stop defending him. He's been mean and troublesome and disobedient, and yet you stick up for him. Last week you had to write a note to his teacher. Tomorrow I've got to go to school with him. Every other week you have to stop his allowance. Good heavens, Larry. Do you want him to grow up to be bad?
Now, Margaret, you're overworked. You're taking it too seriously. Johnny's a good boy, and you know it. Why, he's going to grow up to be a fine young man. He's bright, and he's got talent,
and he's got a glib tongue and a wild imagination and too much energy. That's what he has.
Then we'll just find other ways for him to spend his surplus energy.
You can talk. You don't have to go to school tomorrow to be embarrassed when his teacher tells me how bad our son has behaved.
Now, Meg, I wasn't any different when I was his age. And my mother, I guess, wasn't any different to me than you are to Johnny now.
I only want him to be a good boy.
You'll be proud of him someday. Now, what do you say we bring him some cake and milk?
You'll spoil him, Larry.
Then I'll try to make him take after his mother.
Well, all right. But remember, he's not to go to the circus. I'm going to be firm on that point.
Here, give me that glass. And cut the cake a little bit thicker. Yeah, that's better. Now, come on. Let's take it to him.
Careful, don't spill the milk.
Johnny.
He's asleep.
Shall I wake him?
We'd better not. He's all tired out. The day that child puts in.
He looks warm. Doesn't look comfortable.
He has your way of gritting his teeth.
And yours of mumbling in his sleep.
Poor darling. I wish now we hadn't sent him to bed without his supper.
Come, dear. Let him sleep.
Good night, son.
What did I do to deserve this? Why am I blamed for everything? What have I done? If Henry Tompkins hadn't tricked me into being there, they never would have blamed me for what he did. I didn't break that window. I didn't break Mr. Borden's window. I didn't break Mr.
Just wait till your father hears about this, Johnny Hinkle.
Don't shrink on my ear. You're hurting me.
Your pa don't beat you within an inch of your life.
No, I didn't break the window. I didn't. Talk about luck. Something told me not to hide in that closet. Something told me not to tie them coats and sweaters and ribbons. Why did I have to hide in that closet? Oh, why did I?
Well, you come out of there this minute, John Hinkle. This is a fine mess. Your mother will hear of this, young man. You bring her to school with you tomorrow morning. Do you understand?
I know I shouldn't have done it. I know I shouldn't have. I'm sorry, honest. I'm sorry. Please don't make me bring my mother. Please don't make me. I didn't break your window, Mr. Porter. I didn't break it. I didn't do it. I didn't. Henry Tompkins. Henry Tompkins. Don't you ever speak to me again as long as you live, John Hinkle. Never, never, never.
I'm sorry, Johnny, but it's for your own good. You must learn the difference between right and wrong.
But the circus, Dad. Not the circus. Gee whiz, Dad. Not the circus. You can't.
Replacing Mr. Borden's window will cost a good deal more than your price of admission to the circus.
You'll just have to learn to behave, Johnny. Now go to bed.
But I'm so hungry.
You brought this on yourself. You're lucky you're not being whipped.
I wish I was whipped. Wish I was whipped instead. I wish they killed me. Wish I'd die. I'd die of shame anyway when I bring Mom to school. Wish I'd die. What's to live for? What's to live for?
Johnny!
Johnny? Yeah.
It's time to get up, darling.
Just another 5 minutes, Mom.
All right, dear. There's no hurry.
There's no what? I can?
Of course you can, dear.
Oh, well, in that case, I don't feel like sleeping anymore.
Whatever you like.
Do I have to change my clothes today, Mom?
Not if you don't want to.
Not if I don't want to. Oh, gee, thanks.
The wheat cakes are nice and hot, Johnny.
Wheat cakes? Boy, oh, boy, I'll be washed in a jiffy.
Oh, don't bother to wash. Come and eat.
What?
Come on, son. The cakes are nice and hot.
You don't care if I don't wash?
Oh, a little dirt won't hurt you. Besides, if you do wash it off, it'll only come back again.
Holy jumping. You take the words right out of my mouth. Oh, gee, Mom, you're the berries this morning. Okay, I'm ready. Where's Dad?
He's gone. You overslept, young man.
Did I?
Don't worry about it, darling. What are you doing?
I'm pinching myself.
Oh, silly. Do you want some more cake?
I sure do, but I won't be able to eat the rest of my breakfast if I have any more.
You can skip the rest of your breakfast today. Help yourself to some more cakes.
Say, what day is this, Mom?
It's Thursday. Why?
You sure it ain't a special day?
It isn't any different from any other day. Eat slower, Johnny.
I have to hurry or I'll be late for school.
Oh, bother school. You eat slowly. A healthy body is as important as a healthy mind. What are you staring at?
Nothing. Nothing. What'll I do? Tell her I don't understand all this? Maybe I better not. Oh, this is just wonderful. It's too good to be true, but I pinched myself real hard. Jumping to Willikers. She let me sleep an extra 5 if I wanted to, and no changing clothes, no washing, no prunes. That's convincing enough. Oh, it's just wonderful. Boy, ain't this a corking day. Everything looks so swell. Guess I'll take my time getting to school.
Good morning, John.
Morning, Mr. Borden.
And how are you this morning, John?
Fine, thank you. Say, did you notice how he didn't call me Johnny like always? Good morning, John, he said. Like as if I was grown up and a somebody. Gee whiz. Oh, gosh, it sure is a beautiful morning. School never looks so nice. I like it today. I like school. I like teacher. I like everything.
Good morning, John.
Good morning. Gee, look at all them coats and sweaters and ribbons. Think I'll tie them all up into knots.
You really want to tie them into knots?
Huh? Oh, gee, I'm sorry, teacher.
Oh, by all means, tie them into knots if you want to.
If I wanna.
Yes, it's perfectly all right.
I don't wanna. Hi, John. Hi, Fatty. Hello, John. Hello, Rosemary. You aren't mad at me, are you? Shh. Don't you know you can't talk in class? Maybe I can't, but you can if you wanna. Can I? Of course you can. You can do anything. Yeah? Say, who's that lady next to teacher?
John Hinkle.
Yes, teacher.
Don't rise. Now, Mr. Hinkle, I beg you to accept this nice red apple.
You want me to... You're the teacher and you want me to... You brought me an apple?
Of course. Only I didn't bring it to you so that you'd show me any partiality, Mr. Hinkle.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And I brought my mother, Mr. Hinkle. You said a note would not be sufficient. This is my mother, Mr. Hinkle.
Why, yes, of course. Now, Mrs. Peterson, your daughter, Miss Peterson, has been behaving quite deplorable lately. I'm sorry that I had to inconvenience you by making her bring you to school today, but I simply had to ask you to do something about controlling her bad behavior. She'll have to mend her ways. She'll have to be more kind and more easygoing on all of us pupils, and not so darn anxious to punish us, and not to keep us in after school and be a lot more considerate. Please use your influence, Mrs. Peterson. Now, as for you, Miss Peterson...
Yes, sir?
I want you to write and bring it in tomorrow. I will behave myself with greater consideration for my pupils 500 times. Have you got that?
Yes, sir.
Now, wait a minute. You will add on to I will behave myself with greater consideration for my pupils. Add on and have their best interests at heart.
I will behave myself with greater consideration for my pupils and have their best interests at heart 500 times.
Maybe I'm being too hard on teacher. I'll leave off that and have their best interests at heart. Yeah. That's enough school for one day. I'll dismiss the teacher. I'll dismiss the class. Then there'll be plenty of time left just for play. Just for play. Can I have a blanket so we can build a tent?
Just help yourself. Any blanket you like. Enjoy yourself, son.
Hey, Mom, is it all right if I don't do my homework till later? Till tonight, maybe?
Don't worry your head about homework, Johnny. Daddy and I will do it for you.
Would you care very much if I didn't mind the baby, Mom?
Who said you had to, dear?
Can I have a new catcher's mitt, Mom?
Yes, Johnny.
Can I have a new tire for my bike?
Yes.
How about a new pair of skates, Mom?
Yes.
Can I take the dog to bed with me tonight, Mom?
Why not, dear?
Mom, can I... Well, that is... Just because Dad said I wasn't to get any allowance, Well...
What are you trying to say, John?
Could I have a few cents for shooters, Mom?
Is that all? Here.
Oh, a quarter? I'll be able to blow the whole gang. Boy, thanks.
And don't you fret about the circus. Daddy's taking you tonight, right after dinner.
You mean it?
Of course I mean it.
But you and Dad said I wasn't to go to the circus.
Oh, you mustn't take everything we say seriously. You know how parents are.
No, I don't think I know how parents are. But I do know how I like them to be. Gee whiz, the circus, I'm going after all. Oh, it's wonderful. Now everything's wonderful. That is, nearly everything. Now if only Rosemary... Rosemary. Why does she have to be Henry Tompkins' girl? Wish she was my girl. Wish she was my girl.
Hello, John.
Oh, hello, Rosemary.
You can call me Mary if you wanna.
I wanna.
Then do.
All right. Mary.
What you got there?
A sword.
Where'd you get it?
I made it. With my own hands.
Really?
Yep.
But it's beautiful.
Oh, it ain't.
Oh, but it is.
Sword ain't beautiful. It's just plain sword, that's all. Beautiful's a word that fits other things, like girls. Girls are beautiful. You're beautiful, too.
Oh, John.
You are for fair. Do you really mean it, John? I always say what I mean. You can call me Johnny. Yes, Johnny. You know something? I like you. What'd you say? I said I like you. That's what I thought you said. But aren't you Henry's girl? No, Johnny. I am not Henry's girl. Well, then, uh-huh. What'd you say? I said I will. Honest, you mean it? I always say what I mean, too. Gee willikers. Gee willikers. Here, Rosemary, knight me. You want me to knight you? Can't think of anyone better I'd like to knight me. Hold out your hand. Why? Go on. Now I give you the sword. Take it. Thanks, Johnny. It's not for keeps. Now you just place it on my head and on my shoulder, and then you knight me. Go on. Oh, Johnny, you look just like one of those heroes out of the books, kneeling to his lady fair. Go on, knight me. Give me the name of Sir John the Great, the Handsome, the Strong, and the Brave. All right. I knight thee, Sir John the Handsome. You left out Great. Oh, I knight thee, Sir John the Great, the Handsome, the Strong, the Brave. The dope. Why? Hey, shut up, you. Boy, oh, boy. Wait till the other fellows see how John the Handsome got down on his knees. You shut up, Henry Tompkins. Who's gonna make me? I am. You in what gang? Me, myself, and I? Since when? Since always. In a pig's eye. I can lick you with my right hand tied behind my back. You want another shiner like I gave you last week? Henry Tompkins, why don't you let him alone? Stop being a Budinsky. Don't you talk like that to her. I will if I want her, and I want her. And what are you gonna do about it? You apologize right this minute, or I'll bust you one. I'm gonna count 3, and if you don't... 1, 2... Oh, please don't, please! 3! She ain't Henry's girl. She's my girl. Rosemary's my girl. I got something to fight for. I'll lick him good. This time I gotta lick him. He's to blame for everything. He broke Mr. Borden's window and framed me, says I got the blame. He snitched the teacher about the clothes in the closet. He's to blame for my being punished. He's made my life miserable. He's bigger than I am, and he's licked me lots of times, but not this time. Every dog's got his day, and this is my day. I'll show him. I'll lick him this time once and for all. Once and for all. Okay, let go! You take this! Hey, stop! Oh, Henry Tompkins, or I'll beat you and I can't walk anymore. Hey, cut it out! Let go! Uncle! Let go! It's wonderful. Just wonderful. I dreamed about licking Henry all my life. Now I did it. I did it. I licked him. And Rosemary's my girl. Honest. Rosemary's my girl. She's my girl. She's my girl.
There. His mumbling stopped.
What was he saying, dear?
I couldn't make it out, Margaret.
Do you think he's running a temperature?
Oh, nonsense. He simply has your habit of mumbling in his sleep.
Still, he looks so warm. Shh. It's time for bed, Larry.
Coming.
What are you staring at?
Nothing. Come on, dear.
What were you thinking, Larry?
Oh, not much. Somehow I just keep thinking about Johnny, and I try to remember the things that I used to do and the things that I used to think about, so that perhaps I could get to understand him a little more. He really is a good boy. And if he happens to hurt us sometimes, then maybe we shouldn't hurt him in turn by punishing him too severely. Let's try to remember that after all, he is only a boy. Maybe if we tried some other methods.
What we really need is the patience of a saint. Of course, he's a good boy, but I just don't have the strength with all the work and the baby and... Oh, well, maybe I'm overwrought.
Suppose we have a talk with him tomorrow evening and sort of talk things out. See if we can make him realize that he's not a child anymore and try to make him feel more responsible.
All right, dear. Whatever you say. I mean to start off right with him every morning. But by the time I get him out of bed, get him to wash and eat his breakfast, I'm just fit to be tied. I wish I did have more patience with him.
You just wait, Meg. You just wait and see. Someday we'll be very proud of our son.
up tonight. Hurry, Night. Come quicker. Quicker. Going to the circus. Going to the circus. Going to the circus.
Make it two, please. Get your hot dogs, hot drinks, ice cream, big sodas, raisin.
Popcorn, Dad.
Make it two, please. How about some sodas? How about some ice cream? Hot dogs.
Give me some ice cream, Dad.
Make it two,
please. Well, how was it?
You still up, Margaret?
Did you think I'd go to bed without hearing all about it? How was it?
Oh, it was wonderful, Mom. You should have seen that wild gorilla. I just bet you this was the best circus they ever had.
Margaret.
Yes, Larry?
Is there any castor oil in the house?
Castor oil? What for? I don't feel bad. I feel swell. I don't need any
Not
castor...
for you, Johnny. For me.
Oh.
Don't you feel well, Larry?
I'm afraid I had too much to eat at the circus. How about you, Johnny? Are you sure you feel all right?
Oh, I feel fine. Yes, sir, I'm fine.
That's good.
Come in here, dear.
Coming. Good night, Johnny.
Good night, Dad. I hope you feel better.
Thanks. Good night.
Thanks, Dad. I had a wonderful time. It's way past my usual bedtime, but nobody seems to notice or mind. Everyone else has gone to sleep except me. I guess I'm just a nighthawk. Oh, I ain't sleepy a bit. Oh, I'm just a little tired, that's all. Oh, been such a big day. Oh, such a wonderful day. I ain't sleepy. I ain't even tired. I'm too happy to be anything else. Oh, gosh, oh, gee. Oh, what a day this has been. Oh, I don't want to go to sleep and end it. Oh, well, why not? I'll wake up into another day just like this one. It ain't so bad to think of closing my eyes and opening them to another day. All over again. I guess it's time I was asleep.
Isn't that boy up yet?
Oh, I'll get heart failure. You're just trying to get him up every morning. Johnny! You'd better get up before I send your father in after you.
Just another 5 minutes,
That's
Mom.
what you said a half hour ago and 15 minutes ago.
Thanks, Mom.
Did you hear your mother tell you to get up?
Yeah.
Then get out of that bed immediately.
Yes, sir.
How much patience do you think anyone can have with you?
Hurry, John. I haven't all day.
You realize how difficult it is for Mother to go to school with you?
Yes, sir.
Then why don't you think of it once in a while? Now, lace those shoes properly.
But I'll be late for school.
Don't trip and break your neck if you don't lace your shoes. And, John, don't let me hear any more about you being late again.
Yes, sir.
I try to understand you, but only last night you promised to mind Mother, and already this morning you've forgotten your promise.
I didn't mean to.
I know you didn't mean to, but you have to do things to prove that you do mean to mind her. And above all, make it your business to always tell the truth.
I do. I always do.
Hurry, Johnny, please. I haven't all day. I have to get back to the baby.
Then can I skip washing today? Like yesterday?
Stop talking nonsense. You washed yesterday and you wash every day. Did you hear that, Larry?
Yes, I heard it. But I don't want to hear it again.
That's the way it starts every morning. He always tries to get out of things.
I don't think he will anymore.
Unless he wants his allowance stopped indefinitely.
Be sure to wash behind your ears.
Yes, ma'am.
And don't forget to brush your teeth.
Yes, ma'am.
And change your shirt.
I will.
And comb your hair.
Yes, ma'am.
Brush those shoes.
Yes, sir.
Hurry to the table.
Yes, ma'am.
And eat your prunes and hurry or we'll be late.
Yes, ma'am. Someday I just ain't gonna wake up. I'm just gonna go right on living in them things in the night that's called dreams. That way the day is much more fun in the night. Oh, my gosh. Oh, wait till Henry Tompkins gets his hands on me. Oh, and the teacher. What if they know what I did to him? Gosh, oh, gee, this is terrible. It's more than any one man can bear. It's too much even for me. Oh, my gosh.
You have just heard the Columbia Workshop production of Frank Gould's original comedy, The Wonderful Day. Johnny was played by Kingsley Colton, Henry by Jackie Grimes, Rosemary by Betty Jane Tyler, the mother by Gladys Thornton, father by Neil O'Malley, and the teacher by Sylvia Field. Original music was written and directed by Alexander Semler, and the entire production was under the direction of Earl McGill. Next week at the same time, the Columbia Workshop will bring you Shakespeare's As You Like It, directed by Margaret Webster, who will play the role of Rosalind. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Workshop. Tonight we are happy to bring you a condensed version of Shakespeare's As You Like It. The production will be directed by one of the great talents of the English-speaking stage, Margaret Webster. Miss Webster is known to many millions of American theatergoers as an actress of front-rank ability and is equally familiar to the profession itself as a director. New York has seen her skill demonstrated in the Maurice Evans successes Henry IV, Richard II, and more recently Hamlet. During the past year at the New York World's Fair, Miss Webster's direction of the Globe Theater Group was responsible for a great portion of the success of that delightful spot called Merry England. Miss Webster's characterization last year of Magdalene in the Broadway play Family... The Columbia Workshop. Tonight we are happy to bring you a condensed version of Shakespeare's As You Like It. The production will be directed by one of the great talents of the English-speaking stage, Margaret Webster. Miss Webster is known to many millions of American theatergoers as an actress of front-rank ability and is equally familiar to the profession itself as a director. New York has seen her skill demonstrated in the Maurice Evans successes Henry IV, Richard II, and more recently Hamlet. During the past year at the New York World's Fair, Miss Webster's direction of the Globe Theater Group was responsible for a great portion of the success of that delightful spot called Merry England. Miss Webster's characterization last year of Magdalene in the Broadway play Family Portrait will be long remembered. This evening she will be heard in the role of Rosalind. The Columbia Workshop brings you now Shakespeare's As You Like It with Margaret Webster. The story of As You Like It concerns two brothers, the elder of whom, Duke of a French province, was deposed and banished by his younger brother, Frederick. At the opening of the play, Rosalind, daughter of the banished Duke, is living at her Uncle Frederick's court as companion to his own daughter, Celia. A young man, Orlando, by his bravery in a wrestling match held before the court, attracts the attention of Duke Frederick and the admiration of the girls. The Duke, however, on learning that Orlando is the son of a nobleman who had been a close friend to the banished Duke, becomes enraged and sends Orlando away. His rage turns against Rosalind as well, since she is a constant reminder of the ill treatment he afforded his brother, and he banishes her in turn.
Celia, after vainly pleading for Rosalind, decides to join her in a search for her father, the banished Duke, in the forest of Arden, where the exiles fleet the time carelessly as they did in the Golden Age. Since it would be unsafe for two young women to travel in the forest, they disguised themselves as a young countryman and a country girl, pretending that they are brother and sister. Meanwhile, Orlando, to escape the threat of his cruel brother Oliver's envy and malice, has also come to the forest of Arden. He comes upon the banished Duke and his party, who are just about to eat their dinner.
Blow, blow the winter wind, thou art not so unkind, thou art not so unkind as man's ingratitude. Thy tooth is not so keen, because thou art not seen. Thy tooth is not unseen, because thou art not seen. Although thy breath be rude, although thy breath be rude, although thy breath be rude.
Now, my co-mates and brothers in exile, hath not old custom made this life more sweet than that of painted pomp? Are not these woods more free from peril than the envious court? Sweet are the uses of adversity, which, like the toad, ugly and venomous, wears yet a precious jewel in his head. And this, our life, exempt from public haunt, finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything.
Forbear, and eat no more.
Why, I have eaten none yet.
Forbear, I say. He dies that touches any of this fruit till I and my affairs are answered.
And you will not be answered with reason. I must die.
Peace, Jaques. What would you have? Your gentleness shall force more than your force move us to gentleness.
I almost die for food. And let me have it.
Sit down and feed. And welcome to our table.
Speak you so gently? Pardon me, I pray you. I thought that all things had been savage here. But whate'er you are, that in this desert inaccessible lose and neglect the creeping hours of time, if ever you have looked on better days, if ever been where bells had knolled to church, if ever sat at any good man's feast and know what 'tis to pity and be pitied, let gentleness my strong enforcement be.
Welcome. Fall to. I will not trouble you as yet to question you about your fortune. Jaques, thou seest we are not all alone unhappy. This wide and universal theater presents more woeful pageants than the scene wherein we play in.
All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts, his acts being 7 ages. At first the infant, mewling and puking in the nurse's arms, and then the whining schoolboy, with his satchel and shining morning face, creeping like snail unwillingly to school. And then the lover, sighing like furnace, with a woeful ballad made to his mistress, eyebrow. Then a soldier, full of strange oaths and bearded like the pard, jealous in honor, sudden and quick in quarrel, seeking the bubble reputation even in the cannon's mouth. And then the justice, in fair round belly, with good capon line, with eyes severe and beard of formal cut, full of wise saws and modern instances. And so he plays his part. The 6th age shifts into the lean and slippered pantaloon, with spectacles on nose and pouch on side. His youthful hose well saved, a world too wide for his shrunk shank, and his big manly voice, turning again toward childish treble, pipes and whistles in his sound. Last scene of all, that ends this strange, eventful history, is second childishness and mere oblivion, sans teeth, sans taste, sans eyes, sans everything.
Oh, Jupiter, how weary are my spirits.
I care not for my spirits if my legs were not weary.
I tell thee, Celia, I could find in my heart to disgrace my man's apparel and to cry like a woman.
I pray you, cousin, bear with me. I can go no further.
Well, Touchstone, this is the Forest of Arden.
Aye, now am I in Arden, the more fool I. When I was at home, I was in a better place. But travelers must be content.
Aye, be so, good Touchstone.
I pray you, one of you question yon man. If he for gold will give us any food. I faint almost to death.
I prithee, shepherd, if that love or gold can in this desert place buy entertainment, bring us where we may rest ourselves and feed.
I am shepherd to another man. My master is of churlish disposition. Besides his coat, his flocks and bounds of feed are now on sale, and at our sheep cut now, by reason of his absence, there is nothing that you will feed on.
I pray thee, if it stand with honesty, buy thou the cottage pasture and the flock, and thou shalt have to pay for it of us.
And we will mend thy wages. I like this place, and willingly could waste my time in it.
I will your very faithful feeder be, and buy it with your gold right suddenly.
Let no face be kept in mind but the fair of Rosaline. Hang there my verse in witness of my love. And thou, thrice crowned queen of night, survey with thy chaste eye from thy pale sphere above thy huntress name that my full life doth sway. Run, run, Orlando, carve on every tree the fair, the chaste, and unexpressive she.
Why should this a desert be? For it is unpeopled. No, tongues I'll hang on every tree that shall civil saying show. But upon the fairest boughs, or at every sentence end, will I Rosalinda write.
Oh, most gentle pulpiter.
Rosalind.
What tedious homily of love have you wearied your parishioners withal, and never cried, have patience, good people.
Try you who hath done this?
Is it a man?
And a chain that you once wore about his neck.
Ah,
change you color?
I prithee who?
Oh, wonderful, wonderful, and most wonderful, wonderful, and yet again, wonderful. And after that, out of all whooping.
Good my complexion, dost thou think though I am caparisoned like a man, I have a doublet and hose in my disposition? I prithee take the cork out of thy mouth that I may drink thy tidings.
It is young Orlando that hath tripped up the wrestler's heels and your heart, both in an instant.
Orlando?
Orlando.
Alas, the day, what shall I do with my doublet and hose? What did he when thou sawest him? What said he? How looked he? Wherein went he? What makes he here? Did he ask for me? Where remains he? How parted he with thee, and when shalt thou see him again? Answer me in one word.
Oh, you must borrow me Gargantua's mouth first. 'Tis a word too great for any mouth of this age's size. I found him under a tree, like a dropped acorn.
It may well be called Jove's tree when it drops forth such fruit.
Give me audience, good madam.
Proceed.
He was furnished like a hunter.
Oh, ominous. He comes to kill my heart.
I would sing my song without a burden. Thou brings me out of tune.
Do you not know that I am a woman? When I think, I must speak. Sweet, say on.
Soft. Comes he not here?
'Tis he. I will speak to him like a saucy lackey, and under that habit play the knave with him. Do you hear, Forester?
Very well. What would you?
I pray you, what is the clock?
You should ask me what time of day. There's no clock in the forest.
Then there is no true lover in the forest. Else sighing every minute and groaning every hour would detect the lazy foot of time as well as a clock.
Where dwell you, pretty youth?
With this shepherdess, my sister, here in the skirts of the forest like fringe upon a petticoat.
Are you native of this place? Your accent is something finer than you could purchase in so removed a dwelling.
I have been told so of many, but indeed an old religious uncle of mine taught me to speak, who was in his youth an inland man, one that knew courtship too well, for there he fell in love. I have heard him read many lectures against it, and I thank God I am not a woman to be touched with so many giddy offences as he hath generally taxed their whole sex withal.
I prithee recount some of them.
No, I will not cast away my physic, but on those that are sick. There is a man haunts the forest that abuses our young plants with carving Rosalind on their barks. hangs odes upon hawthorns and elegies on brambles, all forsooth deifying the name of Rosalind. If I could meet that fancy monger, I would give him some good counsel.
I am he that is so love-shaped. I pray you, tell me your remedy.
There is none of my uncle's marks upon you. He taught me how to know a man in love, in which cage of rushes I'm sure you are not prisoner.
What were his marks?
A lean cheek, which you have not. A blue eye and sunken, which you have not. A beard neglected, which you have not. Then your hose should be unguarded, your sleeve unbuttoned, your shoe untied, everything about you demonstrating a careless desolation. But you are no such man.
Fair youth, I would I could make thee believe. I love.
Me believe it? You may as soon make her that you love believe it. Which I warrant she is apter to do than to confess she does. But in good sooth, are you he that hangs the verses on the trees wherein Rosalind is so admired?
I swear to thee, youth, by the white hand of Rosalind, I am that he. That unfortunate he.
But are you so much in love as your rhymes speak?
Neither rhyme nor reason can express how much.
Love is merely a madness, and I tell you deserves as well a dark house and a whip as madmen do. And the reason why they are not so punished and cured is that the lunacy is so ordinary the whippers are in love too. Yes, I profess curing it by counsel.
Did you ever cure any so?
Yes, one. And in this manner. He was to imagine me his love, his mistress, and I set him every day to woo me. At which time would I, being a moonish youth, grieve, be effeminate, changeable, longing and liking, full of tears, full of smiles, would now like him, now loathe him, now weep for him, then spit at him. And thus I cured him. And this way will I take upon me to wash your liver as clean as a sound sheep's heart.
I would not be cured, youth.
I would cure you, if you would but call me Rosalind, and come every day to my cot and woo me.
No, by my faith, my love, I will. Tell me where it is.
Go with me to it, and I'll show it to you. And by the way, you shall tell me where in the forest you live. Will you go?
With all my heart, good youth.
Nay, you must call me Rosalind.
Come apace, good Audrey. I will fetch up your goats, Audrey. And how, Audrey? Am I the man yet? Doth my simple feature content you?
Your features, touchstone, Lord warrant us. What features?
Truly, I would the gods had made thee poetical.
I do not know what poetical is. Is it honest in deed and word? Is it a true thing?
No, truly, for the truest poetry is the most feigning. And lovers are given to poetry, and what they swear in poetry may be said as lovers they do feign.
Do you wish, then, that the gods had made me poetical?
I do, truly. For thou swearest to me thou art honest. Now, if thou wert a poet, I might have some hope thou didst feign.
Would you not have me honest?
No, truly, unless thou wert hard-favored. For honesty coupled to beauty is to have honey as sauce to sugar.
Well, I am not fair. Therefore, I pray the gods make me honest.
Truly, to cast away honesty upon a foul slut were to put good meat into an unclean dish.
I am not a slut. No, I thank the gods I am foul.
Well, praise be the gods for thy foulness. Sluttishness may come hereafter. But be it as it may be, Audrey, I will marry thee.
Well, the gods give us joy.
Never talk to me, see here, I will weep.
Do, I prithee. But yet have the grace to consider that tears do not become a man.
His very hair is of the dissembling color.
Something broader than Judas.
I faith his hair is of a good color.
An excellent color. Your chestnut was ever the only color.
But why did he swear he would come this morning and comes not?
Please, certainly there is no truth in him.
Not true in love?
Yes, when he is in. But I think he is not in.
You have heard him swear downright he was.
Was is not is. Besides, the oath of a lover is no stronger than the word of a tapster.
Good day and happiness, dear Rosalind.
Why, how now, Orlando? Where have you been all this while? You a lover, and you served me such another trick, never come in my sight more.
Pardon me, dear Rosalind.
Nay, and you be so tardy, come no more in my sight. I'd as lief be wooed of a snail.
Of a snail?
Aye, of a snail. Come, woo me, woo me. For now am I in a holiday humor, and like enough to consent. Am not I your Rosalind?
I take some joy to say you are, because I would be talking of her.
Well, in her person, I say I will not have you.
Then in mine own person, I die.
No, faith. Die by attorney. The poor world is almost 6,000 years old, and in all this time there was not any man died in a love cause. Men have died from time to time, and worms have eaten them, but not for love.
I would not have my right, Rosalind, of this mind, for I protest her frown might kill me.
By this hand, it will not kill a fly. But come, now I will be your Rosalind in a more coming-on disposition. And ask me what you will, I will grant it.
Then love me, Rosalind.
Faith will I, Fridays and Saturdays and all.
And wilt thou have me?
I, and 20 such.
What sayest thou?
Are you not good?
I hope so.
Why, then can one desire too much of a good thing? Come, sister, you shall be the priest and marry us. Give me your hand, Orlando. What do you say, sister?
Prithee, marry us.
I cannot say the words.
You must begin, will you, Orlando?
Go to. Will you, Orlando, have to wife this Rosalind?
I will.
Aye, but when?
Why, now, as fast as she can marry us.
Then you must say, I take thee, Rosalind, for wife.
I take thee, Rosalind, for wife.
I might ask you for your commission, but I do take thee, Orlando, for my husband. Now tell me how long you would have her after you have possessed her.
Forever and a day.
Say a day without the ever. No, Orlando. Men are April when they woo, December when they wed. Maids are May when they are maids, but the sky changes when they are wives. I will be more jealous of thee than a Barbary cock pigeon over his hen. I will weep for nothing, and I will do that when you are disposed to be merry.
But will my Rosalind do so?
By my life, she will do as I do.
Oh, but she is wise.
Or else she could not have the wit to do this. The wiser, the waywarder. Make the doors upon a woman's wit, and it will out of the casement. Shut that, and 'twill out of the keyhole. Stop that, 'twill fly with the smoke out of the chimney.
Oh, for these 2 hours, Rosalind, I will leave thee.
Alas, dear love, I cannot lack thee 2 hours.
I must attend the Duke at dinner. By 2 o'clock, I will be with thee again.
Aye, go your ways, go your ways. I knew what you would prove. My friends told me as much, and I thought no less. That flattering tongue of yours won me. 'Tis but one cast away, and so come death. 2 o'clock is your hour.
Aye, sweet Rosalind.
By my troth, and in good earnest, and so God mend me, and by all pretty oaths that are not dangerous, if you break one jot of your promise or come 1 minute behind your hour, I will think you the most pathetical break promise, the most hollow lover, the most unworthy of her you call Rosalind, that may be chosen out of the gross band of the unfaithful. Therefore, beware my censure and keep your promise.
With no less religion than if thou wert indeed my Rosalind. So, adieu.
Well, time is the old justice that examines all such offenders, and let time try. Adieu.
You have simply misused our sex in your love prate.
Oh, coz, my pretty little coz, that thou didst know how many fathoms deep I am in love. I'll tell thee, Celia, I cannot be out of the sight of Orlando. I'll go find the shadow and sigh till he come.
And I'll sleep.
How say you, cousin? Is it not past 2 o'clock, and here much Orlando?
I warrant you with pure love that troubled brain, he hath ta'en his bow and arrows, and is gone forth to sleep.
Good morrow, fair ones. Pray you, if you know where in the purlieus of this forest stands a sheep-cot fenced about with olive trees.
West of this place, down in the neighbor bottom.
Are not you the owner of the house I did inquire for?
It is no boast being asked to say we are.
Orlando doth commend him to you both. And to that youth he calls as Rosalind, he sends this bloody napkin.
Oh.
Are you he?
I am. What must we understand by this?
I pray you tell it.
When last the young Orlando parted from you, he left a promise to return again within an hour. And pacing through the forest, chewing the food of sweet and bitter fancy, lo, what befell. Under an oak whose boughs were mossed with age, a wretched, ragged man, o'ergrown with hair, lay sleeping on his back. Under a bush's shade, a lioness, with udders all drawn dry, lay crouching, head on ground, with cat-like watch, when that the sleeping man should stir. This seen, Orlando did approach the man and found it was his brother, his elder brother.
Oh, I have heard him speak of that same brother, and he did render him the most unnatural that lived amongst men.
And well he might so do, for well I knew he was unnatural.
But to Orlando, did he leave him there food to the sucked and hungry lioness?
Twice did he turn his back and purposed so, but kindness, nobler ever than revenge, made him give battle to the lioness, who quickly fell before him, in which hurtling from miserable slumber, I awaked.
Ah, you, his brother.
Was you he rescued?
Was you that did so oft contrive to kill him?
'Twas I, but 'tis not I. I do not shame to tell you what I was. since my conversion so sweetly tastes, being the thing I am.
But for the bloody napkin.
By and by. He led me instantly into his cave, there stripped himself, and here upon his arm the lioness had torn some flesh away, which all this while had bled. And now he fainted, and cried in fainting upon Rosalind. Brief, I recovered him, bound up his wound. He sent me hither, to tell this story that you might excuse his broken promise, and to give this napkin, dyed in his blood, unto the shepherd youth that he in sport doth call his Rosalind.
Well, now, Ganymede. Sweet Ganymede.
Many will swoon when they do look on blood.
There is more in it. Cousin, Ganymede.
Look, he recovers.
I would I were at home. We'll lead you thither. I pray you, take him by the arm.
Be of good cheer, youth. You are man. You lack a man's heart.
I do so, I confess it. A body would think this was well counterfeited. I pray you tell your brother how well I counterfeited.
This was not counterfeit. There is too great testimony in your complexion that it was a passion of earnest.
Come, you look paler and paler. Pray you draw homewards. Good sir, go with us.
Tomorrow is the joyful day, Audrey. Tomorrow will we be married.
I do desire it with all my heart, Touchstone, and I hope it is no dishonest desire to be a woman of the world.
A man might, if he were of a fearful heart, stagger in this attempt. For here we have no temple but the wood, no assembly but horned beasts. But what though? Courage!
My dear Orlando, how it grieves me to see thee wear thy heart in a scarf.
It is my arm, Rosalind.
I thought thy heart had been wounded with the claws of a lion.
Wounded it is, but with the eyes of a lady.
Did your brother tell you how I counterfeited a swoon when he showed me your handkerchief?
Aye, and greater wonders than that.
Oh, I know where you are. For your brother and my sister no sooner met, but they looked. No sooner looked, but they loved.
They shall be married tomorrow, and I will bid the Duke to the nuptial. But, oh, how bitter a thing it is to look into happiness through another man's eyes.
Why, then tomorrow I cannot serve your turn for Rosalind.
I can live no longer by thinking.
I will weary you then no longer with idle talking. I have, since I was 3 years old, conversed with a magician, most profound in his art and yet not damnable. If you do love Rosalind so near the heart as your gesture cries it out, when your brother marries Thea, shall you marry her?
Speakst thou in sober meaning?
By my life I do, which I tender dearly, though I say I am a magician. Therefore, put you in your best array, bid your friends, for if you will be married tomorrow, you shall, and to Rosalind, if you will.
I'll not fail if I live.
There is sure another flood, Tord, and these couples are coming to the Ark. Here comes a pair of very strange beasts.
Salutation and greeting to you all.
Good, my lord, bid him welcome. This is the motley-minded gentleman that I have so often met in the forest. He hath been a courtier, he swears.
If any man doubt that, let him put me to my purgation. I have trod a measure, I have flattered a lady, I have been politic with my friends, smooth with mine enemy, I have undone 3 tailors, I have had 4 quarrels, and like to have fought 1.
Good, my lord, like this fellow. I like him very well.
God yield you, sir, I desire you of the like. Bear your body more seeming, Audrey. A poor virgin, sir. An ill-favored thing, sir, but mine own. A poor humor of mine, sir, to take that no man else will. Rich honesty dwells like a miser, sir, in a poor house, as your pearl in your foul oyster.
Good Duke, receive thy daughter.
If there be truth in sight, she is my daughter.
If there be truth in sight, you are my Rosalind.
I'll have no father if you be not he. I'll have no husband if you be not he.
Oh, my dear niece, welcome thou art to me, even daughter, welcome in no less degree. Play music, and you, brides and bridegrooms all, with measure heaped in joy, to the measures fall.
It was a lover and his lass with a halo and a hey, no, and a hey. that o'er the green cornfields did pass in springtime, in springtime, that only pretty ring-time, when birds do sing, hey, ding-a-ding-a-ding, hey, ding-a-ding-a-ding, hey, ding-a-ding-a-ding, sweet birds of the spring.
The Columbia Workshop has brought you Shakespeare's As You Like It, directed by Margaret Webster and featuring Miss Webster in the role of Rosalind. Others in the cast were Kate Warriner as Celia, Eula Guy as Audrey, Wesley Addy as Orlando, Wallace Acton as Touchstone, MacDonald Carey as Jacques, Dennis Hoy as the banished Duke, Arthur Sachs as Oliver, John O'Shaughnessy as Corin, Frank Hornaday as the singer. The musical portion of the production was created by Alexander Semler. Next week at the same time, the Columbia Workshop will present an original fantasy in blank verse by Joseph Liss, titled The Story of Dogtown Common. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Workshop. Tonight, we offer an original piece by Joseph Liss titled Story in Dogtown Common, based partly upon historical evidence and partly on the accepted folklore of Cape Ann, Massachusetts. Although the characters are entirely fictitious, much of the folklore that makes up the body of the story is still believed by many inhabitants of the towns along the Massachusetts coastline. This is the author's first radio play. We hear now Story in Dogtown Common by Joseph Liss.
Once upon a time, and many years ago, there lived a town. Scots, Swedes, Finns, and Slavs, together with Englishmen, banded themselves on the Cape of Queen Anne and called themselves Yankees. With hope for peace and property, with hate for the splintered yoke on blue, bruised backs, free of the snooping elders of the Massachusetts Bay and the ledgers of an imperial counting house, they built their city of huts. Low, one-storied affairs, sitting on small cellars of palace granite, hewn of quarries, now left yawning. Men of hard will and work-chopped hands, women too soon grown old, peopling rapidly a new generation. Wise kids spitting the pits of berries that never satisfied the emptiness of hunger. These were the freemen that inhabited Dogtown Common. Farming? Hardly. Who could till a hill that a glacier once had plowed? Plant a crop in a terminal moraine? Stuff a seed under a boulder? Good soil to level cow dung on. Let the cedars grow. They're pretty enough. Occupation, did you say? Fishing. At first, just in the harbor for pollock and cod. But a man must make a living, not eat fish. So they risked the run to George's banks in the ghost-gray fog of Novi, fog like a white hag's hair that covered a sail and a prow, to a common denominator of nothingness. Fish to the market? Sometimes, but as often not. Because when the fog is hungry, it swallows the crushed planks of head-on prows, feeding the gourmand brine with twine-twisted nets and raw flesh, bones of men and ribs of trawlers. The fish back to the sea. The ship? Well, if you're keen to mark its place, you'll see a buoy bob a Humpty-Dumpty out in the fog. Fit memorial for foolish men who work to eat, to live.
And those that returned, but for the grace of God's angry waters, saw their women pin-topped on Pigeon Hill, with stony patience, their children clinging to hills of their skirts. They waited like miners' wives, furtive eyes, seeking not how many gone, but who's the living. Ships in, filling the harbor with bellyful bottoms bursting with mackerel and cod. And the market? Good. 3 cents a pound. The law of supply and demand, don't you know? Less boats, less fish, less lives. Price for what? Less men, more wives. But who's to pay for all of this? Send your statement to the dogs. They're the menfolk now, protectors of the city of huts. And with a couple of wars thrown in, the city of dogs, Dogtown Common. But even dogs can't eat a cedar, a boulder, and a blueberry briar. So the place is real pretty now. No dogs, no empty-bellied kids to eat the taxes of good citizens, no empty-souled women to embarrass the righteous of Annisquam. No, not even a house all in one piece. Just picturesque chasms, once cellars. Yep, it sure is pretty now for visitors. Nice place for berry picking and taking a girl and painting a picture. The stunted cedars? Sure. I said they're pretty. Pretty black foxtails by night. Good place, they say, for witches to hide behind. Bayonets trickling the sky. Sentinels of Cape Ann. Good to tell stories by.
Fine couple of berry pickers. Nothing but a pair of kissing bugs.
How did your hands-hugging Molly find time for the berries, George?
Oh, he's a fast picker.
Yeah, a good one, eh, Molly?
George and I got the can brimful.
Look at Molly's face. Strawberry blush.
Don't let them tease, Molly.
Then show us the can. Brimful now, no bottom packed with peat. Let them show us the can.
We ate some.
Oh, poor fare to satisfy love hunger. You expect us to believe that, huh?
Believe what joys you to believe, Thomas Higgins. But George and I were only looking at the sea-purple sunset. Look for yourself. Pretty?
I've seen it 1,000,000 times.
Come on, Tom. Time to pack the nets and ship for Novi. Coming, George?
I'll be along.
We'll wait. We'll let you go if you've a mind to. But take heed, George Reed. You'll have a wife to wait ere the moon's a bed. It's a trick of the witch, they say, on Dogtown Common. Come on. Come, Thomas.
Mad? Mad at me, Molly?
You promised not to tell, George, and you joked about it like the others. Your remarks unsacred, so offhand.
Oh, darling, the laugh in your eye. Look, you're losing it. The laugh, it's gone. Closer. You're cold. Let me cover you. What did I say to line your face?
You pick 'em good. So free and easy you spout it. Were you choosing a new fishing dory, you'd be more glorious about it.
Only talk, Molly. You were the one to give it away. But what have we to hide? Our love's nothing prim and sacred. It's real. Real. Like a touch of freshness in the quarry pool. Tell me you'll marry me, I'll ring the bell down Squam Way and holler it clear from Halibut Point to Gloucestertown, to the reef of Norman's Woe.
No, George, wait. Time to let others share it. Let me be selfish a while.
Why? What's to gain by it? Silas knows, and with his damn glib tongue, he'll have the whole Cape cackling we're man and wife already, and we'll not be the wiser.
I lied, George. It wasn't that. I'll be the first to tell when it's done to tell. I'll be the happiest.
Molly, your eyes are fogging up. They gape. They don't see. Molly, look at me.
It's nothing. It's light. Only light. For a moment, I see nothing. Not you, George. Your face, your hands, your hair turns to mist of your breath. You're not here. Only light.
I'm here? Oh, kiss me. Now. Am I? Come on, it's getting black as pitch in a hole. The moon's letting down on its job.
When you talk, the white air rising from the peat is one with the mist of your breath. What is it, George? What does it mean?
Well, it means it's damp. Oh, let's get down from here. Kids say it's a place for the creep of the willies. Can't say as I blame them.
God, it's damp. Come on, there's fun in town tonight before I sail. Not on Dogtown Common without a moon.
Please, George, don't sail. Not this night.
Silly. I've got to. I haven't skipped a sail in 1,000 tides, and I won't skip one now.
But just this night.
Come on, let's go. Take the short way. Down in the town, we'll tell them about us.
No, George, don't tell them. Not now. A premonition. A woman's right to feel, not to know. To keep happy things secret until they're realized.
Oh, silly. Clean black tonight. No fog and easy fishing. Mind the briars.
What was that?
A dog.
Here in these rocks? These bald-eaten hills, a dog? He'll starve. Find him, George.
Oh, come on. He won't starve. That's Ma Hester's hound, baying at the last moon before he blinded. Mange-eating mongrel. Crying at gone, unhappy years like his mistress. Why doesn't she leave these hills, live in town, and stop playing the witch?
She's not a witch, George. I know her well. A righteous woman is any and Annisquam.
Well, I say she plays the witch.
Oh, reading a cup of ground for a penny doesn't make a witch. Seamen see tomorrow's weather. She tomorrow's fate.
Old hag stuff. Look down to town. Firefly light. See it running to the dock? Way off? Men and lanterns. They're putting out for Novi. And a northwest wind, fresh and steady. They'll be blowing up the sails. They'll be shoving off with the men working and singing. The Gloucester Maid, my ship. God, she's a trim-looking brig.
George, don't go. Not this night.
Oh, silly. I've got to. You see, it's my work. It's part of me.
I'm afraid.
Well, what's to fear? That hoary hound, he's no harm. No sight but a gone moon. No senses spared to sense a living thing.
A living thing? Oh!
Molly! Molly, wait! Don't run! Molly! Wait! Darling, you're hurt. Why did you run? What's the fear?
Wait in this hill of shadow. Oh, my leg. Help me rise my leg.
Oh, lie still, quietly. Let me see. Demon dog.
George, not the dog. The night. The premonition of darkness and light. Don't go. Don't set to the wind, the sail. No, not this night. Stay with me.
Oh, silly. Ma Hester's kind of crystal gazing is gone with the ghosts of witches hung in Salem town. Fit for ancient hags and twine-torn minds. Not for the hope that's youth. Oh, let me see the wound. Come, I won't hurt none. Show it.
No pain.
God. It's raw bone deep, ripped with the rock. Mother in heaven. And yet, no blood. No blood.
The pain's gone from the wound to the pit of me. Strange. I feel it no more, only my head, a whirling whine grinding. Lift me, I can't walk.
Lean on me, Molly.
See, ahead there's a pin light red above the top dead cedar near the twisted naked one. That's her light, Ma Hester's house. Take me there. Knock again, George.
Hello! Open up! A woman's hurt. We need help. Open!
Watch him, George, now.
Get away, dog. Away or you'll be the first I've kicked. Hello! Open there!
Evening. What evil brings you to stir the quiet? What demon reason to turn to pandemonium the night? Hi, Pepito, stop your yapping. That's a good dog.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank me for what? I need no thanks of folks from Squam Way.
Ma Hester.
Huh? Who calls my name? Heresy on the tongue of the clean. A name that makes the prim shudder and squirm. Who calls it?
I, Molly. Molly Mowry. Not from Squam, but the Cove. You've read my cup of ground. Help me now, my leg, it's hurt.
Come in. There's welcome here for all fools lost in Dogtown. Wait. Who's the man that carries you?
George Reed. Fisher, to know.
Oh, a sea-ridden lout.
The man I'm troth to.
Well, don't stand looking foolish. In with you. Hurry, keep the night out. Well, don't gape at me. Your arms quiver holding her. Rest her on the bed there.
Ma Hester, don't let him go.
Huh? Who go where? Oh, you, George. Bubble a pot on the fire. There's a brook by the bog toward the whale's jaw. Fill the bucket off. Fill it clear.
Sure, I'll fill it. Fill it with tails of newts, hides of stillborn snake, and hair of mangered hound.
Don't laugh at me, fool. On your way.
Call your dog, for when I leave to go, he'll rile the quiet once again.
Go round the cowhouse. He sees no mortal man. His eyes are inward loomed in endless night.
George.
No fear, I'll soon return.
Still lie still. Rest and sleep the sleep of pounded peat. Sleep, sleep.
George.
Sleep. He'll return but once again, and then don't let him go. Your spirit flesh a sign. No blood, no pain, but half-filled lives cut clean in twain.
No, I must not sleep.
Rest, child. The wound will heal. Time will seal the open breach. Weeds will cover earth. Earth, cellars of Dogtown. Sleep now. The morrow will bear the light. The light will bear the sign.
Not sleep. Sleep is death, I fear. I've seen the light. The light's the sign, you say? Oh, Hester. Light once to me was happy things. The cool bath on heavy morning eyes, the laughing tinsel sparkle. Freedom, the guide, the loveliness of gleaming. Why do I fear it now?
I'll read the cup. I'll stir the grinds. Settle now. Then pour the liquid o'er the fire. Darker now, but yet I see the mounds of grounds upon the cup left to tell a tale.
Hurry. George will soon return. Tell me, you see the meaning of the light?
Yes, I see it. Between the shadows by the hillocks formed, I see the light. A corpuscent, a holy light. Seamen see it in the night on rigs of ships, on heads of masts, a globule gleaming fire. See, it's left the blackness of the mast, down the side of sail, bobbing from buoy to buoy, to whites of waves, to sands of shore. Reeling drunk, it bobs, it bobs, it bobs. It's in the village now. It leaves its sign from door to door to door. Women stare in restless sleep. Men are mangled in the deep, deep, deep.
No, stop it, not true, it can't be.
It's not my wish. It's in the cup of grounds the prophecy is told. The die is cast. No mortal man can change the past. Future's fate can yet be fought. Living life can yet be sought.
How, Ma Hester?
Molly.
Tell me.
Heed me, child. Cling to your love. Let not the sea take it.
You're mad. It's his life. He'll not give it up.
Your life too, Molly. A woman that's been loved and then lives alone lives in emptiness. Believe me.
His will is strong. You'll not listen.
He must see the destiny molded in the cup. Read it.
Yes. I see it. Plain. I see a white sail. A man's bleached bones. No, not a white sail. But a woman's wedding gown. George, come back!
Get away from that door. Don't open it, Molly. The storm.
George, don't go. Please, George. George, my darling, you're back.
Get in, Molly. Back. Out of the rain. Get in the house.
Oh, George. Sweet George. Stay with me. Stay.
Molly, what's wrong with her, Hester? Face. It's death white.
Stay, George. Never set a sail to the wind again. Never. Never tempt the sea. Never leave me.
Stop it, I say. Hester, help me. Anger has left the wound to plow her mind with delirium. Help me.
Never go.
Her
Never
wound is
go.
healed. See it. Heed her. She is not mad. She's seen a light. The corpus sanctum. The holy light that goes with death with those that go to sea. Here. Take the cup. Read it. It's written clear.
The cup. Smash it and end its evil that turns sound minds to madness. Come, Molly. The storm is gone. Gone from the loveliness of your face as well. Gone. Quickly as it came. Come, leave unliving things behind.
So you've smashed the cursed cup. You've feared it. You think you changed your fate. Pray to your God. It's not too late.
Fate. What do you know of fate? Foolish old woman. I pity you. Come, Molly. Leave Dogtown. Leave the dead. Look, Molly. The moon's rising on the common. The cedars are pretty again. How clear the rain washed the night. Look. Straight across the Wingersheik, the white caps are like a fleet of merry sailboats popping in the bay. Ha, the sea is not always angry, Molly. You'll love it someday as I do. But here in town, dear, it's strange. It's so quiet. What is it, Molly?
Here, George, the bell. A bell of execration. The curse by bell, by book, by candlelight snuffed out. Hear it, the bell. The toll of the bell.
God, the black-robed priest's bell. Run to the beach.
Thou didst blow with thy wind, and the sea cover them. They sank as lead in the mighty waters. Who is like unto thee, O Lord?
He tolls the bell. Look, the empty dory on the sand. The dory of the Gloucester maid, empty of life.
Candles on its upturned hull. 60 of them. Out. And their women, grief-huddled.
They're widows, around the dory like a dark cloud. A helpless vapor moaning. Listen.
We saw a light, a corpuscent, a holy light, from door to door to door.
George!
Quiet.
Our Father who art in heaven, tell us, who died tonight? Our men once strong with work, our bodies numb with longing, our waiting for happiness that's hope. Tell us, bitterness is born.
Fear and dread shall fall upon them. By the greatness of thine arm, they shall...
Cold, George. Cold. Hold me. Never leave me.
I'm here, Molly. The sea is in my eyes no more. Pray it leaves my soul.
Days passed. The dory on the sand grew barnacles and rot. The men, too, were forgotten. Leaves filled empty wells. The river at Annisquam cut a new gully. The church was painted twice since they wed. And while ships still schooned to Novae, men unearthed a new industry. Rock. Rock that rumbled under wheels in cities. Rock that broke seas for safe harbors. Rock that made monuments for men. Monuments for heroes, not for those that work in quarries and tear it from the earth. Folks call men who fight the sea martyrs. The fellows that chop the rock, slaves. Slaves that lost their freedom, some for a woman's whim, some for a wage. But those that were born with soft in their hair found stone dust corrosive, sublimate. And as the years went by, Molly found it hard to live with George. Yes, she loved him all right. Money? No, not that.
You haven't touched your supper, George.
Molly, we work to eat, to live. Living is wrenched from the earth that's life. But pounding stone is not living. It's hate, brooding hate. 8 to 12. Chop a rock and have a bite of lunch. Then chop again, till darkness shadows minds left free to brood. Brooding to madness.
Darling, I know. Speak, don't shout. Live as you like, but live with me. Not in a past of ships at sea.
The sea is gone. Gone, I said. I gave it up.
You haven't touched your supper, George.
Who are you, Molly? You, the woman I loved. Your name painted with sun on the side of my ship. You, my ship.
George, look at me. Don't stare through emptiness. Darling.
I see it. I see it now. full laughing sails in the wind. The ship, the Gloucester made.
George, where are you going?
It's in a rock. Firm in a rock. Chop it clear. Chop it clear.
George! George! Don't go! George!
That night the land was split with whiteness. His mind with a mania. The moon plowed a hoary path for George. Through half-lit trees of Dogtown, under the shadow of Pigeon Hill, down to where the quarry derricks lay, he came upon his rock. Tools gripped white in his hands. His body wedged close in the cleft he had dug. He cut into the work.
Chop it clear, chop it clear. 8 to 12, chop a rock and have a bite of lunch. Then chop again. Chop, 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 chop it clear. Free my ship. Free us. Mountain, free us from the rock. Stone is our slaver. Stone walls us from the sea. Set us free. Chop, chop, chisel deep. Ah, there. That's it. Cut strong. Cut deep. Deep to the blood of the rock. Deep till it's free. Forgive me, Molly. I could have been kinder. My love stronger. Our hope in living one. God, you were lovely. Sweet. Straight. Brave. Our love could have been greater, but could not be shared. Not with sea that its freedom. Split granite. Give way. Set us free. Free to the sea. Down, mountain, down. Father, forgive me. Thou art the glory. And every free man hid himself in the dens and in the rocks of the mountains, and said to the mountains and the rocks, fall on us, chop free, down mountain! Come down, you mountains!
Thou didst blow with thy wind, the sea covered them. They sank as lead in the mighty waters.
We see a new light, a holy light. Man's rest is early, man's sleep is sweet, sweet as those who live by work. Pity the weak. Our men are strong. They've built the cities, turned the earth, sung the songs. And for that, theirs is the glory, theirs is the joy. There's the freedom.
Forgive you? Yes, George, I forgive you. I saw but bleached bones. You, the living sea. You chose your own destiny and work. I, your death. George, sweet George, is the sea happy?
The Columbia Workshop in Common by Joseph Litt. Tonight's production was directed. Next week, the workshop will present as offering an adaptation of a short story. Mr. Cohen takes his most popular and most as the Columbia brought.
Beginning Wednesday, July 10th, Uncle Jim's Question Bee, sponsored by the makers of Rinso, will be heard on Wednesday evenings at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time instead of Tuesdays. Remember the change of time, beginning this Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Listeners in Mountain and Pacific Coast time zones should consult local newspapers for exact time.
The Columbia Workshop presents The Cockeyed Wonder, a baseball comedy by Nathaniel Curtis.
I'm in the shower, see?
Yeah.
I can't seem to get the water running right.
Yeah. So?
So, this John Vance comes in. He was playing in the outfield with me then. You have another beer, by the way?
Look, you thought you're going to tell me the inside on this baseball wonder. What makes?
Well, I'm telling you. I'm in the shower when John Vance comes in, and he says there's a punk outside named Fancher who just hit 18 pitch balls in a row. Consecutive.
Yeah?
Yeah, and the funny thing is this Lou Fancher ain't never previous played no baseball at all. A guy who become a powerhouse at bat and one of the greatest first basemen in the history of the game. And you know what done it for him?
What?
A drink called a Pink Lady.
A Pink Lady?
Yeah. You sure you won't have another beer?
No, you better not eat it.
What? I'm telling you the truth. Drink was the making of Lou Fancher. It all started when he fell in love with this dame named Dorothy. What a dame, that Dorothy. Well, she knew more inside baseball than Connie Mack. And that's what hurt. With an Einstein, maybe, Lou would have been a good companion. But with the dame who was a baseball nut, he was plenty of fish out of water. Well, anyway, Lou and the girl is having a usual bicker one afternoon. He wants to go to a concert. He's that kind of a guy, you know. And she wants to go to the ball game. Well, Lou is a retiring guy, you understand, and when she keeps up the argument, he goes and he takes the first drink of his life, a Pink Lady cocktail. Well, he done it to try and feel more like a hero to her eyes, you see.
Yeah.
Well, they're still arguing it out in the subway when that Pink Lady cocktail starts to climb up to his eyes. It made everything slow down for the guy. He seen things moving slow when they was really moving normal, you see. Okay.
But I still can't see why we always have to spend Saturday at a concert. Lou, listen to me. Hey, Lou, what's the matter with you? You look sick.
This train is driving me crazy. What's the idea of going 2 miles an hour like this?
Why, Lou, the train's going at a normal speed.
Oh, what are you trying to tell me? I can see it, can't I? Hey, mister.
What's that?
How fast would you say this train was going?
I don't know. 40 miles an hour about.
Oh, 40 miles an hour. Can you count the steel supports at 40 miles an hour?
Huh?
Look at that. 1, 2, 3,
Oh, Lou, will you
4,
stop
Hey,
it?
pal,
5.
either you're a nut or you hoisted one too many. You can't count them supports. They're just a blur.
Oh, listen, I tell you, I can't do
What are you
counting.
talking about? 96. Sit on the subway.
Come on, Lou, please, let's get out here.
Oh, but we're going to 40 seconds.
Please, Lou.
All right.
What happened to you in the subway anyway, starting an argument with a strange man?
Well, it's just the speed got me nervous. So slow. Look, it's just the same up here. Look at those cars crawling along.
Lou, will you quit acting so crazy? Those cars are going along at the usual speed. Honestly.
Now, what are you trying to tell me a thing like that? For I can see with my own eyes, can't I? Look at that police car. Why, it's a disgrace crawling along like that. Come on, let's go across.
Lou, come back!
Seems he just walked out there in front of the cop car, looking right at it.
Sutures, please.
Yes, Doctor. Oh, gee, hello, Dottie.
Well, how are you, Lou?
Oh, I'm all right. I'm lucky. Just a few small scratches. I'm leaving the hospital today. Hey, Dottie, you're not angry with me, are you?
No, I'm not angry.
Oh, I know. You think I was drunk. But I wasn't, I swear it. I only had one drink. Then, Dottie, the strangest thing happened.
One drink.
It's true, really.
Please, Lou, let's not talk about it. I've got to leave at 1:30 anyway.
Oh, yeah, you're going to a baseball game again. What do you see in those ball players?
Lou, I'm not in love with the players. I just like the game.
Oh, who'd sit through a whole baseball game just to watch the game? It's those men. You like to see them running around. Great athletes.
You're acting very childish.
I am not.
I've always loved baseball.
Oh, you don't expect me to believe that.
Well, so they began that bicker battling. It winds up like most arguments with dames, with him going along to the ball game. But the guy hates baseball. It's torture for him just to sit there. So when everybody gets up for the 7th inning stretch, he not only gets up, he goes out for a stroll. And suddenly he finds himself standing in front of a bar.
Well, young fellow, what'll it be?
Oh, well, nothing, I guess. Yes, I will. I'll have a pink lady cocktail.
And that's where he got crossed up. Back to the grandstand marches our little man, and along with him, though he don't know it yet, is that slow-up eye reaction.
Hey, Lou, where have you been? You missed half an inning.
Oh, I went out for a walk.
Well, for heaven's sake, sit down, will you? Shane's it back. Boy, he's wonderful.
Hey, lady, move over. The ball's going to land right in your lap. Take your hand off my wife. Move over. Hey! Say, what's the idea of shoving my wife? But the ball landed right where she was. She'd have been hit if I hadn't. Listen, you couldn't have seen that. Not on a high fly like that. But I did.
No, please.
All right, but I did see that ball. Listen to that guy, will you?
Lou, you've been drinking again.
I had one cocktail.
Then, for heaven's sake, watch the game, will you? Lindsey Brown is up.
Hey, look at that. Them pitches ought to be hung. Some of the ball right at Brown's head. But he didn't. At the last second, Brown moved his head forward. And he's in again. I suppose you've seen that, too. Oh, yes, I did. Listen, you trying to sit there and tell me you could see that ball in that guy's head meet? Yes?
Oh, please.
Oh, buddy, you picked the wrong guy to try to make a fool out of.
Hello.
Dottie, it's me again. Please listen. I swear I only had one drink.
Oh, Lou, what's the use?
But I swear it, only one. I got bored just sitting there watching the game, and Dottie, I was right. The batter did move his head.
Oh, Lou.
So it's plain to fancy he's lost his girl, unless he can prove, though, he's really right about the batter moving his head into the pitch. See?
Yeah.
Well, all night long, the guy walks the floor worrying. So the next AM, he decides to go up and see Larry Maxon, our manager, and ask him to put in a word with Dorothy. Can you beat that? He wants to see Mr. Maxon. Imagine. He wants to see Mr. Maxon.
You want to see Mr. Maxon. Maybe you think that's all he's got to do.
But look, he's got to tell my girl I was right about it being Brown's fault when he was hit with the ball.
Listen, you. Outside.
And out he goes. The guy is crazy. He's desperate. And where do you think he winds up? In a bar. Right.
What'll it be, buddy?
A double pink lady.
Hey, what's going on here? They're coming in the windows now.
Oh, Mr. Maxon.
Well, who in the name of you?
Mr. Maxon, I saw the ball game yesterday, and I want you to write a letter to my girl and tell her how Brown moved his head forward an inch, which caused the ball to hit her. Please, sir.
What's that? What do you mean Brown moved his head?
Yes, the ball, was twisting from right to left as it went through the air. I understand that's supposed to make it curve away from the batter. Only this time it didn't.
Listen, you. You are a bug.
But I saw it.
If you could see that, you could be the greatest ball player in the world.
Yes, I suppose I could if I wanted to.
Hey, Vance.
Yeah, Mr. Maxon.
Have this guy locked up. He's drunk.
Okay, Mr. Maxon. Hey, that's the guy who's been hanging around here for 3 hours.
Well, get him out and call a cop.
Oh, please don't do that, Mr. Maxon. My girl would never forgive me then. Please, just let me prove to you I can see a baseball better than anybody else. Please.
Well, okay. Never let it be said I come between a guy and his girl. But I'm busy. Vance, take him out on the field. Give him his chance.
Yeah, okay, boys. Come on, you.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Maxon. You'll never know how much I appreciate it.
All right, Vance, grab a bat and take a cut at the
you, Mr. Vane.
Thank you, Mr. Vane.
Ready, kid? Yes, Mr. Vane. I lay 3-1, he don't even see the pitch. Okay, Ed, burn one in. Boy, there it goes. He must have caught that one dead center. Hey, Ed, bad down on him. Okay. Another one. That's a double in anybody's part. Hey, there may be something to this guy. Boy, here goes another one. Hey, kid, you wait right here. Now, don't go away. Hey, Mr. Mike.
Well, as I was saying, with that pink lady working on his eyes, how could the guy miss? He couldn't. Why, for him, a fastball looked like one of them kid balloons floating up to the plate. So, like I told you, I was in the shower when John Vance come busting in with the news about this guy's 18 consecutive hits. So Maxton and all of us run out to watch the guy.
Hey, you, Vance! Stick a glove on and get out there on first. Watch him, Shane.
There's no use, boys. Look where the guy's playing the position. He's practically sitting on the bag. He don't know no baseball. Oh, what a stop. Hey, I take back what I said, boys. Why, that ball was for the second baseman.
Shane, bring that kid into my office.
Well, anyway, Maxon signed him right up and stuck him into the game that afternoon. Well, all Fancher does is hit 5 for 5 and make 12 perfect plays in the field, 3 of them of which was completely impossible. Well, within 3 weeks, the guy is so sensational the fans don't believe him. He's absolutely a behemoth. He's hitting 900.
What?
You heard me, 900. The whole town is Fancher crazy. Fireworks, parades, everything. He's got them all nuts.
Before again today, boy. Well, if they're going to walk them every time like they done yesterday, the rules has got to be changed. Yeah, it ain't fair. The only time in my life I saw a first baseman catch a foul between point and home. Yeah, what about last week?
And that's it, Doctor. Every time I drink one of these pink ladies, I see things moving slowly. Why is that? Why?
It's a very rare thing, my boy. Alcohol causes an extreme excitation of your optic nerve.
Oh.
See, things you see are transmitted to your brain faster than other people's.
Oh, Lord, so I'm to go on playing baseball and drinking these pink ladies. I can't do it. I hate drink. I hate it, I tell you, and those pink ladies taste awful.
Well, now, it isn't...
Oh, you don't understand. It means I'm a freak. X-ray eyes or something. I can't tell my girl I got a thing like that.
No, I suppose not. That's out of my province, though. $10, please. And by the way, Mr. Fancher, you don't happen to have a couple of tickets for today's game with you?
No. No, I don't.
XV, read all about the triple play. Fancher makes energies the triple play. Read all about it. Want a paper, mister?
No. No, I don't.
They're taking the field. Now you're going to see some plays. What's that picture? Here comes the pitch. Look at that catch by Shane. The whole team started playing miracle ball.
Maybe it looks like miracle ball we was playing, but I never could have made that catch if Lou hadn't yelled to me. Why, the ball couldn't have been more than 3 inches from the bat when he hollered back to the fence, Shane. Well, no man alive could have seen it was headed for the fence. So it kind of set me wondering, because at the time I didn't know about that condition of his, even though him and me was roommates. But I wasn't the only guy wondering. The next day we were out for morning practice, and Lou hadn't shown up yet, and the boys were talking.
Well, guys, we're a cinch for the pennant this year.
We're a cinch. Us? Ha! That's a laugh. 8 dummies and a Houdini. It ain't no we. It's strictly a single-o.
9-16 for 28 games. It ain't possible for a guy to hit like that. But he's doing it.
That guy ain't human. That's why Mac rooms him with Shane.
Okay, guys, kid all you want. Maybe you'll succeed in kidding the guy out of the league. That'll be nice, huh?
Shane's right. If I hear any of you monkeys kidding Fancher, it means $100 fine. The boy's too valuable. Now shut up. Here he comes.
Oh, we didn't mean anything.
Shut up! Shut up! I said. Here he comes. Morning, Lou.
Hi, Lou.
Hi, Lou. Why aren't you in uniform?
Well, Mr. Maxon, I figure I've been here long enough for you to forget that charge against you.
What charge is that?
Well, you know, for breaking your window and all.
Shut up, will you? Now, don't you worry about that, Lou. I'm not going to have my star player locked up. Just get into uniform.
Oh, that's just it, Mr. Maxon. I'm not going to play baseball anymore.
Hey, wait a minute, young fella. Now, if it's salary, well, we can talk it over. I'm fair.
No, it's not salary. Oh, you don't understand, and I can't explain it to you, but playing baseball forces me into some very bad habits.
Tell me I didn't hear it. I don't believe it. Hey, that'll be enough from you guys. Get out on the field. Shane, you stay here with Fancher and me. Now, look, kid. You can't walk out on baseball. Hey, isn't that your girl sitting over there in the stands?
Oh, yes.
Well, ask her to come over here, will you, Shane?
Okay. There's no use getting Dorothy into this, Mr. Maxon. I'm not going to play baseball anymore, and that's all there is to it. I can't. You don't know what it means to play ball like that. It's bad for me.
I can't make you out, kid. Here, you're the biggest...
Did you want to see me, Mr. Maxon?
Oh, yeah. Young lady, did you have anything to do with Lou's wanting to quit baseball?
Quit baseball?
Yeah.
Oh, Lou, you're not.
Yes, I am, Dorothy.
But, Lou, you can't do that.
Okay. I'll leave you to try and reason with him. And if you can talk him out of it, tell him he's got a raise in pay coming to him.
Now, look, Dorothy, don't ask me why. I just got to quit, that's all.
I don't have to ask you why, Lou. I know why. Yeah, that day in the subway, and then the first day we came out here to see the game.
Oh, you know?
Yes. And I was going to leave you for good, too. Lou, I'd never marry a drunk. But when you got on the team, I thought all that would be behind you.
Oh, but,
baseball players can't drink.
But, Dottie,
and you couldn't stand it. You want to quit baseball so you can drink again.
Oh, no, Dorothy, it's just the other way around. Oh, you don't understand.
I understand, all right. And, Lou Fancher, you can play baseball or you can quit and go back to drink. But if you do quit, I'll never see you again.
Well, the old boy was right on the old spot of roof. He don't want to explain to his girl about having to freak guys because he's hoping the doc will figure a cure for him. So the only thing he can do is promise her he'll keep on playing ball.
Sure.
And in addition, things began to go a little sour. As I says, the other guys on the team had got to wondering about Lou, too. And one day, some dummy in the front office gets the idea of taking a slow-motion picture of Lou in action so it can be shown to the rest of the team so that they, too, can learn to be mighty men, too. See?
Yeah, sure. Huh?
Yeah. Well, that was very bright, like all front office.
All right, men. We're ready to run the picture, so shut up and see if we can learn something.
I still say this is a bum idea. If Lou knew you was doing this, he'd blow the roof off.
Quiet, everyone, now. All right, put out the light. Okay, start the picture.
There he is, the great Fancher.
Say, it's the game with the Phillies. Oh, look, there's two-headed Schultz coaching at first.
Hey, quiet, please. Now, watch this next play.
Hey, look. It's a grass cutter going between first and second. Look at that Fancher take off. Right with the ball.
Stop the machine! Stop it! I can't stand it!
Hey, what's eating him?
Put on the light! What's the matter with you, Brown?
You guys were watching the ball. You didn't see what I saw.
So what was it? Come on, give out.
You ever noticed how Fancher bobs his head around when he's playing? It don't hardly stand still at all.
Well, sure, that's just because he's a nervous guy.
Nervous guy, huh? Run the pitcher again and watch him. That guy's eyes follow every little bounce of the ball. Every single little hop like he was counting the stitches on it. And all the way from the bat. Nobody can see that quick. It ain't human.
Run it again.
Yeah, run it again. But I ain't going to watch it. Not me. Oh, sir.
So they run the slow motion picture through again, and everybody's seen it this time. And that was where things really begun to go bad. We all go to pieces. Every play near first base, the whole team stands still and watches Fancher. It was murder. Then on top of everything else, we play a Sunday game against Brooklyn, and you know them Brooklyn fans.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they always been Brooklyn fans, the same then as now. They're weird, you know. They die or anything for them Dodgers. So Fancher has a good day. In fact, he robs Keflin, who was the South Camilla, you know, at that time, out of 3 sure base hits. Then in the 8th, with the score tied and a man on third, Keflin comes up again.
Hey, George, you got a hit, boy. Come on, Keflin, old kid. Lay into this one.
Down in front, Brooklyn.
Oh, boy, this is too hard.
Look at that Fancher. He's speeding right out of nowhere. Look at that.
He's done it again. I ain't gonna stand it. That bench is illegal. 4 hits he's robbed. He's picking on Keflin. I tell you, I ain't gonna stand it.
Hey, down in front.
Hey, look out, he's gonna go. He's aiming a transfer. Stop him.
Lou, did he hit you? Are you hurt?
Hurt? Him hurt? Don't be a sap. Didn't you watch him? Didn't you see it? He dodged them bullets. He dodged them bullets, I tell you. Dodged bullets from a gun.
And the odd thing was that now the boys began to get protective about Lou, like there was a brood of mother ducks, you know. They loved the little monster. As a matter of fact, it smoothed things out, and once again we was tenant-bound. But then Maxon had to go and notice that Lou always ducked into the tunnel, which leads to the dugout just before every game. So he follows him, not that he thought anything was wrong.
What's that you got there, Fancher?
A cocktail shaker.
Yeah, so I see. Well, what are you doing with it?
Mixing myself a pink lady.
Hey, stop that. You can't drink before a game.
Now, look, Mr. Maxon. I promised Dorothy I'd continue playing baseball. But if I do, you gotta let me have my cocktail.
Yeah, sounds like a threat.
No, it's not.
Now get this, young fella. Nobody, no matter how good he is, can get away with a stunt like that. I'll forget it this time, but that drinking's got to stop.
You want to win the pennant, don't you?
Well, sure.
Then I gotta have my cocktail.
What? Well, that's enough. I'm still boss here. You're suspended.
All right. I'm sorry you had to take it like this.
Well, I'll be...
Well, you couldn't blame Maxon. He had to keep discipline on the team, even if it did mean a pennant. Sure, but the fans didn't see it that way. Fancher was their hero, and they burned up plenty. Then the sports writers started writing. Joe Williams of the World Telegram.
Putting one little word after another, and whatever became of baseball. The latest bonehead play is Larry Maxon suspending Fancher for drinking. He should have grabbed the bottle and nursed the rest of the team with it.
And John Kieran of the New York Times.
In the Lou Fancher Larry Maxon contra, Tom, Shakespeare would have said, "Good wine is a familiar creature if it be well used." Othello, Act 2, Scene 3, line 34.
Lou Fancher will drink no more hard liquor. Instead, Larry Maxon has agreed to let him have a bottle of beer before each inning. Dictators, please note, we fight over bottle, you fight over boodle.
Yeah, that's how it was settled. Lou found if he took a bottle of beer every inning, he got enough alcohol to keep them eye reactions on the job. You see, by that time, I knew what was with him.
You did?
He told me. I was the only one which did know, though, and I promised I wouldn't speak of it. So everything would have been fine, except there just ain't no dame that'll ever leave a guy alone. Not even 900 hitter. Dorothy gets together with Maxon one day.
Son, the little lady here's been talking to me, and I want you to do us all a favor.
Oh, Lord, what now?
Please, Lou, this is for your own good.
Yes, it certainly is. Son, why not try and make the whole break? Give up beer, too.
Oh, but
Say yes, Lou. Just think, if you led a clean life, you could probably hit 1,000. Oh, boy, wouldn't that be romantic? 1,000 batting average.
Dorothy, if I gave up beer, I'd lose you, too. You don't know what you're asking. Oh, I can't.
Please, Lou, please. Just 9 bottles left for Dorothy.
No, I tell you, I can't.
Lou, this is the crossroads. You gotta choose, beer or me.
All right, then. But remember, you forced me. I won't drink beer today. Now watch what happens to your ball game.
Hello, Dottie. Mind if I sit and watch the game, would you?
Say, why aren't you playing?
I got a bum leg. I'm laid up for a couple of days.
Watch Lou today, saying he's gonna be wonderful.
Oh, yeah? What makes?
He promised not to even drink beer today. Isn't
What?
it wonderful?
Wonderful? Why, the guy can't play at all unless he's got beer in him.
Yeah, there he's coming right now. What? He can't play at all?
Yeah, let me out of here. I gotta stop him.
No, you can't. You can't. It's too late, and I lost the game.
Lost
for
the
you.
game? Why, you dumb dame, you may get him killed. He can't even see that fastball pitching without help. And them pitches bear down on him. Let me out of here. I gotta stop the guy.
I'm coming too.
Hey, I never saw that pitch. Oh, ain't that too bad? I wonder how I ever caught it. Hey, wait a minute. Stop the game. I didn't see that one. Oh, dear, that's just terrible. Wow, right between the eyes.
Well, sir, we carried Lou back to the clubhouse, but the guy's luck is still in. He ain't hurt bad, in one way, that is. In another way, it was a massacre.
Huh?
That cloud on the head straightened out what was wrong with them optic knives of his, and his baseball career is all over. But he takes the dough he's made in baseball, and he starts a paper factory with it. And you know who he is now, the best paper man in the country.
Yeah, gotta admit that. Say, but tell me, what became of the girl?
Well, you see, he only became a paper tycoon, and I was the fanciest outfielder in the league. So
Yeah?
she married me. But the funny thing is, Lou ain't at all mad at her for busting his career. In fact, the guy's actually grateful. A few years ago, I got too old to play ball anymore, and what do you think happened?
They shot you.
Ah, no, kidding me. Lou hears about it, and he gives me a job as a salesman. That's why I need that order so bad. I don't want Lou to think I'm hanging around as a dead weight just because we once played ball together.
Yeah.
Well, do I get the order?
Okay, send me 100 reams of blue bond.
Oh, thanks.
Say, it must be kind of embarrassing for you, married to the boss's old girl.
Oh, she ain't around. We broke up soon after I quit playing baseball. The last I heard of her, she was married to a shortstop in a 3-I league. Sure you won't have another beer?
No. Hey, waiter, bring me a pink lady.
You've been listening to the Columbia Workshop presentation of The Cockeyed Wonder by Nathaniel Curtis, produced under the direction of Brewster Morgan. Tonight's cast was headed by Ed Gardner as Shane, Betty Raggy appeared as Dorothy, Dick Widmark as Fancher, Howard Smith as Maxon, with Bill Bendix, Carl Eastman, Walter Kinsella, Frank Butler, Arthur Elmer, Jack McBride, George Tiplady, and Jim Tranter. Next week, the Columbia Workshop presents A Fish Story, an original musical comedy by Graham and Gottlieb. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, listen to Orson Welles with Ray Collins in The Plot to Overthrow Christmas by Norman Corwin. This is My Best, starring Orson Welles with Ray Collins in a Christmas story chosen from among his best works especially for this program by America's master radio poet, Norman Corwin. America's best stars in the world's best stories. This is My Best, presented each week for your entertainment by
CRESTA, BLANCA. Presta Blanca. Presta Blanca.
Sheltered from the ocean breezes, nestled among green rolling hills, nurtured by the friendly sunlight, cooled by softly falling rain. There the vines of Cresta Blanca, bursting forth in their green glory, growing, bearing, heavy laden, bring the grapes to luscious fullness. So the vintner quickly harvests, presses from them gold and goodness, tends it gently, now to rest. Till at last the wine is ready, shimmering, fragrant, full of flavor, masterpiece of his perfection. And he hails it proudly, saying, "This is my best. This is Cresta Blanca."
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. I'm very flattered indeed for the chance to be appearing so soon again on This Is My Best. Very particularly in the radio best we have for you tonight. Best is a big word, but it isn't too big for Norman Corwin, who is certainly and beyond all argument the best writer the medium has produced. And best is a big word, but it isn't too big for Ray Collins either, who showed us the greater part of tonight's divertisement. If you know of a better actor in radio, please send me his name. I can use him in the Mercury. Here then is radio's best, a script by Corwin, and here's Corwin's very best for the holidays, a delicious and utterly delirious rigadoon of a thing entitled The Plot to Overthrow Christmas.
Shenley's Cresta Blanca wine presents The Plot to Overthrow Christmas by Norman Corwin, starring Orson Welles as Nero, with Ray Collins as Santa Claus on This Is My Best.
Did you hear about the plot to overthrow Christmas? Well, gather ye now from Maine to the Isthmus of Panama and listen to the story of the utter inglory of some gory goings-on in hell. Now, it happened in Hades, ladies and gentlemen. It happened down there that the fiends held a meeting. The fiends held a meeting for the purpose of defeating Christmas. With the aid of a fade on the radio, we'll take you there with a high and a Hades-ho to hear firsthand the brewing of the plot down in the deepest Stygian grot.
A grot is a poetical term for grotto. Whenever you hear my voce sotto or sotto voce, whichever you prefer, it's just I, taking pains to make quite sure that nobody makes a poetical allusion which might in any way create confusion. I return you now to the voice you were hearing before I had to do this interfering.
As I was saying, in this Stygian grot, the notables of Limbo hatched a plot. And what went on in the sulphurous hole, we'll soon pick up by remote control. You mustn't mind if it sounds erratic. That's merely intraterrestrial static. And don't be surprised if you're deafened by thunder just as we start on our journey under. And so below, via radio, to the regions where legions of the damned go.
Nero! Do you hear? Oh, Nero!
How dare you interrupt me in the middle of a movement of my favorite concerto? You should look to the improvement of your manners.
Sir, if you please, my apologies. I would not have intruded upon your recital if the matters were not so terribly vital.
The most important matter in the world is piddling when it comes to be compared with Nero's fiddling.
Now, what you say may be very true, but I have been sent here to summon you to a great mass meeting of the tortured souls down in the grot of the flaming coals.
Why are we meeting? Who's on the spot?
We're meeting in order to fabricate a plot. A plot against the festival that mortal men comfort in and gladden in again and again. You see, every year...
Never mind the facts. I don't want to hear how mortal man acts. The only information about which I care concerns the mass meeting and who'll be there.
His wickedness, Mephisto, will preside.
Naturally.
And several of the Borgias will be sitting at his side. And down in front by the sizzling podium will be many personalities known for their odium. Haman Caligula, Medusa and Legree.
That's all very nice, but what about me?
Oh, you'll be sitting in row A, center, between Ivan the Terrible, the Tormentor, and Circe.
Mercy, why, they're both deranged.
Do you wish me to see if your seat can be changed?
Yes, if you will, please. Taste comes first, even though a soul may be eternally cursed.
Right-o. See you at the meeting, then?
Yes, and now back to my fiddling again.
This is I, the sotto voce person. It should have been explained that Nero is rehearsing for nothing in particular. He's just that way. While hell's fires burns, he likes to play. It makes him feel a little more at home. It's just an avocation he picked up at Rome.
The meeting will now come to order, please. I've called you here from over 60 seas of boiling pitch and blazing phosphorus to stop what constitutes a loss for us. And this is the reason. Though we've done well in carrying forward the work of hell, we've left a very big job unfinished. After all these years, there is undiminished goodwill on earth every late December because of Christmas. Now, please remember that as long as this continues to be, the race of man will not belong to me. I will listen now to any questions you may want to ask. And then, suggestions.
Mr. Chairman! Mr. Chairman!
Brother Haman has the floor.
You say we've done well in our efforts to sell evil? I say we've done better. We have carried out the letter of your law. We've done what I think is a pretty good job. And I say, as a veteran demon...
Sit down there, Haman. Enough of this folly.
Sit down yourself. You're off your trolley.
Sit down. For I am Ivan the Terrible.
You're telling us why you're unbearable.
Hello, demons! This is no way to act. Please proceed with a little more tact. I want more decorum in this forum. These personal remarks you make must cease. Now, Brother Ivan, will you speak your piece?
I merely want to say in a casual way that Haman is a radical. He always gets fanatical. Why anybody'd think to hear him snort that the work of the devil should just stop short?
Mr. Chairman, Brother Ivan is a demagogue with a brain like a fly and the manners of a hog. He says that
Enough! We will hear from others. Surely there must be among you brothers enough of venom and malevolence to crush a mortal man's benevolence. It's come to this. Are we going to let a little holiday like Christmas get the better of us all down here below?
No.
Very well then, sirs, very well. Let's go. Let's lay down our plans now to overthrow this Christmas business and all that guff of holly and mistletoe and stuff.
Mr. Chairman!
Mr. Chairman. Brother Caligula may take the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I abhor as a former emperor anything which curbs our rule. Let us give some presents, too. Candy sticks and things to chew, fruits and nuts, and little cakes, poisonous as rattlesnakes.
Bravo!
Let our subtlest worker be bichloride of mercury. Let us wrap in tinsel bright little gifts of dynamite.
Bravo!
Work things so that men will fear when 1225 draws near. Soon at this rate, if you please, men will hang from Christmas trees.
My dear Caligula, permit the chair to say that we think you've got something there. And now, with this fine start, let's hear some more. Yes, Brother Nero. Do you want the floor?
With all due respect to Caligula's views, I think there's a better method we can use. I've heard just lately men are giving the razz to classical music by making it jazz. They're swinging Bach, and what is keener, they're doing the shag to Palestrina. As a connoisseur of music, of course, I love the works of Rimsky-Korsakov, but today I note with a bitter shrug they've made Scheherazade a jitterbug.
Much as we admire your clever rhyme, will you get to the point? We're wasting time.
I was just about to say, when interrupted, that Christmas can easily be corrupted if you take and swing all the Christmas carols. I think of the evil. Just barrels and barrels of sacrilege. Every time you play a pious song in a profane way, why, once you entice them to swing Noel, then victory belongs to us fiends. Well?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Legree, I'd like to say that it seems to me that you all is barking up a coolness tree. I think Mr. Nero has made a wrong guess. The way to go about it is to get in Congress and bribe a bunch of senators who know their oats and just make a purchase of a block of votes. They can all get together and pass a law where there ain't going to be no Christmas anymore.
I think Legree's suggestion is abuse.
It's very cute.
And quite astute.
By the eternal night. That's right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Miss Borgia.
I say that we should all give pause to think about this Santa Claus. He is the man behind the scenes, the symbol of what Christmas means. If we could rub him out, my friend, our troubles would be at an end. Just think how it would tickle us to liquidate St. Nicholas. A girl like me could fascinate the guy and then assassinate.
Do you think that you could do it, pretty one? Are you sure you wouldn't be by pity one?
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you are an awful tease, my master Mephistopheles. Ain't I murdered several dozens, poisoned uncles, aunts, and cousins? Men of virtue all have cussed me. I'm sure that you can trust me.
Of that we haven't a particle of doubt, Miss Borgia. I'm sure we all have nothing but kind feelings towards you. But many times a woman spy, alas, adores her victims. Dames make poor ambassadors.
Do you imply that such defects are found inherent in my sex?
That I do.
Well, listen here, old Ironsides. You're heading for some cyanides. You've crossed a Borgia, and you know the consequences that follow.
Come, disciples. This is very bad. There's nothing to be gained by getting mad. Now, suppose we put the matter to a vote. All those in favor of the motion made by Fiend Caligula, which was to shade the glamour of the holiday by using selected poisons of our choosing, all those in favor will please signify by rising to their feet and saying aye. Aye! One vote in favor, Caligula's. And those opposed? No. The motion is defeated. Up we bring the plan of Brother Nero's, viz. To swing the hymns and pious music. All those for will please respond by raising up a paw. For! And those against? Against! Very well. Now, the project of Legree's. Who is there here who totally agrees?
I do.
Legree votes for himself. And those opposed?
Opposed!
And now all those who favor Borgia's cause. It being to eliminate Santa Claus.
Aye, aye, aye!
And those opposed? Seems the women have a way with them. At least they have carried the day with them. Motion's carried. And now we'll decide which one of us will take Nick for a ride. We'll all draw lots and thus settle the moot point of who'll be sent to execute.
You are listening to This Is My Best, and in just a few moments we'll tell you the rest.
But ere we return to the story of strife, a word, if you please, of a season that's rife with greetings and goodies and food served so fine with the elegant touch of a good table wine. A good table wine, Cresta Blanca California Sauterne. A wine that is golden, delicious, and light. A wine that will earn you praises galore. A distinctive dry wine that will add extra zest to your Christmas Day dinner made up of the best. The name, once again, Cresta Blanca Sauterne. And now back to the story. So we may all learn from our old friend Sotto Voce, visiting down where it's eternal noche.
This is your old friend Sotto Voce visiting down where it's eternal noche. Noche is Spanish for night, you know, merely a reference just to show that English isn't all I have to go by. Oh, well, I guess I've missed my calling. I should have been a lobbyist. You see, I'm stalling to give them time to finish the voting. Let's see, the weather. Now I'm quoting the Daily Hellion. Continued heat both overhead and under feet. Light showers of brimstone toward the evening hours. Oh, that's what it says here. I'm not fibbing. How am I doing with my ad-libbing? This is a thing a Gabbard have fun with. Say, the drawing should soon be done with. We expect the results at any moment now, as soon as
The lots have been drawn, and I'm glad to say the honor has fallen Nero's way. Now, Nero, you are charged with a great task. It's the evilest deed that we could ask a fiend to do. We'll be proud of you.
Now, just one moment. How do I get there? What do I wear? Is it dry or wet there? Is it fact or fancy or just word of mouth that he lives at the pole? Is it north or south? What shall I use when it comes to showdown? A gun or a dagger? Give me the lowdown.
Now, Nero, you needn't sound so tragic. You'll get to Earth by the blackest magic. To create an express elevator is simple for an expert spell creator. With a lot of pyrotechnic dazzle, we'll let you off at a hill in Basel, Switzerland. From there, you will make your way to the Arctic Circle, then break your way through ice with a blowtorch. After a while, you're bound to reach Santa's domicile. And once you get there, my dear Nero, all of our work will have gone for zero if you don't succeed in your assignment.
I know. But first, we don't succeed. We can try and try again, but there's no need because nothing will come of it. Meaning no offense. Do you mind if I take my departure hence?
That, my friends, was a big brass gong. It's used in this story right along to indicate that we're about to travel to points where the plot will further unravel. And now, if Ambassador Nero elects, we'll have another spot of sound effects.
Stranger, is this Basel, Switzerland? Or is it already Donner and Blitzerland?
Donner and Blitzerland's 5,000 miles away.
Thank you, mister, and good day. Tell me, stranger, because I've lost stock, where am I now?
In Vladivostok.
Listen, stranger, after all these centuries of blistering heat, now I have to suffer from freezing feet. I'm wincing with pain from this pesky toe.
Now speak English, Eskimo.
I declare by my frenetic soul I must be over the magnetic pole. My watch has stopped. Can that be right? I wonder. Light. A light! In a moment now you'll hear me knock on Santa's door. And he'll unlock it. Never more to lock again.
Coming!
So is doom.
How do you do, sir?
Very well indeed, and you, sir?
Splendidly. Won't you come right in? Take your coat off. I see your chin is frozen. Also your hands and knees. Sit down while I get you some antifreeze.
Don't bother, sir. I will not be long. I'm about to perpetrate a frightful wrong. In short, I'm going to do away with...
Take it easy. Do not play with that gun. I know all about you.
Oh, really?
Haven't I had my agent scout you for weeks? You've come all this way to abolish Christmas. Now, let me say...
Listen, Santa, I'm no callow stripling. I've read Ernest Hemingway and Kipling. And also the shooting of Dan McGrew and plenty of detective stories, too. And just to show you what a broad guy I am, I've also read the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. Do you think that a fellow with his reading so graded could have learned so little as to be dissuaded from a main objective? Why, don't make me giggle.
I'd feel a lot better if you wouldn't wiggle that gun so. Much as I'm impressed with your education, I honestly believe that a figure of your station should have given more thought to the ways of man and less devotion to the cult of Pan.
I came to dispatch a duty, so don't hand me any of this tutti-frutti. If you've any last words you want to say, then spell them. I haven't got all day.
Now, what's the rush? Unless I've counted wrong, the polar day has always been 6 months long.
Well, after I've disposed of you, I've got to hurry right back to hell, where they'll begin to worry.
Not about you.
but about your career in homicide. Do you think that the mere loss of you would make them hysterical? Their only interest is numerical.
Think so?
Mephisto wants to rule just as much of humanity as possible for reasons of personal vanity.
By the sticks, you're right. To think that he'd dare. Are there any ladies here? Will you permit me to swear?
My answer to that is an emphatic no. There are several lady dolls in the toy room below.
Oh, Cassius. Oh, Claudius. Oh, Naphthaline. What a fool I've been. What a fool I've been. Wait, I think I see what you're after. You're as clever as a big-time Roman grafter. Do you think I could be that meanly deceptive to Satan? Why, Santa, I'm keenly perceptive. I can see right through all your clever ruses. Nero can be plenty foxy when he chooses. I'll have you know that I'm partly a dreamer, partly a wit, and partly a schemer. I'm part philosophical and also part mystic.
I suppose you fancy that you're highly artistic.
Fancy? Why, I have such a sense of beauty.
Don't hand me a helping of tutti frutti. Any creature who really had beauty in his soul would appreciate Christmas. He would know that the whole idea of the holiday was one of such power that all the fiends below might gnash their fangs and glower, yet never in a million years could do it harm. Because it has a glory, a greatness, a charm that you would know nothing about.
Yes, that's so.
The spirit that it venerates, the good cheer that it generates, are things far, far beyond you. For all your wealth, no man on earth could sell ye these.
Am I so cursed as that? Will you tell me, please, what beauties there may be that I have never seen?
Have you ever seen a Christmas tree, tall and green, smelling of woodlands covered with a sheen of silverness? Its branches bending low, with the fruits of human kindness instead of snow?
No.
Have you ever closely witnessed what takes place any Christmas morning on a young child's face? Or perceived any beauties purer than the joys distilled in the hearts of little girls and boys? Have you ever watched a fire in a fireplace on a Christmas Eve? Or listened to grace at table heavy with fruits and cakes and all the wonders that a kitchen makes? Fowls and pastries, wines and meats, and nuts and raisins and candied sweets. Have you ever seen mistletoe hanging from a ceiling? In frosty air, heard a far bell pealing? Have you ever seen the beauty of a sprig of holly? Or felt for a moment how it feels to be jolly?
Golly.
Have you ever known how exceedingly pleasant it is to unwrap a Christmas present? Did you ever know how much cheer it lends to be wished a Merry Christmas by all your friends? Did you ever experience the fun of giving? Do you know at all of the joys of living?
I guess I don't. For all of me, I never knew such things could be. Just think how long in ignorance I've slept.
It must have been the company you've kept.
I was a wicked tyrant once, you know.
Ah, yes, but that was centuries ago. You really had no way of knowing.
Perhaps. I guess that I'll be going. I really should be getting on my way.
But do you have to? Don't you want to stay?
Well, you see, I'm just a bit...
Embarrassed?
Well, yes, sir.
Now, don't look so harassed. I know just why you came and who it was that sent you. But that's all done with. I take it you repent you of all your past mistakes.
With many pains and aches of conscience.
Then you are welcome here. Please take your hat off. Your coat. Your muffler also. Take your spat off. What happened to the other one? No matter. You're pretty thin. You'll presently be fatter. I serve good food here. I'll get you a platter of steak and mushrooms. Medium or rare. I'll bet that you're as hungry as a bear.
A while ago you asked me if I understood good cheer. I do so now, St. Nicholas. I see it standing here. I want to ask you something, sir. Now, please don't give a yelp. Is there any sort of work to do where I can be of help?
Indeed there is, indeed there is. And I am glad you asked me. I have so many toys to make this year, the job's got past me. But first you sit and eat this bowl. I've got a little trifle I'd like for you to see. So will you sit right here and stifle your curiosity? I'll get it for you right away.
Well, who'd ever think it? Will wonders never cease? At last, after all these centuries... I'm so happy I could buzz.
Well, here it is, Nero, my boy. By way of Christmas presents, I offer you this little gift.
Oh, but Santa, for what reason?
A very good one, sir, to wit. Compliments of the season. Well, go ahead and open it. Why stand there so reflecting?
I'm just collecting thoughts, St. Nicholas. My thoughts I'm just collecting. Just think how far a tiny bit of fellowship will carry us. Oh, well. I say, what's this? What's this? It's a Stradivarius. Why, thank you. Thanks a million times. I don't know what to say to you. I'll tell you what I'll do, St. Nick. I'll start right in and play for you. I'll play all night and day for you.
Fine. Here's some music. I'm sure you'll play it well. It's a little piece entitled Noel, Noel.
This is I. Remember me, your sotto voce friend? I've just come back to tell you that the story's at an end.
We join the audience here in Hollywood in applauding Orson Welles and Ray Collins in Norman Corwin's The Plot to Overthrow Christmas. Tonight's story on This Is My Best, presented by Shenley's Cresta Blanca wine. Mr. Wells will be back in a moment to tell you about next week. And now, once more, here is John McIntyre, your Cresta Blanca host.
Perhaps one of the most interesting accounts of Christmas in early colonial days is of a dinner given by a prominent Virginia family. The festive Christmas table abounded with an elegant variety of turkeys, roast beef, veal, ducks, hams, puddings, jellies, oranges, apples, nuts, figs, and a variety of fine wines and punches. Today in America, our meals are less elaborate. However, it's still in the best American tradition to serve a fine wine like Cresta Blanca with the Christmas dinner. It will lend a charming, a friendly touch to your festive Christmas table. Choose the Cresta Blanca California wine your guests like best and serve it well chilled. It may be a white table wine like Chablis or Riesling. Or it may be a red table wine like Burgundy or Claret. No matter what type of wine you choose, as long as the words Cresta Blanca are on the bottle, you can rest assured you are serving the crest of quality in wine since 1889.
And now, Orson Welles.
Thank you, and I'm speaking also for two of the finest performers who ever stood before a microphone, Ray Collins, who was Santa Claus tonight, and John Brown, who was the devil. And now about next week's offering. On This Is My Best, I'm looking forward to it. It's a pleasure to tell you about it now. Two great American humorists are involved, the writer and artist James Thurber, from whose antic gallery of sorrowful dogs, wistful little men, and monstrous women has been chosen a strange and I think entirely perfect study, The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. The other great humorist involved is a writer, too, and a very fine one, but you know him just as well and love him as an actor. He will play Walter Mitty, and nobody anywhere ever could play it better than Robert Benchley. I know we'll all be listening, and till then, it's my privilege to remain, as always, obediently yours.
Cresta Blanca's new program is prepared in collaboration with Whit Burnett, editor of the book, This Is My Best. The music is composed and conducted by Bernard Katz. Ray Collins will soon be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's The Hidden Eye. Don't forget next week, when your star on This Is My Best will be Robert Benchley in The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. And remember, whenever you dine, dine with wine and make it the best wines.
Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca.
This Is My Best, a presentation of the Cresta Blanca Wine Company of Livermore, California, came to you from Columbia's Playhouse in Hollywood. Owen James speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WBNS Columbus.